areas on Pacific Coast Highway, and then at the same time been so devastating. So yes, we still see some building, and you can't see it from this perspective, but I see a building that looks like it's completely untouched. It's those swaths, though, across from the
soldiers
on the ocean side that are just burned absolutely
January
to
9th.
nothing. That was
Fires
so
are still going,
impressive
man.
to me because
This is the Octopus House right on the border of Pacific Palisades and Malibu. Very famous house. I mean, everybody sees it. Everybody takes pictures.
Alex and Marla, you know, they are built
burned down.
right next to each other. Maybe there's a pathway to the ocean, but
this is
there's
like,
so little real estate
OC said it was burned out last night.
That instead
you know,
of buildings, it's just
we were talking to him at the end of the stream.
Blank spot.
He said, "Oh yeah, the fire's burned itself out," and it literally did not. I was watching for 2 hours after that, and there's fires all over Pacific Palisades. There's so many fires burning and just let them burn out.
We know
the firemen
they're going to rebuild
they're
there.
trying
Some of
to
the most
concentrate
valuable real estate in the
because
world.
it's moving up to Malibu.
And you wonder
this is
going
all the way
forward,
by Malibu, so it's
will
actually
they
starting to burn into
rebuild
Malibu
differently?
again. So,
Are
but
there
that
any
house is
lessons
so
learned in
famous.
terms of,
And
the
so
way
many people
that the
take
homes
pictures
are
of that
built?
house. So
Maybe is there more room between
that
them?
one's gone now.
Want the effects of
But yeah, I was
Viagra,
watching
but faster? Meet
yesterday.
Rose
They were
Sparks.
driving through
They
the
contain
Palisades,
sildenafil
and
tadalafil,
just
but
one house
Sparks
was
dissolve
perfectly
under the
normal,
tongue.
and the next thing you know, smoke
Dissolvables
just
work
started
faster
coming
than
out of the
multiple
fucking
pills.
top of it,
See
and
if
next thing
Sparks
you know, it
are
was
right
on
for you
fire.
at
Big, huge mansion.
row.com/sparks.
So it's
They
pretty
knew
bad.
had
Then
just
in the Hollywood
built a home
Hills,
in Lahaina, Maui,
above
and then
Hollywood
Lahaina burned.
Boulevard,
That
right?
house
Another big
withstood the
fire started right
Why?
there now.
Because it
So
had
there's a
lot
fire
of the
going on in
modern
the canyon right
technology
there above
to
Hollywood.
keep a house safe.
And then the Eaton
However,
fire is still
what
going
is
huge
really
in
sad
Pasadena,
is
Altadena,
the house might
Sierra
still be standing,
Madre,
but
San
everything
Gabriel.
around it, everything that made that area
But this
beautiful
fire is far from
was
over.
gone.
This
And
fire
the
is
people,
not
the
over
other people
at
that
all.
could not,
Even close to
did
being
not have
over.
a house still standing.
It's actually
So
moving
it
up
loses
towards the
its
405
beauty and
freeway
charm,
in
even
Brentwood
if your
now.
house is still standing. It'll
It's
be
gone on both sides of
forever,
Sunset
changed.
Boulevard.
You know, I mean, imagine, like I did talk to a woman who said, my husband
it's pretty
saved our
bad.
house. The house next to ours burned. The house next to our house on
And
this
then
side also burned. But it's not going
If
to be
you
fun
drive
to
from Santa Monica,
back
if you
to
go
your
up
home when
Pacific Coast
there's so
Highway,
much
you'll see
devastation
all these
all
beach
around
houses,
you.
right?
So
Along,
it's
they're
just
all
tragic
gone.
for-
It's just
Especially when you think of
open
the beach,
land
which
now.
is a place people go to
I
sort of
mean,
a
we're talking
tranquil
right there.
escape.
There's over 100
And then when you look all
houses in
around
that
you,
one
is
stretch,
destruction.
right along the ocean,
Susan,
and
great
the
reporting
cheapest
there,
price
and,
on
we're
one
so
of those
sorry for all the
houses is
people
a
who've
couple
lost their
$1 million.
homes. One of
The
the
cheapest.
areas hit the hardest is
So
right
you got
where
100
we are
houses
standing right
at
now.
$2 million
Chelsea
each.
Edwards is in another area that's hit really
So
hard.
$2 billion,
She actually
you know,
is
200
in
or
Pacific
$200 million
Palisades
worth
and
of fucking
seeing
homes gone.
just terrible
Just on that
scenes.
one mile and a half, 2 mile stretch.
Incredible amount of devastation. I mean, if you've been
It's
watching
insane,
throughout the
man.
evening, watching
It's
our
fucking
coverage, we've
insane.
watched the church across the
Holy
street just
shit,
burn
man.
bit by bit, beam by beam. Now we're across the street at Palisades Charter Elementary School, and I just want to show you the destruction that we're
this
seeing
community,
here.
it's going to take them
looks-
years
I
to
mean, you can't
recover
even
from this.
recognize
man.
that this was a school. We can
This
see
is like
the outlines and the shells of what
that
appear to be
whole
school chairs,
Pacific
tiny
Palisades
ones. You know, this is an
community
elementary
is
school, of course.
devastated.
Small little tables, and then what we appear to be just like the roof
Oh, and the
tiles
fish
that have
house. I was
collapsed
talking
on
about the
top
fish
of
house, which is
everything.
right on
You
Pacific
think about
Coast
the
Highway at
memories
Spanga
that
Canyon.
have been generated
Oh yeah,
here
he's
over
opened
the
up his
years.
doors to all the
This elementary
firemen. They're
school has
feeding all the
served
firemen
thousands
fish
and thousands and
tacos.
thousands of students throughout the years.
So, which is
And
really
to
nice
see
of them
this,
to do that.
it sparks kind of an emotional reaction, I think, at least in me. You think of your elementary school and how
But
all
I'm
the
telling
memories
you, man,
that
it's
you
going
have
to
there, all
take
the
them
experiences
years
and
to
the growth
recover from this
that you've
fire,
had there.
man.
And for so many people
This
looking
is
at this,
major. And
this
fucking
is just,
Trump
it's just
is
utter
already
destruction. It is
blasting
devastating.
Gavin
The
Newsom
administration
and
building, which
shit
is right
because
next to this,
the
happens
reason
to
they
be
don't have any
standing.
water
That's what we saw when
is
we first
because
got
there's this
here.
little
And that
smelt
is still standing. The
fish
facade is there.
that the
inside is intact,
environmentalists
but
were
there's
all
just
up in arms
absolutely
about.
nothing left of
That,
this elementary school
you know, oh, we have
itself.
to protect
And
this
again,
little
this is right
smelt
across the
fish.
street from the church. This is the
So they
the
divert
United Community
millions
Methodist
of gallons
Church,
of water
Community
to the
United Methodist
Pacific
Church, excuse
Ocean
me, that we've just
to
been
protect
watching
this little smelt
slowly
fish.
become
So
engulfed,
farmers don't
and
have
just
water
fall
in the San
apart,
Joaquin
brick
Valley.
by brick, and
LA
really
doesn't doesn't have water to fight fires, all because of a little smelty fish. So what's more important, a little 4-inch goddamn fish, or fucking millions of fucking people's lives and homes and shit, man? Get our fucking priorities together, folks. All this bleeding heart bullshit about, oh, we gotta save this fish, we gotta save this frog, well, we have to save this cricket. And we'll let California burn to the ground, though. We'll cause billions of dollars in damage. But God, the little 4-inch smelts are okay.
These buildings just
stupid,
ignited and exploded into flames.
World we live in, man.
Throughout the day. I mean,
so Trump's going to put a stop to all that shit.
Now this, of course, one
He's
of the reasons
going to fucking can that environmental smelt-fish act bullshit, man.
Who got into that and said, the bar is very high for closing schools. It's the last thing that they want to do. They will still be offering meal service, but it's just not safe in terms of the air quality, and then of course the destruction, the damage that we're seeing behind us here and at the other elementary school here in the Pacific Palisades, Marquez, and also at Pali Charter High. A little bit of good news there that we learned tonight. It wasn't as bad as we initially thought. It sounds like 70%.
And then they were blasting the fucking woke DEI fucking press conference yesterday. They're like, this is what's wrong with LA. You got all these idiots up there that are totally fucking clueless as to what the fuck is going the fuck on.
I believe at 4 o'clock tomorrow to see what the plan is going to be for the next day.
I mean, totally clueless,
incredible.
Man.
Everywhere you look here in the Pacific Palisades, it's just destroyed. It's remarkable, Alex.
It is horrible, Chelsea. But, as we look at the fire, we have a shot from Skyfox of the fire burning as well.
I'm telling you, man.
At this point, is it essentially burning in
it's
more
like,
remote
yeah, you can tell they're all a bunch of DEI woke motherfuckers.
Sort of
they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just up there reading off the fucking statements, man.
Burned, not really what
we just go, let's,
It's hard to tell. So from our vantage point, we can actually see spot fires up in the hillsides around here, but it's hard to tell how far away we are and what those are, whether those include structures or whether that's just vegetation up in the hillsides. We're very far away, but it is pitch black, which gives you that vantage point of being able to see where those fires are. Our impression was that when we were driving along Sunset Boulevard to get to this location and driving throughout the Pacific Palisades, that really the bulk of this fire, or at least the fire in this community of the Pacific Palisades, what is burned has already burned, and it doesn't appear that there's a whole lot more that is igniting. However, I mean, those winds that we saw earlier, which have since died down, by the way, but the winds that we saw a couple of hours ago, those were carrying embers far. I mean, those were very powerful winds. So there's, of course, the chance that, one of those embers from the church or from any number of the buildings that are burning in this area could have carried to another one and started a new fire. We don't have those reports of that yet. There's very limited communication out here. But it does seem like the bulk of the fire that has moved through and destroyed these communities here in the Pacific Palisades has done the damage that it's going to do.
I'm struck by how little wind we see around you. I've been looking at your hair as sort of a marking point to get a sense of the wind, and it seems like for the first time since we've started the coverage with you, which of course started yesterday, or I don't even know what day it is. It's like one of the first times where we've seen where it's basically still.
But, like I said, this is what happens when you have a bunch of woke-ass motherfuckers running the fucking state.
We've also been all over, mostly this fire, PCH,
Malibu, we were in
last night. We've been in different parts of Sunset Boulevard throughout yesterday, last night, and today. And the wind has been extraordinary. Every single location that we've been to at every single point of the day. This is the first time, I think, that we're not experiencing
all
any
the people in power just want to put more money in their fucking pockets. They want to keep the general public fucking oppressed.
We haven't seen that yet.
They want to keep you under
normally
their
the
thumb
smoke and the embers have been flying, in one direction or another.
Anything you try to do in LA is a bunch of bullshit.
That's certainly good news. Hopefully,
this will stay the case. We'll
see a lot more of this.
Fucking waits.
But this is the first we've seen so far of smoke just kind of billowing upwards.
They don't care whether they wait on you or whatever.
Yeah, which is remarkable because we started our coverage
DMV,
on Tuesday at
10:30
in the morning.
Hey, Chuck
Guy! It's now Thursday at 12:20 in the morning, and it's the first time that we have seen that since.
Yeah, and
Chelsea, thank you for the excellent reporting. You and I believe it was Elliot Mendoza again.
Was going through the fucking rooftop side, and this is in 2005.
For all this coverage, thank you to Elliot
and it was out of fucking control, man.
Have some good news. That seems
I mean, you're talking a one-bedroom, unfurnished apartment in the crappy part of fucking town.
So that is the
right?
good news. That
For
$2,400
fucking dollars a month.
Area.
Unfurnished, without utilities.
Franklin Avenue, which is between Camino,
then you got
Palmero,
electric,
and Sierra
gas,
Bonita,
and
that
water,
is still closed
right? And
until
you got your
Thursday
fucking
morning.
internet,
Fire crews
right?
still
That you
working
gotta have.
to prevent flare-ups. Residents
You know,
are
and
trying
then
home
renters
to stay
insurance and
cautious
then car
as
insurance.
firefighters continue operations in nearby
I mean, to
neighborhoods.
to open up an account for electricity for the Department of Water and Power, most of them make you put a $500 fucking deposit down.
A lot of the heart of Hollywood,
because they're worried about people skipping out on their fucking bills.
Are over, and people
so
in
they
the
make people put a
Hollywood
deposit so they know they're
breathe
going to get
a
their
lot
fucking money
easier tonight. Not a great scene, though.
So you're
in
talking
Altadena.
the average,
so
much of 21
that community has
to
burned
30-year-old or 35-year-old is paying out about $4,000 fucking dollars a month for a one-bedroom apartment in LA.
Yeah,
to live in LA.
Everywhere.
Why?
We've been today in
What the
Altadena.
fuck
We've
is
just
so
seen whole
fucking good about
streets
LA
have been
that you would
leveled
waste
where
that?
there are no
You know how
longer
much?
any walls
You know what
inside
type of
just
house you can get in most parts of the
fireplaces,
United
chimneys,
States
that's all that's standing.
for
And sadly, for the
$4,000 a
second night in
month?
row, I'm in front of a school
Folks, we're talking
that
mansions,
has been
man.
burned. Yesterday, I was in
You
front
can
of
come here to
Kelsey's
Maine and buy a
Charter
big ass
Elementary.
fucking house
Today,
here
I'm
and
in
only have
front
house
of
payments of fucking $300 or $400 a
Arts
month.
Magnet School. This is a middle
For a house.
school, and it is 2 stories. And right now there is
Yeah, exactly,
no roof
Shockside.
and no
Or they want to be
floor separating
actors.
the 2 stories.
You know, I
in
mean,
the-
I lived there for
in this
54
building
years, right?
here.
Right
You
in
can
Santa
also see
Monica.
here
You know, and you go to the
where
restaurants, you go to
garden
places,
that the students have
and yes,
planted
you know,
has
waiter,
also
waitresses, oh, you know, what do you do?
burned. And
Oh,
this
well, I'm
school
an
was built
actor.
in the 1930s
You know, or I'm a
and 1931.
screenwriter.
And what is still standing,
You know,
if
I'm
we
just
pan
doing
this way,
this
I can
until I
show
get a
you,
gig in
is
Hollywood.
the iconic
I mean,
tower.
everybody comes
It
to
is very
fucking LA to be an
recognizable,
actor.
and
They all want to
according
get
the Altadena
discovered.
Historical
And the only thing they
Society,
discover is
when this was
that
built,
unless they're
students had
willing
the
to fucking
option of
spread
either
their
getting a
fucking
pool
legs,
or a
right, or
tower,
suck
and
somebody's
they
fucking
voted
cock, they ain't
for
going
the
nowhere.
tower. So that is
That's
still
the reality
standing.
of Hollywood, folks.
And if we pan this way, I can show you
I don't give a
that
fuck how
more
big those
firefighting
stars are you
resources
think they
have
are
come
and
in.
how
We
they
did
got
see
to where
that
they
on
are
the
because
other
they're
side of
talented.
the school,
Bull
there's a
fucking
building there
shit.
that
Hollywood is built
our
on
vantage
sex.
point,
Hollywood
didn't
is
look
built
like it
on
had burned, and they
favors,
were
man.
defending that. Now they're in the front of the
Epstein
school. This-
didn't have
that
all
is
those
Lake
women.
Avenue right
You
there,
can't tell me
and this
Demi
is
Moore.
Calaveras, but
All those women
as
didn't
we've
fuck
been driving
Epstein.
around
Sure
this
the fuck hell
neighborhood,
they
we've seen
sucked his
home
fucking
after
cock.
home
Bigger than fucking
destroyed.
shit, man.
Even
That shit's been going on since
homes
fucking
on
Shirley
the neighboring
Temple
streets
was
or
a
even
little
across
fucking
the street
girl.
from this
Her
school.
mommy
So
took her in
it
there
is not a stretch to think
to have
that there are
sex
many
with the fucking
students here,
producer and
and
director
this
when she was
school,
fucking 12
according
years
to its
old.
website,
She admitted that
educates
in a
about
book.
400 middle schoolers. It is not a stretch
Judy Garland.
to believe that some of them have also lost their homes. So the school would have been the one constant, the one thing that they could count on to
I'm
be
telling you,
normal in
man,
their lives.
they
But
all
even
act
that
holier
now
than
has
thou.
been
When
taken
they were
from
fucking,
them. And
when they
you gotta
arrested
remember, too,
Epstein,
they
right?
did not have
Right?
the typical
Not
elementary school
Epstein, but
experience because of COVID. There were shutdowns
Weinhardt,
and there was
you know, the
Zoom
movie
school,
producer.
and now they're not getting the typical middle school.
Yeah, all these
experience
fucking
either.
women
So
came out of the
these
woodwork.
kids
Oh
really
yeah,
have
oh
been
he
through a
sexually
lot,
harassed
and
me.
again,
Oh my
sadly,
god. So where the
we
fuck
can-
were they for all
I
these
think it is
years? Right?
Safe to guess and heartbreaking.
That's what's so amazing. All
that
these
many
fucking
of them
actors
also
like, oh
lost
god,
their
he
home.
did
I'll
this
send
to
it
me
back to you.
22 years ago, 25 years ago.
you think
So why
about
25 years ago didn't they file fucking rape charges?
Mental health crisis.
Why did they file
that-
sexual assault charges
so
25
many,
years
not
ago?
just Kids.
What, the
But you think
LAPD
of all the people
wasn't
that are
accepting
impacted
charges
by
in the
this,
1980s?
and everything that you connect with your home. I mean, this is so
You know,
much.
if you had to
that
suck
we're all gonna have
Weinstein's
deal
fucking
with
cock to
in
get a
the
fucking
months
movie
and
part.
years ahead.
Like I said,
absolutely,
it's
and for
all
children, too,
fucking
if they don't have their
bullshit, man.
home to go
Everybody
to,
knows
at
those
least they would have
motherfuckers
their
sweep
school,
their
their
way to the
friends.
top. Just like
And that
Kamala
could be
Harris did.
a source of
She went
support,
out with
but
fucking
as
Montel
we're
Williams.
witnessing here,
He
that
took
might
her
not
to
be
a
the
party,
case for them
introduced her to
when
Willie Brown, and she
reopens,
fucked her
because
way
right
all
now,
the way up to fucking
this is
Sacramento,
SMU
fucking
Unified
Willie
School
Brown, and
District,
fucking all his
the
buddies.
schools are
And
closing
Willie
because of
Brown's
these
wife
fires,
divorced
but
him
one
because
bright
he
spot,
was
I do wanna
married
show
at
you
the
this. If
time.
we pan up,
He was
you
mayor
can
of San
actually
Francisco.
see the moon. So
As I
that is a
said,
good
Kamala
sign
Harris
because
is just a
there's
fucking
less
black
smoke.
slut, man.
When
She's
we
no,
got
she's
here
no different
earlier,
than a
it was
fucking black
so
hooker
thick
standing
with
on the
smoke,
fucking
it was
on the
dark, and
corner,
it was
man.
daylight.
And everybody
So,
knows it's
looks
in
like,
politics. That's why
as
nobody wants to. What do you
fewer
think
buildings are start burning
Hillary
and
Clinton
we can
didn't
finally
back
make
her.
out the moon.
Why do you think Oprah Winfrey didn't block her? Let me see. The richest black woman in America doesn't want to back the first black woman running for president of the United States.
Thank you so much for your time.
So we have the richest black woman in America that's worth $500 million fucking dollars.
In the middle of it in Pacific Palisades a few hours
she doesn't want to hang out with Kamala Harris. She only went on the fucking that show after they paid her $2 million fucking dollars. Remember? Back in November, she agreed to fucking appear with her for $2 million fucking dollars.
Take a look.
Yeah, so where's Maxine Waters, right? Maxine Waters was, before she passed away, she was the most powerful black woman in California in the Senate. How come she wasn't backing Kamala Harris? How come Nancy Pelosi wasn't backing her? How come all these fucking other women, all these powerful women, none of them would go within 10 feet of her? Nobody gave her an endorsement. None. She was the first one to drop out of the fucking 19 candidates running for the Democratic nomination after 3 months because she was broke. She couldn't pay her staff after 30 days. Her staff was broke. They all quit because she literally dropped out. She was the first candidate. So how in the fuck did she turn around all those months later and get picked up by Biden as a running mate, as a perfect choice? Like she was sucking fucking Biden's dick.
This is what we really been seeing all over Palisades. This fire continues to spread, unfortunately destroying these homes.
Ain't getting shit from Jill. Everybody knows that.
The best they can, but really just overwhelmed right now. Unbelievable.
I'm telling you, man. This is why everybody shunned her. This is why when it came down to the fucking wire, she didn't get fucking elected. Oh my God, you know how much of that shit we got shoved down our throats, shock tide? I mean, you couldn't turn on a fucking show. You couldn't turn on the news. You couldn't do anything without them saying that she's the fucking gonna make America great. And oh my God, she's gonna be the best fucking president ever. And under her, all the fucking corporations are gonna fucking toe the line. They're gonna give away free food in the supermarkets and free fucking gas. You're not gonna have to pay for food. You're not gonna have to pay for gas. You're not gonna have to pay for medical. You're not gonna have to pay for education. They're gonna raise the taxes on all the billionaires to 75% of their fucking income and their wealth. Remember, they had a pre-wealth tax, right? They were going to come up with a pre-wealth tax. If you thought you were going to make money off of something, they were going to tax you on that before you actually made the fucking money. I was like, oh my God, man. Where the fuck did she come up with that bullshit?
Reporter happened to be on that same flight.
She lost every single blue state, bro. She lost all 7 swing states. He smoked her ass. He got 212 electoral votes to her 126. That's never been done in the history of the fucking elections in the United States, where somebody got their ass kicked that fucking bad. He beat her on the popular vote by 5.5 million popular votes. I mean, him and Biden were like 300,000 or some shit. That's how close their election was. The last one. This one is 5.5 million. And this dumb fucking Karen Bass, this is the mayor of Los Angeles, this stupid fucking cunt. She wasn't even at the news conference yesterday.
Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Yeah, she's in Ghana.
So she didn't say anything in the end, and then tried to walk away, and the guy kept asking her questions. And
yeah, she's in Guyana, the mayor of L.A. Why are all these mayor and politicians all flying to Africa?
Sky News reporter who's actually from Ireland, who was
you know why?
Flying
They're setting up fucking deals, man. They got all the little fucking little money deals going on, right? Well, I'm the mayor of Los Angeles. I can set you up for businesses and shit there and tell you it cost you a few million.
Side of the story, and she talked about some of the water tanks from Pacific Palisades.
I'm telling you, LA, that's your woke fucking DEI fucking LA mayor.
Moment when a lot of people needed them. Take a listen.
This is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane.
Why was she on a military flight?
So
why was she on a military MAC airlift? Why couldn't she take a civilian fucking plane? Why is the government picking up her fucking air tab? She's the fucking mayor of LA.
When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
Oh, so that's her big prep. I flew back here and I was in constant contact. As soon as I landed, I went to the fire area and I looked.
He criticized her for going on that trip and directed pretty harsh comments towards her leadership.
Like I said, bro, this is why I moved from LA in 2005. Because I saw the writing on the wall, man. I realized LA was turning into a fucking piece of shit fucking cesspool fucking sewer. You have nothing but these woke DEI motherfuckers running California. Crime is fucking rampant. Most LA citizens are scared to go out on the fucking streets at nighttime because crime is so fucking bad. I guarantee you're going to walk down the street and get attacked and beat up and robbed by somebody, and it's going to take 15 minutes for the fucking police to show up. At least.
Mayor Karen Bass, as she now faces
you call 911 in LA, you got to wait 10 minutes for a 911 operator. It literally tells you all our 911 operators are busy. Please stand by for the next 911 operator. And it takes 10 minutes. That was in 2005 when I called the police in Long Beach one time. Because these guys were fucking shooting each other out in front of my house and have big guns. Yeah. It took me 10 minutes just to get a 911. And then she wanted to argue with me about what to call about. Well, are they still there?
Her partner Adam Brody and a Ferris.
I was like, lady, you're just a fucking dispatcher. Oh, you keep that tone up with me, I'm going to hang up on you. I'm like, so you're a 911 operator. You're going to fucking hang up the phone on me when I got an emergency? And damn, that's exactly what she did. She hung up the phone.
Social media expressing heartfelt
stupid fucking asshole motherfucking people, man. So the dispatchers, they have that power. Oh, we don't think it's a legit 911 call. We're going to hang up on you, sir. You don't stop using profanity. So say, you know what? Fuck you, Kurt. Stupid black fucking bitch. You pull your fucking head out of your fucking ass. I said, you know what? Then I'm going to get my Glock, and I'm going to go out there and I'll fucking take care of it, motherfucker, and hang up the phone. And that 5 minutes later, the fucking Long Beach police were fucking 3 cars come racing down the street. And then I told them I'd go out there. I said, I'll go out there and shoot these black motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck.
Also encourage people to pray regardless of their beliefs.
I say, fuck you, fuck the Long Beach police, fuck LA. I said, I'm going to go protect my fucking home. So I'm not going to get shot through the fucking window because these assholes are fighting in front of my house and shooting guns in the air and all that shit.
Hosting baptism, weddings, funerals, helping countless people
reclaim their lives. You can't do that. I'm advising you against taking a gun and going outside.
In the area where she connected with
others on their
sober journeys no longer there. Despite the losses,
just like in Santa Monica when I had 2 homeless guys come in and try to rob me in my computer store at 9 o'clock at night and pulled knives on me. And I pulled out a 357 fucking King Cobra. And the one guy got shit, so he literally had piss and shit. And he ran out the door, and the other guy's like, I don't care, he's all fucking drunk, I don't care, I'm gonna fucking kill you. So he came charging at me, so I fucking whacked him upside the fucking head, man, with 3.5 pounds of fucking steel, split his fucking cheek open. He went stumbling back out the door and got on a bicycle and rode off, there's blood all over the place. I called Santa Monica police, I unloaded the gun, put it back in my desk drawer and stashed the bullets, because I don't want them showing up with me with a loaded gun. They show up, they put me in fucking handcuffs. And then for 45 minutes, they're looking around for these homeless guys so they can have them press charges against me for assault. You can't just pull a gun on people and hit them. I'm like, so the guy's coming at me with a knife, and I don't have a back door to run out of my store. Well, I'm supposed to stand there and let them stab me? Like, are you fucking crazy, dude? I said, if you were in your garage and a homeless guy came in your fucking property and your wife and kids are in your house, I said, I guarantee you would pull out your off-duty service revolver and shoot that motherfucker's dead. Right in your fucking garage, you lying ass motherfucker.
We're not so good at building housing.
Oh, it's not self-defense, Shock Tide. It is not.
We've got over 1,000
in California, you can only use the same amount of force that's used against you. That's called deadly force law.
Sure,
so me pulling a gun on somebody with a knife, I'm at fault because he's got a knife. So that means I have to get like a knife or a bat or a chair or something of equal damaging. That's how it works in California, bro. That's the law.
Before people
so somebody can't come into your house and you can't shoot them because you're going to go to jail for fucking attempted murder or murder if you kill them.
Very, very long-term thing.
This is why I moved from California.
Because what I'm starting with right here, by the way,
because they're fucking idiots. You know how many people shoot fucking burglars and robbers and then they get turned around and sued in civil fucking court and they lose their house and they lose their fucking businesses and they lose all their fucking money because they get sued in civil court by the motherfucker who they shot.
Whether you go west or north.
This is California, bro. This is why I got the fuck out of that state. I hope that motherfucker, other than the fact that OC Bodybuilder lives there, and I know a few other people in Southern California, I don't care if that motherfucker falls in the ocean, man. Who gives a fuck?
24 hours
California's useless,
we had some
man.
spots in the mountains with gusts that got up to 90 miles
Here
an
in
hour.
Maine, if somebody fucking comes in here and I shoot their ass, I sure the fuck ain't going to fucking jail.
Last night and the day before of how wild it was. So
I told people we have a no trespassing law here in Maine.
As we switch to our weather graphics to weather
you get caught trespassing on somebody's property, dude, they can shoot you, man. That's the way the law works here. That's why that sign says no trespassing. You can't read.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you
Like I
need
said,
now.
California is for all the fucking pussy, liberal, fucking woke, DEI, fucking homo, gay, trans, fucking gender, fucking bullshit motherfuckers. That's all the fucking criminals. Because it's a sanctuary state.
Now we have still.
That's what California's good for,
yes,
man.
The high wind warnings have expired, but the entire area in these two colors is currently under a wind advisory. The
you live in Idaho?
Advisory goes till 2 p.m. Friday. That's for sustained winds 20 to 30, with gusts higher up towards 50. And by the way,
yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of states, bro,
if
where
you're wondering what that means,
look at Florida. Remember last week I told you in Florida where that guy and his wife were sitting there and all of a sudden they heard a fucking window break? And the guy told his wife to get the kid and go, go in the closet, right? And he gets his gun and goes and catches these two fucking Venezuelan dudes coming through the fucking window with a crowbar. Right? So the one guy's already inside, the other guy's starting to climb through. So they're doing the crowbar. What's he do? He tries to fucking attack the fucking homeowner. That motherfucker puts 3 fucking rounds in his fucking chest. He's dead as a fucking doorknob. Then the other guy's falling back out the window, so he fires at him. And the police get him like 2 blocks away. And what does the fucking sheriff say when they interview the sheriff? He goes, that's right. He goes, that guy shot that guy and killed him. He goes, and I'll tell you right now, you come down to Florida, we don't mess around. You break into somebody's home here, you're going to get shot and killed. That's what the sheriff said. Come down to our area, break into our fucking residents' homes, and they're going to shoot and fucking kill your ass, and then we're going to pat them on the back and say, good job. This is why people don't like Florida. This is why the Democrats don't like Florida, because you have a right to shoot people in that fucking state if they come into your house. Which you should have a right to do in any state. If your life is in danger, you should have a right to defend yourself. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the number one. That's your rights. Your unalienable rights as an American citizen and somebody who lives on Earth. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nowhere in there says if some motherfucker's attacking my house and breaking in, I gotta sit there and say, oh well, let me go get a stick because you only got a knife or a crowbar. So gosh, I can't shoot you with my gun or I'll get arrested.
We'll be backing down, and not only do the wind speeds come down at the end of the day Friday, but notice
well,
the wind
actually,
direction.
that's technically up in Idaho, bro. Idaho is
an onshore push of winds
northwest,
there.
So you're up. You're not down. You're not in the southwest and southeast part of that state. Get your fucking geography straight. You can be confusing people that are watching the stream that don't know the United States.
During the day Thursday night, Friday morning.
You're like, oh, Idaho is next to Mexico? Right. Okay. Yeah, Idaho is located between Mexico and Texas. It's squeezed right in there between New Mexico and Texas. That's why it's so scheming. They can fit Idaho right in there.
A little bit. I mean, we were up here. We come down here, and then we're going to kind of come up to like between the two of those by tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. So yes.
Yeah, the good news, the wind has fucking died down for the most part, except for Malibu where the fire is. You notice, right where the fire is, they still have the highest winds in LA.
But not to the extreme level that we had going back, about 24 hours.
I know what you meant, bro.
You've been warned.
Yeah, so right where the fire is, they still have the highest fucking wind.
And this is sad news.
Oh, there's Moonshine.
Moon Shadows is gone.
Oh, Moon Shadows is gone? Oh my God, you know how many times I ate at that restaurant?
It has been destroyed by the Palisades.
Oh my God, you know how many times I ate at this restaurant?
Great spot. A lot of people love having a drink there, watching the sunset.
Oh my God, dude. I sat right at that table. I've sat at this table right here. So many fucking times it's sat at that table over there.
All these homes along this stretch south of Duke.
I bet the Gladstone's is gone too.
Firefighters continue to work here on PCH.
My God,
iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
Fuck.
I love the Rosenthal Winery too. It's such a cool place to go. That was Jeremy.
I can't believe the fucking winery is fucking burned down. Oh my God, man!
Memories of the spot there.
You know how many dates I went on and anniversary dinners with my fucking
let's
wife?
Bring into the conversation right
restaurant?
now, Josh Friday. He is California's Chief Service Officer. He's in charge of California
fucking
volunteers.
LA. You guys are the stupidest
we'll
motherfuckers.
What they do in the weeks and months ahead. He has been here.
I bet you none of those people get fired. Why? None of them will get fired. Karen Bass will still be fucking
thanks so
mayor.
much for staying up late with us or early or whatever.
I can't even believe she got elected mayor of LA. That lady has no fucking. Oh my God! I mean, talk about DEI woke 100%. That lady's not even a politician. She's some stupid fucking school teacher bullshit. Whatever, man. She knows nothing about running the fucking city of Los Angeles. Nothing about politics.
People there.
Oh my God.
A nursery, an entire nursing home full of seniors who have been evacuated and were staying there in the evening through the night and set up there. There were families. I saw a young boy who was helping distribute food who had ash on his face, and you could see families, struggling and choking from the smoke, and people with their pets.
People in California are so fucking stupid to put up with this fucking bullshit, man.
When I tell people she's
but then again, Top kind of shows you the mentality of the majority of people who live in California. You know, where their heads are at, man, a lot of these people. They're just a bunch of liberal-ass motherfuckers, man.
Didn't want to get up anymore.
She ate sometimes she didn't.
I thought she always had a low appetite.
Service Corps is something that you all work on.
The biggest fucking problem with these areas,
especially young people,
California used to be a great
serve
state,
their communities. There's a lot of people that want to volunteer
Gelson's fucking market. I shopped at that fucking supermarket. Oh my God, man! The market I shopped at is gone.
Disasters where it brings out the best of California. People do want to step up and help and volunteer, and people are asking right now what can they do. And the truth is, the most important thing that people can do now is to be safe, to sign up for alerts at ready.ca.gov, and to heed the advice of the evacuation orders from local officials. However, we also want to make sure that people are preparing for power outages, even if they're not directly impacted by the fires. They could also be impacted by the power outages. And then we're really calling on those who are safe and in a good place to check on their neighbors, especially those that are elderly, those that are high risk, making sure that people are able to evacuate.
None of this had to happen.
And they get to
help. Had the fire department had their shit together, they would have been on top of that fire and putting it out, man. But it took a fireman forever to fucking get there. By the time the firemen got there, it was fucking, that whole mountain was on fire.
Or knock on the door.
Like I said, we literally turned the stream on as soon as they reported the fire. We watched the whole thing develop.
We are going to get through this working together.
It's ridiculous. There's
so
no
what you
fucking
didn't really talk
logical
about
reason
there was a
that
lot
this
of
should
specific
happen.
volunteer
That's
projects.
what
Is basically the message at this point. We got to get through this crisis first,
and it's still going.
Doing stuff like that might
it's
even
not
get
over
in the
yet.
way. Let us get through this, and then
it's still burning this morning. I was watching live shots this morning. There's still fires all over the Palisades.
A long recovery effort where we are going to be calling on people.
I mean, you're talking about a whole fucking town. It's like Lahaina. You know, when all of Lahaina got destroyed, that type of shit. Palisades, pretty much the whole area.
Work on projects and help recover and rebuild. But this is a time now where we need people to be safe. So we're not asking for people to self-deploy at this point. You can, for those who are able to, can donate to causes that are helping those who have lost everything at philanthropyca.org. And again, like I said, we're asking people to check in on their neighbors and help those who might be most vulnerable. But this is a time where we're asking people to first and foremost be safe and heed the evacuation orders of the local officials.
I know you travel up and down the state. I know you've thought about maybe running for other offices too. Where do you see California going from here? How does our state rebuild from here? What's next for us?
Well, we're going to get through this crisis right now. That's what we're focused first and foremost on, protecting everyone and protecting as many structures as we can. But the reality is we know in California that climate change is just going to continue to make these issues more difficult. That we have an insurance crisis that we're going to have to continue to tackle and deal with. And that we have to build communities that can withstand these types of environmental conditions as our environment changes. And so I think we're confident, and the governor talked about it today about being optimistic about our how we're going to recover and our ability to rebuild. Is that we're going to do this by calling on people to come together, by working together and asking people to serve and help, and that's what's going to be coming in the weeks and months ahead.
Yeah, and insurance reform is probably something we're going to be talking a lot about in the legislature as well, because that needs some work. Josh Friday, thank you so much for your work to volunteer and to make our community better. I'm sure we'll be talking to you about those efforts in the weeks and months ahead, but we appreciate you calling in, I guess, in the middle of the night right now, and I look forward to talking to you going forward.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
Josh Friday, California's Chief Service Officer, member of Governor Newsom's cabinet. Governor Newsom remaining in Southern California tonight. He was supposed to go to Washington for President Carter's funeral, which, by the way, is tomorrow, or today, I guess. But he is going to stay here in Southern California to help with the response. President Biden was supposed to go after the Carter funeral to Italy to meet with Pope Francis. He canceled that trip. He's staying in Washington to help oversee the federal response to these fires. By the way, that Carter funeral will be airing tomorrow morning on KCOP, Channel 13, not Channel 11, because we're going to be doing the fire coverage on Channel 11. The Carter funeral is going to be on Channel 13. Coverage of that around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, our time. Amazing how little attention that has gotten this week here, because these fires are obviously such a moment of concern, a life or death moment for us. And so, where are we going next? Are we talking about the political back and forth? So we're talking about that, and there's this back and forth between Trump and Newsom. This is what Trump wrote on Truth Social. One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America is burning down to the ground. It's ashes, and Gavin Newsom, that's what he calls him, should resign. This is all his fault. Trump accusing the governor of prioritizing the Delta smelt over wildlife preservation. That's something that's long been argued against in terms of liberal policies. The governor's office denying Trump's claims, calling them pure fiction. They say the governor is focused on protecting people and ensuring firefighters have the resources. So that is going on. Meanwhile, this was going on. This is how I started my morning, which was like 55 hours ago, it feels like. President Biden, Governor Newsom were in Santa Monica. I was in there with them. They met with all the different fire leaders, Senator Padilla there as well. The president got a briefing from the crews there, including Kristen Crowley, who's the fire chief for LA. Take a listen.
I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career, so we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we have
I remember I used to be a volunteer firefighter. I used to fight fires all the time when I lived in Delaware.
From originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's
hey, morning, madman.
Firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area.
The governor says, or the president said that he's going to give the governor in California whatever we need in terms of fighting this fire. Governor Newsom expressing his gratitude that President Biden basically said yes right away to federal funding. Why does that matter? The federal government is going to basically pick up a huge part of the tab on this, and it's going to be quite a tab. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar price tag for the fighting of this fire and for rebuilding. So the federal government.
Do you think that lady's ever been out in a fucking patrol car?
Interesting to see
the fat fucking cop that's standing there that's probably out of shape. I bet that motherfucker couldn't do 10 fucking push-ups, man, that lady. That's your fucking chief of police for LAPD.
So that money will
That's
be
who they
paid for
pick.
and allocated
She
before
has no police experience,
office.
basically.
So the president
never
is
been in the military.
back in Washington tonight.
That's
he
your chief of police for LA.
At the Carter funeral.
I'm telling you, all they did was hire
Trump,
woke
President
DEI
Biden,
motherfuckers over the last 5 years in California. For
President
all these
Obama,
jobs, from
President
Karen
Clinton,
Bass, that fucking useless fucking cut for the fucking mayor of LA, to all these fucking women that are running the fucking police departments and the Department of Water and Power, and
that's expected to happen.
they're all fucking
tomorrow
clueless, but we're
Washington.
empowering ourselves. We're
Home,
women
though,
with
the
power.
Danger is the
Oh,
fire,
my fucking
and
God.
these are the schools that will be closed tomorrow.
Lordy
LA
fucking
Unified
help us, man.
closing all schools, and these schools are going to be closed for good. Palisades Charter High School is damaged but will be open eventually. Marquez Charter Elementary School was totaled, as was Palisade Elementary School.
I'm telling you, man.
Other
Fucking
school
cows.
closures
This
to tell
is
you
why
about.
people,
Glendale
I
Unified
can't,
School
even
District,
to this day, I can't believe it. People are like,
they
oh
are
my
gonna
God,
be closed.
you lived
Pasadena
in Southern
Unified gonna be closed.
California
Beverly
and you
Hills
moved?
closed as well
Why?
for the rest of the week.
Oh, I want
as
to
we
go to
get through
California
this
so
week.
bad. I wish I could move
Evacuation
there.
center set up for fire victims.
then
You can go to
you
the
don't
Westwood
fucking know shit
Recreation
in
Center
Southern
on
California,
1350
last
South
fucking
Sepulveda
place you wanna
Boulevard. We know
live.
plenty of folks are there.
Fucking
Another
crazy.
evacuation center is open
High
at the
fucking
Dream Center
prices,
in Los
high
Angeles.
fucking
That's
crime,
in Hollywood.
bumper to bumper
Pierce
fucking
College,
traffic.
Is a place for larger
You know, you can't get the
animals.
police, you can't get
you
the
can also
fire
go to the Los
department.
Angeles
You try to
Equestrian
go to
Center,
emergency
480,
room, like at the
Riverside in
hospital.
Burbank. Smaller
Most
pets,
emergency
cats and
rooms
dogs
in
would take the
LA
County
are
Animal
an 8
Shelter
to
in my
12
hometown
hour
of Agora
wait
Hills.
to be seen
That's
by a
at
doctor in an emergency room.
29525 Agora
Any
Road,
hospital in LA
where my
that you
family
go to,
once adopted a shelter pet,
8
and we
to 12
encourage
hour
you
wait
to do so
in the emergency
as well.
So apparently,
So
you better
as
not have
we,
too serious of a
approach
fucking
the
emergency.
Top of the hour now.
That's all I can tell you.
We'll soon be joined by Brooke Thomas and our Good Day LA team to start off our, I guess, AM version of
Our
this.
book club
But let's take a look
identified
at the
her
live
as
pictures
harder
if we can,
than
if Skyfox
military.
is still up, to give you a sense of what is
Yeah,
happening.
she was not
right
in the
now.
military, man.
Here is a look from Skyfox. This is over Pacific Palisades. You
These
can
are
see
fucking
the
admin
flames
people, man.
continue
These
to
are all like
light up the
admin
night
people.
sky.
None of these
Pacific
fucking people.
Palisades,
She
very
might have been in a
dark.
patrol car
A
fucking
lot of
30
power
fucking
out
years
in
ago.
the area, not a lot of lights, but you see
No,
this
all
orange
these
glow.
people work in administration, man.
You know,
and then they all get fucking booted up the fucking
is,
chain.
Not a lot of structures.
We gotta
as far
find
as
us
we
a
can
woke
tell, are
DEI
threatened
lesbian
or
people, our
burning
fucking
right
police
now.
chief, man,
The
because
bad
we got
news
so
is
many
part of the reason for
lesbians
that
in
is
fucking Los
so many
Angeles
have
and
already
gay
burned.
people.
There's
Oh
not
my
that
God, we
much
gotta
more
get
to burn.
lesbians and gay people up
Our
here.
meteorologist
Even the
Adam
guy from the
Kruger tells
fucking,
us that
that
the
other dude that got up there was
winds,
gay as a
have the
motherfucker, man.
flames pushed towards the
Well,
ocean,
hi,
and
everyone.
not towards
Hi.
the east, not towards Calabasas.
My name is Bruiser
not towards
LaRouge.
Brentwood or
I'm
Santa
the head
Monica,
of the
on
whatever the
different
fuck he was the
ends
head
this.
of. I was like,
we have
oh my
seen the
fucking
worst
god, man.
devastation in
That's,
Pacific
I mean,
Palisades and real bad devastation.
the Australian news
Malibu
was
as
eating
well.
this shit up last
So
night,
we're
man.
seeming to move
We
into
are the
different
laughing
phases,
stock
at least,
of Australia.
for right
Their
now,
news
not
people
the
down there
sort of
have
wild,
complete news
completely
shows
out of control.
just to make
We don't
fun
know what's
of all the
happening
fucking
phase,
bullshit that's going on in the
or
fucking
something
United
like we would see
States,
in
man.
a quote-unquote regular firefight.
My friend that lives in
where
fucking
firefighters
UK, lives
have
in
air
London,
resources
they
to be
just
able to
shake
get
their
things
fucking
under
heads all
control.
the time
The
at all the
winds are not
bullshit that
quite
happens
as
here.
crazy.
They can't
They have
believe
a
that
lot
people,
of
the average
here
American
deployed
puts
that
up
can
with this
get on
shit.
things. And so if we do have a fire break out, it's
I'm like,
more
well, that's because
likely
the
to
average
see
American
like what
isn't
we
in
had
charge of
in
anything.
tonight,
The average
Sunset Fire
American
in
is worried about
Hollywood,
paying
which
their
is
fucking
basically
bills and putting food
you're
on their
able to
table, and their
throw a
kids
bunch
going
of
to school and
resources
not
on it
getting
real
fucking
fast,
shot,
and
or
then
have
you
some
end
fucking
up
teacher want them to fucking change
knocking the fire
sex,
out
or all the
before
other
it starts
bullshit that
burning
average
structures
Americans
as
got to
compared to
worry
last
about.
night, where they weren't
So
able
most
to
of
do
the time we
that,
think our
and these
politicians are going to
fires
do
just
their
ran
goddamn
wild,
fucking
where
job,
there
and
was
we don't
literally
have to
nothing
fucking
they could
police
do.
them.
They didn't have air resources, and in some cases they didn't have water coming out of the hoses,
bullshit,
so they just
man.
had to watch
You
stuff
see how big
burn.
this fire is now.
So as
See, there's a new
you
fire
see,
now.
as on
There's a brand new
Skyfox,
one.
these maps are really helpful in showing you the,
Yeah, so
where
you can see
exactly
this is
this
the Eden
is,
state.
and you know, you get the sense
And
it's
then
kind of
you can see how the fire is definitely not gone out. Yeah, OC said last night, oh, the fire burned itself out, Sarge.
So as we
I said,
approach
oh, well,
the
that's
top
good,
of the
then. And we'll
hour,
just be hot
let's
spots.
reset.
Yeah, then I turned it on this
here
morning,
on Fox
and it's
11.
fucking blazing away, man.
House after house,
Oh, my God.
block after block destroyed.
Since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose, there were no firemen.
The entire neighborhood is burned down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
There's a fire and there is nothing being done.
It's terrifying.
There's no water north of Woodbury.
Well, what I don't understand is why aren't they calling out the National Guard? You know how many National Guard people in LA area? Thousands. Thousands.
I'm scared. My daughter is
So why the
scared.
fuck can't they call out the fucking National Guard to help with this shit? Direct traffic. You know, move equipment. Oh, this is fucking stupid. That should have been the first thing. And fucking Gavin Newsom was standing right there. Like 4 hours after the fire started, he was right there.
So often, if you join us
He should have said, first thing he should have said is, I'm activating the National Guard and going to have them come out here and assist the police and the fire department and blah, blah. Nope. Nope, can't activate. I mean, that's what they're there for, is state emergencies.
That are burning around Southern California in a
No, he just wanted to get up there and be on fucking TV because he's running for president in 2028.
Alex Michelson, I began my coverage at 1 o'clock.
You know, he just moved to San Francisco, bought a $9 million fucking home.
In the morning, we have
for
not
him and his
taken a
family
commercial
in San Francisco.
in several days here
So
on
he's
Fox
really
11
hurting
as
as
we
governor of
cover this
California.
crisis.
Dropped
Let's
$9
get you
million
up to
on a
speed.
fucking house.
If you're just joining us here in the middle of the night, wildfires raging across LA
Fucking
County,
bullshit,
forcing
man.
mass evacuations. At least 7 fires that we have seen in different areas, including Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, Hollywood.
Yeah, Palisades
near
fires up to
Pasadena.
15,800
Hundreds of
acres.
of residents
Definitely.
have been
Yesterday
ordered
it
to
was
leave their
only at
homes as
like
flames threaten
10,000.
at least 28
So it's increased by 6,000 acres overnight. So it's
Santa
definitely
winds
not
have been
out.
fueling
Not
all
even
of
close.
this. Thankfully, right now the winds not nearly
This
as
fucking
bad
country,
as they
man.
were.
I'm so fucking glad Trump
Power
fucking
outages
won.
Adding to the crisis.
Oh my
according to
God,
Southern
I
California Edison, look
cannot
at this map. Over
fathom
3
a
million
United
people
States of
without
America
electricity
with
in
Kamala
LA
Harris
County
as
this
president.
afternoon. Big fire broke out
Yeah, I mean,
tonight
could you
on
just imagine
Sunswept Drive.
what the
This is in
fucking
Studio
country
City.
would be like after
4-story
6
home
months
looking
of her
at
being
collapse
president?
here.
How
We
fucking
covered this
expensive
live
everything would
on
be.
our air during our 9
I
p.m.
mean, you really
hour.
think she's going to get the corporations and the food corporations and gas and all those people lower prices?
And
The minute
were
Biden
basically able
opens
to
his
contain this
fucking
to a
mouth,
few
they
homes,
raise goddamn
and it
fucking
did
heating
not
oil by
spread
almost
into the
$2 a
entire
fucking
community.
gallon.
Still don't know the
Oh,
cause
I'm
of
going to
it.
fucking get the oil
Meanwhile,
companies. I'm going
we
to tell
saw
them
a big
right now they
fire
better
tonight
lower the
in
cost of the fucking heating oil and shit. I'm not standing for this shit.
60 per acres.
Oh, yeah, so I just ordered fucking heating oil, right?
Did not
so I call back to ask her when it's going to be delivered, and the lady there, Holly, says, "Oh, man, I'm glad you ordered oil." I'm like, why?
Evacuation orders have
because it just went from $4.20 a gallon to $5.95 a fucking gallon. I'm like, what?
Meanwhile,
I just called you a fucking hour ago.
Burned more than 17,000
Yeah, then Biden got up there talking shit. 20 minutes
1,000
later, they raised heating oil prices on the East Coast by almost $2 a fucking gallon.
Containment.
Same with gasoline. He said, I'm going to make sure they fucking, going to lower the price of gasoline. And literally, it went up by $1 a fucking gallon the next day.
5 people died in that one. Still don't know how.
So I guarantee you, Kamala Harris starts talking shit. You'd be paying $20 for a fucking dozen eggs
over
at the
10,000
store
acres,
if you can
0%
refine
contained.
eggs.
We've been watching, real devastation.
Fucking goddamn fucking
the
country
worst devastation
in
in all this we've seen is in Pacific Palisades, is in Malibu on PCH.
See, so they couldn't get the National Guard to help move all those fucking people in wheelchairs and shit, right?
Silmar, this one not as
that they're pushing down the fucking street in wheelchairs. They couldn't get National Guard to come and help evacuate all these. Like I said, the governor of California is an idiot. The fucking mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, a fucking useless fucking joke. She was hanging out in Guyana. I'm hanging out with my family in Guyana.
Including elementary school. She continues.
See, they take all these trips over there so they can set up all these business deals and shit. So they can find Guyana business people to fucking get own contracts in LA.
Standing in front of Charles Elliott
Same thing Mayor Adams got busted for from New York for going to Turkey to set up all these business deals for Turkey businessmen to build fucking buildings, get fucking LA, get New York City contracts. Same thing she's doing. I'm set up all my buddies in Guyana so we can fucking fleece the people of California.
Has survived the Great Depression. It has survived earthquakes. And sadly, though, the Eaton fire did quite a bit of damage to the school. It looks like one building over is still standing, and I could see what looked like costumes in a window, so perhaps that building is intact. I couldn't see any damage, but that doesn't mean there isn't any. And firefighters were back there. They were trying to defend that building. But what really dawns on me looking at this and driving through this neighborhood today with so much devastation that it is highly likely that many of these students
I went to high school in
also
Altadena,
lost their homes because there is street after street that has been completely leveled where there are no longer any walls. In fact, the only structures that are standing are chimneys. And on Lake Avenue, we saw business after business also destroyed. We watched as the Aldi food market burned. There was also a B of A that burned. And hopefully those companies can transfer the employees to other locations.
Fucking
but there were also
crazy, man.
so many small businesses that were burned also to the ground. And in some cases, there was really nothing left. I couldn't even tell what type of business. We saw one that the only thing that was left was a sign of a tooth with a smile on it, so we can guess that was some kind of dental practice. There was another.
Oh yeah, I know where that dentist office is on fucking Lake Avenue. I know exactly
laundry,
that dentist.
And there was also several that
Wow.
looked like restaurants where we could make out an oven, but everything else around it was just burned to the ground. And so this could be a very terrible trifecta for some of these students. They might have lost their homes, their school, and their parents, possibly their livelihood. So this is not going to be easy for them to rebuild. And sadly, we're talking about middle schoolers, so 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Kids that are between the ages of 11 and 14, just depending on when they were born and when they entered school. And the one source of comfort would be their school, their friend groups, and that would be the constant, maybe reassuring to them, and that may not even be an option. So really heartbreaking scene here in Altadena. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, thank you. And in terms of what you're seeing, are you seeing any sort of active flames? Are you seeing any structures threatened at this point, or are we kind of out of the woods on that?
No, if we pan that way, there is still active flames. That's the glow that you're seeing. And if we walk this way, and just bear with me, we can pan through there. You can see the glow of flames there too. So there's still active
Where the fuck is the fire department? Why are they parked? They putting it out.
Seeing some in the neighborhood around. I'm not going to have them pan around, but I can see it from where I'm standing. There's what's left of a home, but still something there is smoldering. Something is still producing flames. What we're not seeing at this hour, however, are winds, and that can make all the difference.
All the difference, and that's certainly what we're seeing, and a very different picture from what we were seeing last night at 1 o'clock in the morning compared to tonight, where it looks pretty still
fucked
around
up
you.
Shit, man. Good morning, N7.
Thank you for the tireless reporting. Thank you to your photographer, Gino Arias, as well.
Fucking bullshit,
really appreciate
man.
it. Now we continue to look at pictures. I think this is the Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, see, that fire doesn't look like it's out to me.
And let's check in with where are we headed now. Are we going to Chelsea Edwards? Trying to figure. Okay, we're gonna keep things moving and talk about the Sunset Fire. The good news in this one, this is in Hollywood.
Yeah, they had one in Hollywood too, right on Sunset Boulevard last night. All of a sudden, the fire broke up over there, but thank God you got on top of that one here.
Until Thursday morning, fire crews are still working to prevent flare-ups. Residents are returning home and urged to stay cautious as firefighters continue to
pretty bad last night. It was in Hollywood Hills.
Now we want to show you the firefight from a little bit earlier in Pacific Palisades. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf was right in the middle of it.
Another home is on fire right now. PCH in Topanga Beach Drive. Massive flames. Firefighters trying to do their best they can to put it out. Just look at this. It is absolutely...
Yeah, this is last night after OC told me the fire was out. He said, oh, the Pacific Palisades fire burned itself out, Sarge. I'm like, okay, I guess we'll stop the stream then. And then, I ate, and then I turned the TV on, and there was fucking fires everywhere. I'm like, I don't know where OC heard that shit, because fires are fucking raging all over the fucking place. It's definitely not out. Not even close to being out.
Right now, and they're landing on the roofs of these other homes nearby. We've actually seen firefighters going down here, knocking on doors, and no one's home. They're busting in, trying to keep everything out. Might be able to see some light up there. Looks like there might be some more.
Well, ahoy there! I'm here to save you.
Thank goodness.
Up to 89% on.
We've really been seeing all over Palisades.
Fucking crazy, bros.
Continues to spread.
What's a good word, N7?
And these firefighters are
got any snow up there this morning?
But really just overwhelmed right now. Unbelievable. Just taking this all in. So right now they're trying to put water on the pole and then also on this house. It looks like they're trying to save the garage, but as these embers keep spreading, it looks like these homes nearby are also in danger tonight. Reporting Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
2 o'clock in the morning, you said you were fighting this fire at your house or trying to protect your house since last night, since the fire broke out?
Yes, since 6:30 until 2 a.m. with my garden hose. There were no firemen. There was, in the end, there was one fireman sitting on the bottom of Tanoble Drive, but they were not doing anything. Until 2 a.m. when we left, everything was burning. I was calling 911 and nothing was happening. There were no firemen. There was plenty of police, but no firemen. They let the neighborhood burn down to the bone.
You said that you decided to stay around and fight this fire or protect your home rather than evacuate. Were you nervous at that time with these flames approaching?
Yeah, it was very difficult, but
you've been up all night, huh?
Tanoble Drive that survived. My house survived.
Good man. All right, hold on, folks.
And the only way to do it is on your own, just using garden hose and spray the roof and do it yourself, because we were let down by firemen and by police.
That was Bob DeCastro reporting earlier today in Altadena. Here's some of Haley Winslow's reporting from that neighborhood.
I was told that my house burned down. I I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it out.
So you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know. But, so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help. You're about a mile down the road from here. Tell us your address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please, help.
So that was Haley Winslow there reporting earlier, and as far as we know, that guy was able to protect his house, but we hopefully can get a good follow-up with him. And after that aired, some of our viewers came forward to try to help him as well, which was a really cool thing to see. We've seen so much of Southern California coming together to help people. Let's go now to a moment from earlier and talk about the worst, the best of humanity, the worst of humanity. LA County's new district attorney, Nathan Hochman, says looters are not going to get away with it. First, he shared a video from his sister's home, or at least what used to be his sister's home in Pacific. Okay, we're not going to talk about that now.
So I'm here in Pacific Palisades at the site of what used to be my sister's home. She's lived here for a while, a long time with her family, and now this home, along with the homes in this street and this neighborhood, are just gone. I've been here for over 60 years. I've not seen devastation like this in my lifetime. I mean, you have to harken back to the 1990s when we were hit with the floods and the fires and the earthquakes and the riots to even get close to this.
That was Nathan Hochman talking earlier, and he had a message for looters when we interviewed him live during our newscast earlier as well.
So the reports of looting have been coming across both law enforcement and the DA's office. I want to send an unmistakably clear message to looters or anybody who thinks that they can prey on people who have endured these tragedies. We are going to arrest you, we are going to prosecute you, and we are going to punish you to the full extent of the law. So again, it's the tragedies that are going on right now are occupying our first responders. The firefighters have done a magnificent job in responding. Law enforcement has basically called in everybody. Detectives have been putting on uniforms. They've called in help from outside this county, and they are responding in force. But again, there will always be people who look at this as an opportunity to cheat others, to steal from others, to scam others. And I want them to understand that we will not be taking this lightly. We will go after you. We will make sure that you understand that this will not be tolerated.
We understand that there were at least 3 people arrested.
Madman, what the hell are you talking about? Fucking math. I just can't anymore. Not even with this shit. I can't. Oh, you're talking about face mask? Wearing face mask?
That goes forward.
Well, there you got to wear face mask because of the smoke, bro. You don't want to be breathing all that fucking smoke and ash and plastics and all that shit that's been fucking burning, all that carcinogenic.
George Whitesides, the newly elected congressman. Here's some of what he had to say.
So are you talking about mass in general, or what the fuck?
I think that the combined damages, Alex, will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered, and that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond, and I think that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima, where people are bringing their pets, and they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask, but to stay indoors if they can, and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seen this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa. They had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart. And we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
George Whiteside's joining us earlier tonight. Now a live picture you're looking at from Skyfox. This is the time of night or morning that we toss things. Sandra Endo and I did a toss to each other 12 hours ago. And so now this is the end of my day and the beginning of your day. But as I say good night or good morning or whatever time it is, I just wanted to give a shout out to all the firefighters who are working so hard protecting us, and to our field crews who have worked so hard as well every day. And I will see everybody later today, but now to Sandra Endo, Brooke Thomas, and the continuance of our coverage.
Thank you so much, Alex, for all your hard work as well. And we say good morning to you on this Thursday at 1:20 in the morning. Again, crews working tirelessly behind the scenes in front of the camera here at Fox 11 to bring you this continuous coverage of the multiple fires burning here in Southern California. And as Alex mentioned, a big hats off to all the first responders covering this major tragedy that is hitting the Southland.
Yeah, this is just an absolute tragedy. It's almost hard to say good morning. You wish it was actually a morning that felt like a good morning. So many people, so many more people than even yesterday. So many people waking up not sure about what's going on with their lives. And we talk all the time about the fact that, saving your lives, right? Saving your lives, saving your pets, obviously, that's most important. But I just never want to minimize the trauma that people are going through by losing their entire neighborhoods, losing their homes, figuring out how they're going to rebuild. Yesterday, there were many people who, heard the evacuation orders. They left, and then not too long after realized that what they left with is all they have. All they have is the clothes on their backs and their lives. They don't know what they're going to go back to. They just know that nothing's there. And we've been talking about the fact that there are multiple fires, 3 major fires, but that's not all. Multiple fires. And Sandra, just as I was even driving in, there are aspects of the freeway where you have warnings of, this exit is closed, this exit is closed because of fire. And these are exits that you just would have never expected to be dealing with fires right now.
Right, and dealing with all of the smoke in the air. It's a very eerie scene given the fact that we look at the moon and it's a dark orange glow when you see that moon coming into the station this morning because of all the fire and smoke in the air, and then the glow, as you were mentioning, looking at it from the freeway, a very different perspective, as we know that many communities are suffering right now in those burn areas. So we will continue our coverage, and also the weather playing a huge factor in all this, of course, because of the devastating windstorms that were anticipated to be life-threatening. It's turning out to be the case. And Samada here with the very latest on a check of the weather and what we can expect this morning and into today.
And, Samada, we just had a little bit of a meeting outside in the newsroom, and we were just talking about the fact that things may feel calm right now, but unfortunately, it's not going to stay like this.
Very true. Brooke, good morning to you. Good morning, Sandra, and to all our viewers joining us at this hour. Yes, we continue to watch those winds. And to Brooke's point, yes, this is a little break in between the winds. We've had, of course, yesterday, We had wind gusts 60 to even up to 80 miles per hour, and it was very widespread. And now we're looking at mostly, in some locations, downright very calm. And that's good news for the firefight. Firefighters do appreciate a situation like this, but it is a little deceiving going into later midday. We're expecting those winds to make a return, not as strong, but unfortunately just strong enough to continue to drive the fires that are currently in place. The embers will continue to possibly fly around, and that could create new fires. So unfortunately, red flag conditions have been now extended across all of Southern California through Friday due to the bouts of winds. We're just looking forward to at least this hint of good news while we still have it, that winds are a little bit more manageable, if you will. Areas like Orange County seeing big improvements out towards the IE, a little gusty in areas across our local mountain communities like Big Bear. We continue to remain dry, relative humidity levels a range of 8 to 12%, and unfortunately that continues to create dry vegetation, and that is what's fueling the fire, at least at this hour. So we have been talking about wind-driven fire, which we all witnessed yesterday, just creating massive destruction across the fire zone, but now the winds have backed down. It's now the fuel, and we have plentiful fuel out there for those fires to consume. Here's a look at our wind futurecast as we make our approach. Currently very light, and that does apply to areas along the corridor. The 15 yesterday was blasting with wind speeds of 60, 70 plus miles an hour. Indian Truck Trail at one point gusts up to 86 miles an hour. We actually moved some of those gusts of up to even 90 miles an hour in some spots, and even Santa Ana mountain communities finally seeing a little bit of a break as well. But we fast forward, and as I pointed out, midday, look at the highlighted areas, those wind-prone locations. The winds make a return coming out of the northeast. So these are still Santa Anas, but instead of the ferocious widespread conditions, we're slightly seeing a little improvement. But this is not the time to let your guard down. Have that evacuation plan and be at the ready. Have your go bag. The areas along the basin on the quiet side this time around will reintroduce high wind warnings and wind advisories, but rather than seeing the hurricane force conditions, it would be more isolated in some spots. So there could be a mountain area that could clock in wind speeds of 70 miles an hour rather than much of Southern California experiencing the same type of wind event. And rather than experiencing sustained winds of 30 to even 50 miles an hour, we're going to back off the sustained winds to about 20 to 40. So it's just a slight decrease. As we move into later this evening, you can see those wind-prone locations back along the 15 through some of our foothill communities and the IE and downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains. Santa Clarita Valley, the San Fernando Valley will also see winds eventually peak a little higher going into Friday morning as well. But here's more good news after we get through this little bout of the next round of winds. Friday night, we have bigger improvements, meaning the offshore winds have decreased. Then we're going to pick up a little more humidity because the wind direction is going to be changing. We're going to get more of an onshore push, and that's going to help out in terms of humidity. But then we're also going to be very careful with that because now you're going to see a reversal of winds, and that could drive the fire conditions in the opposite direction. So again, closely watching our wind concerns and wind threats. Red flag conditions, as I mentioned, have now pushed into Friday, and it continues to encompass much of Southern California outside of some pockets of our coastal regions from Orange County and into LA County. But we are still very mindful. You have to be on high alert. Continuing to the Riverside area, so San Bernardino, Riverside, Fontana area, Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, a bunch of Orange County still on high fire alert, as well as a good portion of LA County and Ventura County as well. Yesterday, I was pointing out the water vapor. There was that area of low pressure that was very well defined, and the backside of that low was driving and helping force those winds, those really strong winds going offshore, and the area of high pressure was also very well defined and amplified. Much of that has now backed off, but we're now still seeing the ridge influeing our conditions and a hint of that area of low, but it's going to slowly start to track away. We're not out of the fire danger. We still have the potential for unfortunately, if a new fire were to start, it could also become very aggressive, and extreme fire behavior is still possible once those winds come back. Power outages are still likely, and travel, especially that time frame I just pointed out, midday and into this evening, could be pretty difficult, as well as those crosswinds make a return. Much of our foothill communities through canyons and passes, we're going to keep eyes on the Grapevine, the 14th stretch of the Newhall Pass, and as well, of course, the Cajon Pass. So if you have travel plans heading in and out of the high desert communities, if you're leaving town, headed, say, towards Vegas, those wind conditions will unfortunately impact your drive. Those campers, big rigs, if you're heading over to the Coachella Valley, same situation with blowing dust and debris, especially when we're still dealing with those really strong gusts. So the big takeaway, calm winds right now, but we are expecting those winds to make a return more on the, I would say, a typical red flag instead of the extreme conditions that we saw yesterday. So we're moving in the right direction, and by this weekend, we're hoping that the calmer winds will stay in place, and that will really help our firefighting team out there. Sandra, Brooke.
All right, Samana, thank you. I think right now we have a live picture. This is in Los Feliz. There's a power outage happening, which is, you know, many people not dealing with the fires, are dealing with these power outages, and you can just kind of see, Sandra, there, the lights and blinking.
Right, as we pan down, or Skyfox readjusts the shot right here, again, overhead Los Feliz, you saw those blinking lights along the hillside, but clearly just spanning over the area right here to take a look at our perspective at this hour, 1:30, we're approaching, and yeah, a lot of communities without power at this point because of the situation dealing with fires. Obviously, the infrastructure is tapped right now, and people are trying to get a handle of the weather situation, the resources that are available out there. Many communities not even in the fire zones, feeling the impact from all of this with those power outages as well.
Right, like it's not just the wind, it's the power outages, a lot of preemptive power outages. Officials trying to do whatever they can to keep people safe, just ahead of just kind of preparing for the fire danger that we knew was coming, and that obviously we are seeing play out right now. Many people really aren't sure when they'll have power again. It's kind of in and out. It's also all over, you know, talking to people in Thousand Oaks without power, talking to people in North Hollywood without power. Obviously, many people in Hollywood, especially after, you know, earlier last night, without power.
Speaking to a friend in San Dimas who was without power for quite some time. Yesterday evening into the overnight hours, they were relying on generators to get some power up and running. And these are communities with a lot of first responders who are also responding to this all throughout the Southland, and they're dealing with their own personal issues at home as well. So many families impacted by this, obviously, because of the widespread nature of what we're dealing with the weather system, as Samada has been telling us, but with all of the flare-ups and the fires that we're experiencing all throughout the Southland.
Yeah, just another example of how much you need to be prepared to go. At any time, you need to be prepared for anything, because, you know, you hear one thing, you hear an alert, hey, this is going to happen. And again, it doesn't always come to the top of everyone's mind, especially if you haven't lived through something
early?
like this.
Thought you might be streaming. Yeah, well, I got up early too, man.
How many ways you can be affected.
I wasn't going to stream at first. I was just going to do some gaming, and then I happened to turn on the TV, and the fucking fire is still going, man. Even though OC Bodybuilders told us last night it was out. They said, "Oh yeah, Sergeant, good news. The Pacific Palisades fire is out. It burned itself out."
You know, your credit
I turned on this morning, and as you can see, it's definitely fucking burning pretty fucking good, man. It's actually, since last night, it's increased 6,000 acres. It was at 10,000 acres last night. It's at 16,000 this morning.
One of those alerts,
so that's definitely not out
right now, we want to go to this. Our Gigi Gracia, she is covering the Palisades fire. She's been covering it.
And they got 25-mile-an-hour winds. The rest of LA is calming down pretty much. But that part of
just the wealthy, it's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens.
Yeah, I was going to buy a mobile home in this mobile home park. It burned to the ground. This is one right across from Will Rogers Beach. It's gone.
What do they call the salt of the earth? I just love it.
And that mobile home park's been there since the
people who live
1920s.
there,
So we're talking 100 fucking years it survived through all the fires, all the earthquakes, all the fucking bullshit. And
obviously
gone
there are,
now.
yes, many people.
And I know a lot of people won't be able to rebuild.
Also have
They
a
won't
lot
be
of
able
money,
to,
but these are still human beings.
I don't know if they have
These are
mobile home
families, there are
insurance, how your
children.
mobile home insurance
The
works, but
impact
if
of
the people that
losing
own the
your
mobile
home
home park,
like this,
they just might want to
it
sell
just
that
can't
land now
be
because the fucking land is worth
Everybody
millions of
matters.
dollars.
was
You're
mentioning,
literally
yeah,
right
it
across the
doesn't
highway
matter
from the
how
Pacific
much
Ocean.
your home
So they could
is
sell
worth.
that to a
It is a home to
condominium,
somebody, and
you know,
he was saying
builder
that the
and,
misconception
you know, make
is
millions
that
of dollars
only
and
the
just
wealthy
leave and go
live in this
someplace
area,
else.
But for
So there's a
him
good
and
change. The whole
community there,
face
it is
of
is
Pacific
place where they call
Palisades
home,
and Malibu
and
is totally
living
going to
paycheck
change
to
along the coast.
paycheck.
All the iconic
Clearly,
homes
this
that
is
we're
going
used
to
to
be
seeing,
a really
the
hard
octopus
hit
house,
in
remember
terms
the pink
of what it does
and
to their
turquoise one that I
livelihoods
showed
and
you
their
guys?
lives. We're taking a
That
look
one
right
burned
now, though,
down.
at 133. This is the Palisades fire.
The
Continues
winery
to burn.
burned down.
Thankfully, we do have a little reprieve
Getty,
from
the
the
Getty
winds right
Museum
now, but
almost
clearly
burned.
things can change
You know,
at
the
a
Getty
moment's
Museum's
notice.
up on top of that hill
you saying
there.
that it's,
Everything around it
1:33,
burned.
it's
That was the
now
only thing they
Thursday
managed to
morning,
save
1:33.
because that's
We've
what they
been
concentrated
watching
on.
this
And that's got
community burn
millions of
since
dollars
11
worth
a.m.
of art.
Tuesday.
That's right. 10:30
You know,
it broke
from,
out on Tuesday
hundreds and
morning.
thousands
so,
of years of art, sculpture, paintings.
What an incredible couple of
So
days
that
for
was,
so many of us
that
as
almost
we've
got
been watching
destroyed.
this and the turn of events. You know, hour by hour
So,
definitely changes.
pretty
as we
frickin'
give you
bad out
updates
there,
on the
man. And it's
acreages,
still bad right now.
That have been
I mean,
burning,
it's
and also the
1:34
multiple
a.m. for
fires
them,
now that we're
and
dealing
you
with
can see the
throughout the
fires
area.
are going
But
pretty
speaking of the
frickin' strong,
Palisades
man.
fires, we take a live
They're
look right now
definitely
in the
not slowing
Palisades.
down.
Particular devastating
So,
are
I don't know
the
what the fuck they're
celebrity
gonna do,
homes
man.
we've been talking about.
I don't know why
A lot of
yesterday they didn't bring
celebrities
pictures.
living in the
Oh
community
yeah, here's
there.
all these
Page
people
6
lost their
reporting.
house. Miley
Paris
Cyrus,
Hilton,
Mark
Heidi
Hamill,
Montag, Spencer
Tom
Pratt,
Hanks, Rita
Leighton
Lee,
Meester,
Jamie Lee Curtis,
Adam Brody,
Michael Keaton,
Anna Faris,
Diane
Miles
Keaton,
Teller,
Ben Affleck,
Eugene
Steven
Levy,
Spielberg, Heidi
Anthony
and
Hopkins,
Spencer
Billy
Pratt,
Crystal, Tom
Eugene
Hanks,
Levy.
and Rita Wilson.
They've all lost their
John
homes.
Goodman. They are among the celebrities, the
They've
Hollywood
lost their
stars
homes,
who have
man.
lost
I mean, you're
their
talking
homes.
hundreds
And
of
many
celebrities
them
that
shared
lost their
emotional
homes.
messages
That
on
area
social
was so popular
So what is
for people
ClickUp?
who live
ClickUp
there.
is an
in the
all-in-one
Palisades.
productivity
I had
software
so
where
many
you can
computer
manage
customers
everything
there.
and anything related.
You know, I knew people that lived there. I
who
dated
have
people. I
lost
mean, it's like
everything. Others like Ben Affleck, Mandy Moore, Mark Hamill, they were forced to evacuate as well. Celebrities like Ricky Lake and Sandra Lee describe their homes as heaven on earth and perfection. Now all reduced to ashes.
Gone.
And if you've been following Jamie Lee Curtis on her social media, she's been posting a
Oh
lot
yeah, look at her
of the
house. There's
devastation
nothing
she's
left.
seeing. She's
Jamie Lee
speaking
Curtis,
out about
just a
these
steel
devastating
frame, man.
wildfires in the Pacific Palisades, and she
Yeah.
shared this video on social media that her family is safe, she says, but many of her friends may
Fucking
lose their
crazy,
homes,
man.
and Curtis
This is
described the
so
situation
fucking
as
crazy,
terrifying
man.
and expressed gratitude
bad.
to first responders and
So bad.
firefighters and neighbors helping one another. She urged everyone to stay safe and support one another and let first responders do their work, because this is a situation
it shouldn't have got
where
this bad, Top
obviously
Gun.
when people
The problem
were
was the fire
evacuating, we
department
saw all
wasn't
those
on it
cars
right from the very
backed up.
fucking
It
beginning,
was
man.
really
I mean, they
tough to get
totally
out of the
fucked up,
community,
man. Totally
and she's
fucked up.
saying
Because
that,
I started screaming
people
10
need to
minutes
pray,
after the fire
regardless
started.
of their beliefs, for those
So
who
we
are
watched this whole, and
impacted.
it took them a fucking hour,
Jamie
over an hour to get there.
sharing this, that a church in the Palisades where she got sober 25 years ago is now gone. She's describing it as a place of comfort, hosting baptisms, weddings, funerals, and helping countless people reclaim their lives through sobriety. She also mentioned the women's club in the area where she connected with others on their sober journeys. It's no longer there, and really she was just touring the Palisades and posting all of these pictures on her social media. It's really heartbreaking to see all the devastation, and despite all these losses though, Curtis expressed hope, saying, "We will persevere."
Yeah, look at this. A really important, well-loved Malibu landmark is gone. And this is Moon Shadows, iconic oceanfront restaurant. It's been open since 1966. We've been told it's been destroyed in the Palisades fire. And Sandra, that's not all, obviously.
Yeah, you know, it's known for its dining room that's perched over the water right there, as you're seeing. Some of the pictures that people have enjoyed staying here, dining here, enjoying the view. The restaurant had been a favorite for decades. And while representatives of Moonshadow couldn't be reached, these videos are going viral to heartfelt tributes from fans mourning the loss.
All these homes along this stretch just south of Dukes are gone. Firefighters continue to work here on PCH. Iconic restaurant Moon Shadow is gone. The Rosenthal Winery burned down. Topanga Motel has been burned down.
That was Jeremy Lee Quinn, who posted this video that has, gone viral. Employees, people who have long gone, they are sharing memories of the iconic spot. They called it a second home, a place for celebrations. One person actually said they visited weekly for years. Another talked about, recently ringing in the new year there. Many people are just kind of struggling to believe that, the loss of this cherished gathering place. Moon Shadows was more of a restaurant. It was a part of Malibu's identity, just obviously driving past it. Many people have, even if you've never gone. You've seen this building.
That's right. It's always
what I was telling everybody this morning, Top Gun Map,
okay, it's north of
Madman,
Moon
I've
Shadow,
eaten at that restaurant so many times. Anniversaries, birthdays, celebrations, dates.
That iconic landmark.
I cannot fucking believe that restaurant's gone,
go
man.
Hopefully
they'll rebuild it.
The Palisades fire. Again, we've been talking about the fact that this has been burning for almost
the fish house is there, though.
Days.
The fish house, I want to tell you guys about, that's right on PCH in Topanga, because he's been making fish tacos for all the firemen and shit. So somehow that got saved. And that means Nobu Sushi is right next door. So Nobu Sushi's there. That's like the best sushi fucking place. Even though it's only eight stools.
14,604 acres.
There, but that's a little hole in the wall, but the best sushi in LA.
Bigger than the size
expensive,
of
but really good.
That's the enormity we're talking about. That's the
so
size
thank God that they're there. But man, this is like, I don't know why the mayor of LA, all these people don't fucking resign, man. Because they're not going to resign. They all want their cushy fucking jobs or all their fucking money. But technically, they should all resign. This is all on their heads.
You get the sense of size here that we're talking about.
For sure.
There's no reason they should have got this big.
They
should have more
yesterday, where firefighters in
there. They should have, they shouldn't have ran out of fucking water.
And the fire chief here was very honest.
That's the fucking worst fucking part.
Well,
we only have $1 million tanks to service that whole area. I'm like, how many fucking years has LA been here that they can't build more water tanks?
I don't know what the problem is with the infrastructure or what had happened with the water here. If it's the same situation as the Palisades when they had run out of water because
no water,
they
man.
The resources or all the tanks had already been drained and they have to replenish those tanks.
All the millions of dollars they spend in LA on bullshit, and they can't put more fucking water reservoirs in and tanks for when they have fires. They got 3 tanks. That was it. They went to all 3 of those fucking tanks. By 3 a.m., all 3 $1 million gallon tanks were empty. And that's what services all the fire hydrants. They have them up on top of the mountain, and it's just gravity fed. But why over the years they haven't put 3 or 4 more of them in? Because it doesn't cost that much to chop off the top of the mountain, put a big fucking water storage tank. Considering what they charge those people for, you pay 10% of your house value for tax in California. So the average house in Pacific Palisades is $2.5 million. And there's 10,000 houses there. That's a shitload of fucking money the city of Pacific Palisades getting for fucking taxes that they're not putting back into the town. They even got a $40 million grant or something from the state to upgrade the infrastructure, the hydrants and the power and water and all that.
Here, just moments ago, we
just
saw that airdrop.
Who knows
about
all that
that
money,
I have seen
all that
here
fucking money
since we've been out here for a couple of hours.
Just talking about those airdrops, you even heard the excitement in Bob's voice. You may not be dealing with this personally. You may not be impacted. Your home may not be impacted personally, but I think that everybody is pulling for everybody. I saw people talking about, watching these airdrops happen live and cheering them on like they're watching a basketball game, just because everyone wants this to be over.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, I was on live and watching that happen with Bob, and the airdrop was successful, on target. Hit that house, but then it's not enough.
Right.
And they were tapped out of water with the ground crew right there. They had neighbors in the house next to them pulling buckets of water from a swimming pool to try to douse those flames. So clearly a lot of frustrated emotions out there, high emotions as well, and definitely a scary situation when you know that the first responders are dealing with a limited resource like water that they definitely need for this. So During our extensive coverage, though, we want to show you Haley Winslow talking to a man who was begging for the community to help put out the flames of his home. Take a listen to this.
I was told that my house burned down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but
that fucking lady's hair is gorgeous, man.
No fire damage.
The black reporter, look at how beautiful her hair looks, man. Holy shit, she's got gorgeous hair.
Protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn it on myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I had no water pressure.
I lived right here, Top Gun map.
Your wife were just trying to go get bottled
I lived right there, Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, and then I went to high school in Altadena. I went to John Muir High School in Altadena.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighter said that
on the Facebook page, you know, we have a alumni. Several of the people in my class have had to evacuate their houses already, so hopefully their houses aren't going to burn down. So I know a shitload of people that live in Altadena too that I went to school with. Like I said, this is like crazy because even though I live all the way across the United States, you know, I know people that are living there in the affected areas. You know, I have so many memories of, you know, going to restaurants and going to the, you know,
that's the desperation you're hearing from so many residents who are facing this tragedy. The fact that there is no water, these hydrants are tapped out. Obviously, this is a bigger discussion and debate and problem that needs to be solved. But right when we're in the thick of this and in an emergency situation, the fact that fire responders and first responders, fire crews out there are trying to tap into these hydrants and then a trickle comes out, not enough water to douse these flames. It's so frustrating for these
This guy couldn't get anybody to save his house. His house burned. The fire department told him they couldn't come out there.
Help is there, help may be on the way, but there are no resources for firefighters
how frustrating can it be when you're watching your house burn and you call the fire department and they won't come out?
The desperation, the frustration, the emotions running high, and people losing their homes and everything they have inside. It is just so heartbreaking to hear. And this message, of course, was received by hundreds of people who watched this. A lot of people around the world sending this man and this area water and supplies. Listen to this.
And thanks to you guys in the public, all over the country, this guy was out of water, of course. He and his wife going to the store to get bottled water to throw on their house. He lost his uncle's house, his mother's house. There was fire literally all around his house, and he was desperate for somebody to come help him. The community stepped up, and he right now has a home still tonight because of you. So here's what he had to say earlier.
I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
So again, I mean, I know that, you know, LAFD was asking only firefighters yesterday that are, you know, with the force but maybe off duty to help. But maybe if there's somebody out there who's got firefighter experience and they're trying to see what they can do, anything you can do to help guys like Chris Anderson who are just begging. They're out of water and there's nothing else that they can do. I know he could really use the help.
And speaking of resources and manpower,
people did step up and help. Literally all over the country, people were dropping off, giving them tips and then coming to his house and dropping off cases of water. And with everybody's help, they were able to save his house. Of course, there's still fire all around it, so he's hoping that it stays that way. Poor guy, I mean, he was literally crying, just desperate. So thank you to everybody out there.
Holy shit, they brought cases of water and they used that to put the fucking house out. That's pretty fucking insane. Oh my God, look at this apartment building. It's done.
Water on a raging fire, but somehow, as Haley mentioned, his house is standing and is okay, and it was unaffected by the fire. But speaking of resources and all hands on deck,
but it goes to show you how fucked up California is.
Firefighter or
that state has got their heads shoved up their fucking asses so fucking far because all they wanted to do is turn it into a sanctuary state so they can have all the criminals come there and stay there.
the many surrounding areas.
You know, they have to hire every woke DEI motherfucking person to run every fucking state agency, and this is the result of it. You have a fucking natural, a natural disaster calamity, and everything falls apart. The fucking mayor's in fucking Guyana.
Able to refill the water supply. Also, an engineering professor.
Oh, I better fly back there, and then she comes back and has some bullshit excuses.
Like the one that we're in. Oftentimes, massive wildfires.
And then yesterday was the same bullshit. That guy started out, the fire chief, he started out saying how that home water systems and restaurants and motels are on a separate water system than the commercial gray water that industries and fire hydrants use, right? They're two separate systems, totally. Then, not fucking 10 minutes later, he turns around and says, well, we want everybody to close up their houses and turn off their water because we need the water for the fire hydrants.
Negligence may
I'm like, you just got done saying it's two separate systems. And then a few minutes later, they go, well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to use the water from, the residents and shit, and then pump that into the fucking lines that feed the fire hydrants, so we can use that water now.
It's the sheer desperation.
I was like, oh my God, you guys are just so fucked up, man. You got your heads up your fucking ass and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And why can't they call in the National Guard? They still haven't called in the National Guard. It's been 3 fucking days. This is what the California National Guard is there for. Army, Air Force, Marines, Navy, for fucking emergencies in the state of California. So the governor hasn't even fucking called them up. They can be out there directing traffic. They can have food kitchens set up to feed people, triage first aid stations, right? They got helicopters. I was in the air cab at Los Alamitos. They can fly supplies back and forth with helicopters. They can swing in. I mean, my God, man. But no, they're all up there with their stupid little fucking press conferences and shit. Oh, we're on top of the situation. We're aware of everything. And we're trying to do everything for you, They ain't doing shit. They got their heads shoved up their fucking asses. All they give a fuck about is their job, not losing their job. That's all they fucking care about, is not losing their job. That's the number one concern on their mind.
Eyes on Eaton Fire and the Hearst Fire.
Well, we're all going to work together, and we're all behind this 100%, and everybody's putting forth all the effort. It's all bullshit.
And our aerial apparatus.
Again, they're not calling in the National Guard, which is the first thing that the governor should have done when he was standing there 4 hours after the fire started, and he's doing his news conference in Pacific Palisades. He should have said, I'm going to activate the National Guard. They'll be here in a few hours. We're going to start having them shovel food, water. They got fucking water tanker trucks. They can move fucking water back and forth. I was in the National Guard for fucking 15 fucking years in L.A. I know how it works. The Army and the Air Force. They got literally over 200,000 fucking people in the Guard in L.A. Almost 250,000 fucking soldiers right there in L.A. They can activate and get out there fighting fires, moving. Nope. 3 days later, still no National Guard.
80 miles an hour, those hurricane force conditions, we could be looking at gusts, again, still in the danger zone, about 60 miles per hour. A high wind watch will be reissued.
Oh yeah, TT. All the fucking Chinese own all those fucking houses that all the movie stars own in fucking Pacific Palisades since the 1920s. Yeah, the Chinese came here in the fucking 1800s and bought up all the fucking land and then sold it to all these white people to build houses. Dude, that is the most asinine, stupid motherfucking thing I've ever heard anybody say on my fucking channel. Are you on fucking crack, dude? Conspiracy. The Chinese are burning down off the mass lands they own. Dude, this is happening in the fucking city, TT. What part of this is not out in farming land? Fucking Chinese own farmland, dude. I swear to fucking God, man. If I have one more idiot motherfucker come on my fucking stream and talk fucking bullshit, like the idiot yesterday. Oh, it's a Sierra Club. It's a fucking, it was an electric EV vehicle that started it. It's the little.
We unfortunately are still
the Chinese are not behind the fires fires in LA, bro. It's a fucking urban area. They don't own any. They don't own all those fucking houses. What are you smoking, TT? Are you smoking fucking some good crack, or you're not smoking pot talking like that? Why would you even say something like that, dude, on my fucking channel? I'm gonna delete that fucking comment. Either you delete it, or I'm gonna fucking delete it.
And that's bone dry.
The fuck, man? Oh yeah, the Chinese are behind setting the fires in LA. Yep, it's a total Chinese conspiracy, bro. Next thing you know, they're gonna take all the black people and gonna send you all back to Africa. Did you know that? Yeah, the Chinese are gonna round up every African America in America, and they're gonna send you all guys all back to fucking Africa because they own all that fucking land in Africa. And that's it. They're gonna have big concentration camps. They're gonna round up all the fucking black people in America, and they're gonna send you guys to Africa. So pack up Jacks and fucking Daisy, dude, because the Chinese government's coming to get you, man.
Just due to the slightly higher humidity levels. We have been very dry. Speaking of bone dry conditions,
you're so fucking.
Since the beginning of the water year, just trace amounts
you're
of rain
so silly,
for October.
TT.
14 100ths of inches of rain.
It's not like Hawaii either. Oh my God, TT. The reason the fire started in Lahaina is because they used to grow sugar cane, right? Then all the fucking people that moved from the fucking mainland back in the 70s and 80s and 90s started complaining that the air quality was so fucking bad, right, that they couldn't breathe. So little by little, they put all the fucking sugar cane producers out of business. So this is why on Maui, they don't grow sugar cane like they used to, because you have to burn the sugar cane to harvest it. This is how it's done. They burn it, and then they harvest the stalks, right, after they burn all. So what happened, because they're not growing all that sugar cane, the elephant grass started growing. And elephant grass gets like 4 or 5 feet high, right? So now you have hundreds and hundreds of acres that used to be sugar cane, TT, that's now grass, right? So that's what caught on fire, was that elephant grass, right? From all these farmers that own, all those land is owned by Hawaiians too. You can only buy land in Hawaii if you're Hawaiian. Chinese people can't buy land in Hawaii. Chinese people, all those corporations, they can buy hotels, but the land the hotel is on is owned by Hawaiians. Just to let you know, you cannot buy land in Hawaii unless you're Hawaiian. I went there to try to buy a house. You can lease it for 99 years.
Much of the basin, also on the calm side.
But nobody in the world, unless you're a native Hawaiian, can buy land in Hawaii and own land in Hawaii, period. It's all owned by the Hawaiians, 100%.
Keep us on the dry side. No rain.
Yeah, TT, this is what... If you talk to OC, when OC's here later today, he'll tell you, because remember, he was in Lahaina planning his wedding. Remember that? When all this broke out and the wedding planner said, oh, you better go back to your hotel, right? And they were staying north of Lahaina, right? And it's called La Jolla or something like that. It's another resort town about 10 minutes up the highway. So when they started to drive north, that's where the fire started. So when they got there, the fire department and the police wouldn't let them go. They told them, no, you got to go south because the fire is here, right? So when they turned around, the fire surrounded them. Like on the left, behind them, and in the front, they were surrounded by 20-foot, 30-foot wall of flames. So OC saw a little fucking dirt road off to the right. It's like a farmer's dirt road that skirts the fields there. So he turned into that real quick and literally said they were hauling ass and the fire was all the way around them. Like, it was like almost catching up to them. So had he not made that little turn, they would be dead. He wouldn't be here today. Him and his fiance would have burned up in their car right on the road like all the other people that died. Because there's a shitload of people that died on the road.
Temperatures more
got trapped in their cars and shit.
Going into tonight.
So he was so lucky, but it's all the elephant grass, bro. That's because literally they stopped growing sugar cane. So all those farmers, see, they didn't want to sell the land off. See, this is what, this is why, you know, like people thought, oh, they're not going to grow sugar cane, right? And then they're going to sell all that land off and put condos. Nope, that they did the opposite. there's moratoriums on building there too, right? You can only build so much. So this is why all that land just sat idle for 20 fucking years. And of course they didn't chop the fucking grass down because why should they? Right? They're not growing sugarcane and they don't give a fuck. So this is why the whole fucking area got fucking overwhelmed. You go all across Maui, it's like that everywhere. Just these huge fields of fucking that elephant grass, man, everywhere.
County Sheriff Robert Luna announced deputies
of course, after that fire, then they wanted to go and start cutting the grass back and all that for, preventive maintenance measures. Look at this lady's hair. This fucking lady's got the fucking gorgeous fucking hair, man. Holy shit. Yeah, this is from yesterday.
From our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught. You're going to be arrested and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas.
Talking about the fucking looting
yesterday. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
All right, so stern warning right there.
And, it's really sad. I was actually thinking about this
yesterday. DJ Perico. Look at this guy got these big fucking earrings on, man.
This. And some
another woke person up there, DEI, doing the fucking
family heirlooms, really important things that they can save.
The sign,
just while trying to, put out fires.
Oh, man, look at that big mansion.
Oh, my goodness, I hope no one steals those things.
Yeah.
And it's just sad that even comes to mind. But obviously, it's warranted.
I'm telling you, man, this is like, this just shows you how fucked up the politics are in California, man.
You will be prosecuted
from
to
the city to the county to the state.
Anybody who
I mean, literally, the governor was there 4 hours after the fire started.
That's right.
The first thing out of his mouth should have been, I'm activating the National Guard to help out.
Here are some apps that you can use to keep
because again, we got activated for shit before during the earthquake, during the riots, when we had the fucking riots and shit, we got activated.
So first, go to the Fox Local.
We had to go to Long Beach to fucking guard the DMV. When we got there, it was already burned to the fucking ground already.
From officials to live pictures of the fires as well. And next is the Watch Duty
That was after the, I can't remember what fucking trial or whatever they fucking had. It wasn't Rodney King. It might have been Rodney King.
In the vicinity. It gives you updates on the fires
back in like 92, 93. That might have been Rodney King.
Notices and evacuation
we had all the riots in LA.
To evacuate. Another resource app you can use is the Genesis app.
So we got activated like immediately. Like, so why the fuck the governor's not activating the National Guard? I have no idea, because that's exactly what they're there for. And they got trucks, they got tankers, they got helicopters.
And just take a look at the force from all of that wind. This massive tree falling down. Looks like on top of this car. Look at that, even bending the tire on the car. All of that crashing down. Also, we've been talking about these winds, those 30, 40 mile per hour winds.
Yeah, a big banyan tree or something came down yesterday.
You can see the homes out here destroyed, even some still on fire. I think back actually to yesterday.
I mean, look, this is this morning, 3 days, and the houses are still burning. 3 days later, and houses are still burning. 3 days later. You realize it's Wednesday. This started Monday at 10:30 Monday morning. And this is live.
It's hard to look at.
Well, this is live yesterday. This is not today. This is just because it's fucking 2 o'clock in the morning there. But this is yesterday, and shit was still fucking burning, man. And no firemen. There's no firemen anywhere around at all, man. None. No firemen, not one. They talked to people, they said block after block burned with no firemen in sight. None. Not one fireman.
6:30 until 2 a.m.
Yeah, this guy right here.
There were no firemen.
The entire neighborhood is burnt down, begging anyone to help put out this fire.
This is insane. This is probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm telling you, man, there's no logical reason that this should have happened. They should have called fire departments from all over LA to respond, which they didn't. They didn't call fire departments from Ventura County, from Orange County, from San Bernardino County. They could have called them from all these areas to go there and help. They didn't. Nope.
I'm scared. My daughter is scared.
We had to evacuate. There's a fire nearby.
I said, this is fucking. There's no excuse other than you got a bunch of incompetent motherfucking people running your government, man. So maybe the people in California will wake up and they'll get rid of all these fucking idiots, and the people in LA will kick Karen Bass out and all these. But I doubt it very seriously because they're all making excuses. They had a press conference for an hour and a half yesterday.
Right now,
that would have taken 15 minutes to cover everything, but we had 18 people, and all 18 of them had to get up there and fucking talk. 6 across, 3 rows fucking deep, and we had to listen to all their bullshit for an hour and a half.
Has been requested, a third night flying helicopter.
And you could tell none of them had been out to the fire line at all. None of them do shit but sit around in a fucking office.
Despite the stillness of the night,
like fucking tits on a fucking bowl, man.
In terms of the wind gusts,
fucking useless motherfucking people,
so
man.
It helps with the aerial
useless,
attacks the assessments that
man.
are going on with the work that they're doing from the sky. So certainly, hopefully,
dumb,
getting some progress being made on that as the winds die down a little bit at this point.
There's an evacuation center.
I wonder what this lady does for her hair, man. What type of hair product she uses.
You can go to the Westwood Recreation Center, all evacuees. It's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
No frizzies.
There's another evacuation center I want to let you know about. That's open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. There are also 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. You can go to Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank. Any smaller pets like cats and dogs.
Oh, and then Biden was there, right? They show Biden. He's like shows him wandering around looking at a fucking TV
and all of
screen.
this extreme fire danger, of course,
I'm like, why are they even showing that motherfucker anything? He's not even fucking president anymore, man. Basically, at this point.
Including Palisades Charter High School.
Fuck Biden,
the
man.
63-year-old school was featured in the movie Grease.
Why the fuck are they even?
LA Unified officials say Marquez Charter Elementary.
Yeah, why are they even bothering?
Other school closures.
Well, his plane got stuck in LA just for some reason he couldn't take off.
Closed. District schools there. Childcare operations and district offices will also be closed for the rest of the week due to the Eaton fire. Arcadia schools will be closed today, and Pasadena Unified also closed for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and on that note, we're talking about so much of what people are dealing with and how much harm is being caused by these wildfires. There is help out there right now, and I just want to go through a couple of things, immediate help, especially thinking about the fact that schools are closed. When you're dealing with not knowing if your home is there. We talked about people who right now only have the clothes on their backs, and then all of a sudden, they've got 4 little kids at home, and there's adults need a little bit of space to try and take care of some important things. And I actually saw, I was at this little kitchen academy in Century City. They're offering free classes,
no rings
and it may
on
seem, simple.
You're
not thinking about a cooking class, but really, the purpose of this is giving parents some hours where their kids are safe in a safe environment, so that they can take care of adult things and not have to worry about their children. They're actually doing that today at 4 p.m., tomorrow at 9 a.m., and January 11th at 12:30 p.m. You can sign up for those classes online, and again, those are free. Uber and Lyft offering free rides. Airbnb.org also providing free housing for people out there right now. Planet Fitness locations. I saw that. I thought it was really interesting. Right now, you do not have to be a member, but if you need to go in, you need to take a shower, you need to rest, you want to be inside. They're all around us.
Right.
Anyone that's not being directly affected by the fire, any location,
their hair
you can
is gorgeous
go in
too,
and
man.
just kind of get yourself cleaned up. They even have massage chairs for people.
I'm very impressed with her hair.
You can power up.
I like women who like to take care of their hair. Like that's what I like about Kamala Harris. Oh my God! Every time you saw her, her hair was all fucked up, man. I'm like, Jesus Christ, she doesn't have a fucking assistant carries a fucking hairbrush. Just here, let's brush your hair real quick before the fucking news people talk to you. Yeah, she was there the other day giving some news thing, and her fucking hair was like, looked like she was taking a nap. And she just woke up on the nap, and her hair was all shoved up on the side of her head.
Brooke, good morning.
I was like, fuck, man, you're the vice president of the United States. Can you fucking dress and look a little bit better?
Ferocious winds just 24
wearing
hours
those
ago.
frumpy fucking pantsuits, but her hair used to be so fucking bad, and no makeup.
Extreme wind conditions. We had the
I don't know how to fuck your husband. I said, no wonder your husband's fucking in nannies, man.
That has lifted, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. We're still going to be getting those winds. We're going to take
some
advantage of this break
personal
while
pride
we
in
had
your
it.
fucking
Winds
look,
are expected
man.
to make another return, not as strong, but unfortunately, it's just strong enough to potentially continue to have that fire spread, especially through the Palisades fire.
Now,
so
can you
continue
tell
to
that
watch
this
the winds, and we have to be on our toes.
woman
And here's a look
is
at
Chinese?
the relaxed, more manageable conditions, and that's
Because
what is
I told
our aerial
illegal,
assets to be
I took
up
a
in the air to
screenshot and
help
sent it to
continue to
illegal.
fight
I said, oh,
these
look at the
local
Chinese
fires that
weather
are very
lady
active,
that's on
not just for
Fox.
Pacific
And
Palisades,
she's like,
but also the Eaton
are you
Canyon
sure she's
fire, the
Chinese?
Hearst fire, and all the other active fires that are
illegal
working right
Chinese,
now.
right?
Current
She's born in
winds,
Hong Kong.
0, which translates
know
to
her dad's
calm conditions, 3 to
British.
5 mile an hour winds from Camarillo to Oxnard.
She goes, honestly,
and look
she goes,
at
she does
this
not
from
look
Arizona,
Chinese
Santa
to me.
Clarita,
I said, well, that's because
out
she's a
towards much of
fucking
our valley
LA Western
communities.
Chinese.
Nice
She's got
to
the
see
fucking blonde
that we're
hair
looking at
going on
light
and the
winds
heavy
all the way
makeup.
down
And
the Santa Monica mountain ranges.
But it was so funny because she
Speaking
didn't
of
think
Santa
the lady was
Monica, we've got
Chinese.
5 mile an hour winds there. Much of the basin also reflecting very calm offshore conditions, and out towards the IE as well. And Orange County also getting a little bit of a break. But as I mentioned, we've got winds expected to make a return today. We have wind advisories that will be reissued. We've got numbers instead of the 20 to even 40 mile an hour sustained. We're going to be looking forward to, at least for the wind advisory zones, at least at this hour, 25 to perhaps 30 to 35. And gusts, instead of up to 80 miles an hour, we're going to dial it back to 60, which is still very strong. And unfortunately, that could have enough gusts behind it to create the current fires to spread. But right now, as I mentioned, we're just going to focus on the good side. This is just what's coming our direction, and the wind alerts will stay in place all the way through Friday. So keep that in mind as well. Red flag conditions due to the gusty winds. We are still very bone dry. Relative humidity levels right around 8 to even 12%. And unfortunately, when you still have wind conditions that will come back, coupled with the dryness and a lot of dry vegetations, it unfortunately makes the perfect ingredients for new fires to potentially rapidly grow as well. And the red flag conditions, instead of expiring yesterday evening, we are now extending it to Friday. So we've got another day or so of this critical fire weather. And that it pertains to Ventura County, LA County, the Inland Empire communities, and out towards, yes, Orange County as well. And also a reminder, since we have this map up, if you're driving trailers, big rigs, campers, you want to continue to be extra cautious on the roadways, especially through our 5 corridor, through the Grapevine, out towards through the Cajon Pass, and even into the Coachella Valley along the San Gorgonio Pass. Take a look at our wind future cast, as I mentioned. Calm right now, and it's expected to bump up again. We have got to be on our toes still, but we'll take the break where we can get it. Right, Sandra Brooke?
We sure will. Thank you, Samada. Let's go to our own Gigi Graciette, who obviously covered this fire, this Palisades fire, for hours and hours yesterday. She's actually already 2:08 this morning on her way back to the same location this morning. Gigi, we have you on the phone here, right?
Yes, good morning, Brooke. Good morning, everyone. We are on our way, and to sort of speak to what Samada said, we've made our way through the Santa Clarita Valley, through the San Fernando Valley, and as we move into the west side, we are seeing and feeling no wind whatsoever. A much different scenario than what we saw yesterday, Brooke.
Gigi, can you talk to me a little bit about, what you're seeing on your way? How close are you right now?
KTLA 5.
We're on our way. We're on the 405, so we're making our way to the fire right now, but I can tell you what we saw yesterday, and that was complete destruction, devastation. You had a fire official on yesterday from LA City Fire, I believe, that described it very apropos, which was catastrophic damage. I mean, we're talking about the center of the city, what we consider, the city square, sort of, our supermarkets. Brooke,
they're not even paying attention to fucking Jimmy Carter.
All of
lying in
that
states
burning,
right now.
all of that, Gelson burned to the ground. Ralph's Supermarket burned to the ground. We're talking about Corpus Christi Church, which, if it wasn't entirely burnt, sustained heavy damage. We spoke to the Archdiocese yesterday, and they were trying to get someone in there to confirm that the fire had
to really race up the hill, heavy smoke, heavy flames, and all of those different things. So things are looking better tonight. It's unfortunate that and sad and terrible how much damage was caused in the interim, but things are starting to look better. And Heidi, if we can come back to my computer here, because I want to show you this particular situation where this fire started to burn very close to the radio towers. I just caught this as I was going through it, and you can see it bounce on here. I'll play it
Wilson
back a little
right
bit more
there.
for you because there's so much critical equipment up there, and its fires just really are able to chew through there. And especially when it gets into the mountains, Leslie, there's a lot taller trees, right? There's a lot more to burn at a lot higher rate. When we were looking at the fire at Runyon Canyon today, we were looking at it, and it was chewing through all of the very low-lying brush, and it's scary, and it moves fast, and it does all of those things. But when you talk about this, the vegetation that it has when it gets into the mountains, and when it's got these really towering, tall pine trees and different kinds of vegetation to get through, that is a much harder fire to burn and or to put out rather. And unfortunately, that is what we are looking at right now with the fires that have moved, both the Palisades fire that has moved up into the Santa Monica Mountain Range and the Eaton fire that has moved into the Angeles National Forest. Leslie, while we talk about the Angeles National Forest, I want to point out that the Angeles National Forest is closed. The entire thing. We just got an alert from the U.S. Forest Service earlier tonight, or this morning, I guess.
They're not going to let anybody
letting us
go
know
up there.
the whole
crazy.
Angeles Forest is closed. The idea of that is obviously to keep people out of it, to protect it from catching fire. That's what they did at Runyon. That's what they did at Griffith Park today. Unfortunately, we still saw that fire break out in Runyon Canyon. The city tells us, we had a Councilwoman Nithya Raman on, who told us that they did have people in the area.
It's like a wall-to-wall screen. They have one of those Samsung curved wall-to-wall screens.
Fire broke out, the Sunset Fire. I did hear a lot of park rangers in the area. That'd be great to game on, and get people out of there. So we don't know any of the causes for any of these fires yet. It's important to point out we've had so many fires that we've talked about. We've got the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire. There was the fire up in Sylmar. We had another fire today up in the Acton area that forced evacuations. We had the Sunset fire. We had that ridiculous house fire. So many fires, and
I know
right
it's
now,
a
we just simply
Samsung.
don't
They're the only ones who make
how
them
they
that
started.
big.
Officials have been pressed on it, but as you can imagine,
They do like
their
whole
primary focus
walls
has
and stuff
been
and
putting these fires
buildings
out.
Yeah.
Certainly, they have arson investigators
And
that
it's
will work on
curved,
determining causes. But for now, it's just trying to get these fires
Hey, Ramirez, morning, man.
destroying our communities.
Yeah, they've said it time and time again. Officials have is that this
Yeah,
is
isn't it weird, man? The whole timing of this,
and and sometimes
even though it was they said it was a down power line that started the one in Pacific Palisades. They're not saying what started the one in Eaton Canyon or the one that started over in Selmar, the Hearst,
these fires we have not
or the one in the Hollywood Hills.
Right, and one thing, and I'm sorry I'm looking away, but one thing I'm looking at here, and I just wanted to
having been born and raised in Southern California, yeah, red flag warnings are normal there, folks. But this is abnormal. Normally, you get them in December, November, December.
Hang on one second, I'm just reading this. Okay, so yeah, so the power companies.
Oh, look at Top Gun Mav. He was thinking the same thing, huh? That screen is so big. Welcome, by the way, Ramirez.
But at the ignition point of the fire,
thanks for making a comment, man.
They're required to file a notice with the
So, are you in Southern California?
That is one of the things
the way you made your comment sounds like you live in Southern California.
Started doing these public.
Because I was born and raised there, lived there until I retired here
They'll
in
never say
2008.
involved or started the fire, but had some sort of abnormality at the exact moment that a fire started.
It's not like
so
I'm not used to seeing fires there, but I've never seen a fire like this, and the wind was exactly the highest where the fire was. That's what was so coincidental. Like, the rest of LA had wind, but only Malibu and Pacific Palisade had 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds and gusts up to 90. Because to me it sounds like arson, like somebody intentionally started that fire, knowing that that was a heavy wind area and was going to force it down those canyons. But they're saying no. They're claiming it was a down power line. Well, that's what they said. Hey, morning, T-Sip. That's what they said the first day, but I haven't, since then, I haven't heard one single person talk about the cause of the fire. In the last 3 days, we haven't heard one. In the news conference for an hour and a half yesterday, not one single person of the 18 people that got up there said what caused the fire. Not one.
If they had any abnormalities during that, they certainly have not filed a notice to the CPUC saying as such. This is more of just a, hey, we know what's going on here. We want to
that's the most suspicious thing of all. Normally, they announce, like I said, the reporter from Fox News was talking to some fire chief guy or whatever, like right after we started the stream, and she asked him, what do you think the cause of the fire was? He goes, initial reports are it was a down power line.
This morning, Leslie, winds
but we're not quite
lighter,
sure.
And this is huge.
Because, you know, they can investigate and tell what the origin was and all
we
that.
Were still seeing, we were still in the midst of that peak window. Gusts between
but yeah,
50
the
to 80
whole
miles
freaky
per hour,
thing,
like Altadena,
Ramirez, is that had the highest fucking wind of all of fucking LA was right there. Pacific Palisades, Malibu. Even this morning, the wind is still 25 miles an hour
in terms of the winds that
in
we were
Malibu.
seeing.
It still has some of the highest winds
out there.
Because it's known for that, because those canyons come right down there. There's just all these canyons that come, and it's just natural for the wind to go down all those canyons.
But we do still have another round, another little uptick, a ramp up in the winds, and I'm going to walk you through that. But right now, it is a little bit breezy, more focused on those windy corridors that we see when we have Santa Ana winds. So it's a little bit more traditional right now.
It was really freaky for it to happen when it happened.
But even in areas like Malibu, it's not as gusty as what we saw yesterday. Sustained winds of about 20 miles per hour.
You notice right where the fire is.
So let's talk about what's next.
Right where the fire is the heaviest fucking wind. All the rest of LA is 3 miles, 5 miles.
That's what we were dealing with, was our strongest winds.
And Malibu's 21.
Lighter winds right now.
So
now
literally, it's like that's where all the wind gets funneled to there to go to the ocean.
And this is when we're dealing with those more traditional Santa Ana winds. So it's just not going to be as widespread, but still we're going to get some moderate to strong winds, and that's why critical fire danger. It continues Thursday, today, and then again on Friday. So we're still windy and we're still very dry out there, and that's why I want to show you today and then also tomorrow in terms of our fire weather outlook. The bullseye is going to be parts of LA and Ventura counties.
But now, they're not out of the woods yet.
Bright pink that we saw yesterday.
This is still I haven't heard about containment this morning.
We're seeing more critical
so
and more elevated
it's still
for a lot
zero
of Southern California. So
they're trying to contain it on the north side by Malibu, because Malibu just fucking burned down last month.
Pushing into the Inland Empire,
and now it's actually moved into Malibu, because where the fish houses and all that, that area there is burning over there. That's Malibu.
Now let's
technically, the fire's moved back into Malibu again.
This is what we're dealing with. Yes, we're still dealing with elevated fire danger, but we're going to see more improvement on Friday. So some improvement today, more improvement going into Friday, but either way, we're still dealing with that elevated fire danger over the next 48 hours. That's because things are so dry and it's still windy out there. So we still have these red flag warnings that are in effect. So that means red flag conditions, windy at times. We'll get some very strong localized gusts. It's not going to be as widespread as what we saw over the last 24 hours. And then, yes, we're still just so dry all over Southern California. That is kind of the perfect recipe for this critical fire danger. And on top of all that, this is not just one day of these wild winds. I mean, this is 48 hours at this point, even more than that, of these really strong gusty conditions, moderate to strong Santa Ana winds. So let's jump right to Futurecast. This has really been helpful over the past couple of days. It really does a good job of describing exactly when and where we're going to see some of those stronger winds. So we do have lighter winds, Santa Ana winds on the lighter side, still dry air across Southern California. But what we're going to notice is that these winds are going to increase going into Thursday, and we're going to see moderate to locally strong winds Thursday night. So this is a look at first Thursday morning. You can still see late morning into the early afternoon hours. There's those winds picking up. We're back to seeing some of those pockets of purple. That's indicating gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour.
Is all the backroom meetings where everybody's pointing the finger at everybody.
On our mountains, though, San Gabriel Mountains,
because the fire department's going to claim that it's Department of Water and Power's fault for not providing them with enough water.
Thursday evening, we'll start to see those increasing, continuing to,
and
then they're going to
all the residents are going to complain because the fucking police told them to get out of their fucking cars and leave their fucking cars there. You know that we saw the cars getting all bulldozed? Remember?
In terms of the red flag conditions, in terms of these damaging winds. That's what we're really focused on, is getting to Friday evening.
Well, some people have fire insurance too, and some people don't.
Things are going to quiet down.
The problem with this area, Malibu, Pacific Palisades,
we're all seeing
a lot of insurance companies won't insure you because you're in a heavy fire, like danger area, right? Your house is, covered around brush on a fucking hillside with a little skinny road, and you may not have a fire hydrant close to you.
Kind of that deep purple.
Yeah, so a lot of insurance companies, they won't insure.
But you can still see it's
you
pretty
can't
dark.
get earthquake insurance in Southern California.
Those that you're seeing, it's really indicating.
I had earthquake insurance, right? And then when the Northridge earthquake hit, that was like 92,
this is our street view. This is showing you streets. It's showing you communities.
They put a moratorium on issuing earthquake insurance to anybody because the insurance companies took such a big hit. So when I got ready to buy my house, I was able to get earthquake insurance because I already had earthquake insurance as a fucking renter on my apartment. I was the only fucking person in my whole building who had earthquake insurance. People laughed at me when I was going to get that. You have an apartment and you're getting earthquake insurance? I'm like, yeah, I live in Southern California, man. Are you fucking crazy, dude? I've been through so many earthquakes in my life growing up here.
To take on. Here's the best part.
I had earthquake
There's just
insurance,
one name to
so I got
remember when
money.
a covered item breaks down. Ours.
But you can't, if you buy a new home in California right now, you can't get earthquake
You'll pay
insurance.
a
They won't
preset
issue it
service
to you.
fee, and one of our local repair pros will call to set up the best time
Even
to
though
come to
everybody
your
knows
house
they
and
have a
determine the
shitload of
problem.
fucking earthquakes
They'll
there.
start work to
And
repair
fire
the covered
insurance
item,
is the
and
same
if
way
it can't be
too,
fixed,
Sip.
we'll replace
A lot of
it.
when I
Learn
got
more
my
about
property here
American
where I
Home Shield
live,
home warranties at
normally any state you
AHS.com.
live in the United States, when you apply for homeowner's insurance, one of the questions on there is how far away from your home is a fire hydrant.
Premium channels.
Can't be more than 200 feet. If it's more than 200 feet, you got a problem.
Don't get no better than this.
Easy.
Whoa.
Your insurance company might not want to insure you.
Really love that.
That's Philo, baby.
Well, my.
Because they know a fucking pumper truck is not going to have enough water to put out the fire at your house that needs to be hooked to a fire. They know that. So you may or may not get fucking insurance on your home, depending on how far you are from a fire hydrant.
We've had this,
But a lot of these
really
people, like I said, they
over the
couldn't
last
get
couple of days
insurance
kind
because of
storm
the
that we're dealing with,
area,
this windstorm.
because it's a high fire
so what we're seeing
danger
right now,
area.
Winds are decreasing a little bit.
So because of that, you
check
can't
it
get
out, that
insured,
storm,
or
that was actually
you have to
right
pay
the east of us, not this
crazy ass
one right
fucking
here.
premiums.
It's this one
Like
right here.
they showed a whole list of all the movie stars and celebrities that have already lost their houses. You got to remember, there's hundreds of fucking movie stars and celebrities that live in Pacific Palisades.
And that's because we
Hundreds
have
of
another
them.
trough that moves down, and this is going to help those winds slide down in that kind of Santa Ana fashion that we've been seeing. So, Leslie, coming up, we're going to take a
just to
closer
get
look at
car
your temperatures
insurance
and
in
also
LA,
your weekend when things
it's
finally
based
start to
on
quiet
your
down.
zip
We'll keep a
code.
close eye on those winds for you.
Yeah, we definitely will.
So the
and you
better
definitely have been,
neighborhood that
Danny.
you live
Thank
in,
you.
this is why years ago
Well, the
people would get
low-end
P.O.
estimate of homes and
boxes
buildings
in
burning
Beverly
in the Palisades
Hills
fire is more
so they
than
could get cheap car
1,000.
insurance.
Our Lauren Posen
Because
had a look
if
at
you
some
have
of
a
the
zip
total
code
devastation
in
the
Compton
Palisades.
or Watts or
It's just
East
complete
LA,
devastation here in Pacific
right? Some
Palisades.
heavy
We're down
fucking
on PCH
crime-ridden
near
fucking
Sunset,
part
and right over
of,
here are
you
some
know, or
water
East
tanks on
fucking
standby
Long Beach,
for
and
the
you give that
firefighters
zip
if
code to
and
your
when they
insurance
need
company,
some more water
they're going to
support.
charge you more for your
Now,
car
we're
insurance
down
because they're
here
going to
in
know you're
PCH
more
because
likely to
there's
get your
no
car
cell
stolen.
reception up in the higher elevations, but we did take a drive around there earlier, and I want to
Yeah,
show
so
you some of that
LA,
video right now.
they base everything
Neighborhoods,
on where you
restaurants,
live, bro.
schools, and even churches are gone.
Now,
One of the bigger fires
home
we saw was at Trinity
taxes
Methodist Church.
are based on
This
10% of your
entire
home
church was up in
value.
flames.
So that
We heard
doesn't
steady
matter where
sounds
you
of
live.
explosions as it
Everybody
burned
pays
as
the
we
same
drove
property
by.
tax.
Firefighters were
Sales
also
tax.
close by, but
Sales
determined the
taxes
structure
are
was too far
different
gone to save
by the
and
county
moved on
that
to
you live
protect
in. The
other
state of
structures in the
California has a
area.
sales tax. Then
Down
your
the
county
street
would
from
have
the
a
church,
sales tax,
we came
and
across
then
what's left of
cities
this
have a
neighborhood.
sales tax.
Most, if not all, the homes are leveled,
Because the
unhanded
city
in
of
place.
Los
You
Angeles
could
is
tell
rather
it's so many
large,
people
right?
left in a
But
hurry.
in the city of
Some
Los
cars were
Angeles,
still left in the
there are
streets and the
cities that are
garages, many of them burned
incorporated.
down.
Santa
A lot of power
Monica,
lines also down,
Burbank,
too, and it's
Pasadena,
leaving the streets just pitch
Glendale,
dark here at night with the only
Hollywood,
light
some of
really
these areas,
being
West
the
Hollywood, some of
flames
these
from the
areas
fires that are
have their
left.
own police
We
department.
also went into
So they don't
downtown
use the
Pacific
LAPD.
Palisades, which was
They
just heartbreaking.
incorporate the LA County
Rouse is
Sheriff
gone, Gelson's
for
is
things
gone,
because they
also
control the whole
destroyed.
county.
Palisades
But a lot of
Village is
cities
still intact for
in the
now,
Los
but
Angeles
across the
basin
street,
are their
Serena and Lily
own
is gone.
entity.
And we
They
spoke
have
with
their
one
own
man who came
water
out to
and
check in his
power,
girlfriend's
right?
parents'
Own
house.
police, own fire department.
he
So
had
when
to
I was in
tell
Santa
us.
Monica, Santa Monica has Santa Monica Police, right? Their own city hall.
House is there, and
So it's a very
there's a
diverse
home to go back to,
situation
so,
living in the LA area,
we're just
bro.
trying to get any
And it's,
information, and
you know,
I thought I would just
the
come
whole
along
county is
until I
about
ran
12
into
million
something,
people, and the
that
city
felt
is
like I
about
should turn
5
back
million
and-
people.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty devastating.
see.
And there's also many
the gentleman who told us the fucking fire was burned out yesterday. Hey, Sarge, no sense in having the stream anymore. The fucking fire burned itself out.
Well, 5 people have died and hundreds of homes and buildings burned in the Eaton fire. That fire is ravaging Altadena,
Mr.
Pasadena.
OC.
Our Geo
What was that last statement that you made yesterday?
Fire in Altadena, one of several schools that we know have been destroyed.
Yeah.
Burning here in Southern California.
And then what happens? I eat, OC, and then about an hour after I eat, I turn the fucking news on, and they're showing shit just blazing all over the fucking place in Pacific Palisades, man. It went from 10,000 acres to 16,000 acres this morning. So 6,000 more acres have burned overnight, bro. Oh, they put that one out. The one in the Hollywood Hills, they put that out, bro. That one's out.
The Elliott Arts Magnet Academy. It's a public school that
it's the Eaton Canyon one. I know. I went to school in John Muir in Altadena here, and I have friends of mine who have been on the Facebook page with my alumni, and several of them have evacuated, and a few of them might have lost their houses already. People I went to school with.
Houses destroyed, neighborhoods rocked, and
so this is
coming back and
this is touching very personal on me because I know people that live there.
Meanwhile,
the fucking restaurant they just showed, Moon Shadows, I went to anniversaries there, went to birthdays there. That burned down.
Enormous efforts.
Even though they'll probably rebuild it, but
to prepare their homes for the possibility.
So I can relate very personally to what the fuck is going on here.
Feeling that they made it out wonderfully on the other end. Take a listen.
I mean, OC Bodybuilder does because he lives in Southern California.
Went outside, and
but he's not affected personally.
Making everything we
he didn't grow up in these areas, and I grew up in Altadena. I went to high school there. I grew up in the Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades, and or not grew up. I lived there later in my life and rode my bike there, and knew people that lived there. And oh, you know what? The fucking fish house, the one I told you to go to, OC, on PCH in Topanga, right? The fish house, it's still there, along with Nobu Sushi, right? Remember Nobu Sushi is right past there. That's where that walkway goes across,
to the right as the smoke
right? And then that's where the surfers go down. There's a public parking lot right there where people they go surf down below right there. He's been feeding fucking fish tacos to all the firemen, bro.
Spotty weather. Some have.
They're out there set up in the parking lot feeding fucking tacos to all the firemen.
In some of these cases, a lot of it has just been blocks away.
So that means you can still go there before it burns to the fucking ground. Because now you can't go to fucking Moon Shadows. You know where Moon Shadows is, right? I think Gladstone's is there. It might be gone. I don't know. But Moon Shadows is the one by the Cliff House. So I don't know if the Cliff House is there.
So many of us have for all of those.
Because the Cliff House and Moon Shadows are pretty close together. You ever been to the Cliff House? They're fucking steaks. They're fucking over the top, man.
A lot to take in, and certainly the worst.
That's a good restaurant too. Oh, and the fucking winery fucking burned down.
They can look forward.
You know the winery restaurant that's up in Topanga Canyon? Did you ever take your fiance there? The one that has all the outside seating with all the little lights and all that shit. It's like very dreamlike. It's like the number one place to go when you want to propose to somebody and all that shit.
But it is still always as devastating.
It really is. And Leslie, one of the things...
For fuck's sake, OC, do I have to fucking come back to fucking LA and drag your fucking ass with your fiance or your wife now? Sorry, you guys are married. Do I have to drag your fucking ass around to all these goddamn fucking restaurants? For fuck's sake, man, they're all fucking closed even before you couldn't go to fucking Float Sushi. Oh, fuck, no, Sarge. No, I'll just let COVID come along, Sarge, and then that fucking place will close. Oh, hey, you know what? When you go up north, there's this really good place called Anderson's Split Pea Soup House. Right there at the exit for fucking Solvang off the 101, right? Before you go to exit to go to Vandenberg. Oh, yeah, next time I go up there, Sarge, we'll have to fucking stop and shit, right?
I want to take you to their live pictures as they're looking over the Palisades fire from the...
Oh, no, because Anderson's Split Pea Soup House is now fucking closed, too.
We've had them for a good chunk of the night. And, the aerial firefight is still continuing. They still have an LA City Fire helicopter that is still working that. It's 2:30 in the morning already, Leslie, so we're going to be starting to get closer to the
fucking restaurants
where the sun will be up.
Before they all disappear.
You and I won't be here, hopefully, but the sun will be up soon. And
fuck's sake. break.
Then we'll be able to get in those retardant dropping helicopter or aircraft, which will be so important, right? Because that's really what is needed.
Thomas
to
Lee,
water
good
dropping
morning,
helicopters are great.
young man. You
and
got
they do
snow?
A lot of good work for more localized
You got snow,
type
Thomas?
issues and more localized type spot
Should
fires.
have snow there.
But it is
It's
the
been
larger
supposed to be
aircraft that
snowing
can
in
drop the
southern
retardant
England.
that are really going to be able to come in here and make a lot more significant
Illegal
progress
didn't
in
get
cutting
any
these
in
fire
London.
lines. And you know they've done a
No
great job
snow in
tonight of
London.
protecting the communities to the north here because
But
the fire.
I
As
told her
you're
this
looking at it
morning, I
right
said,
here,
well,
and
we'll
again,
have
we
to
were
talk
looking
to
at the
Thomas
chopper
and see what's
off
up.
the 405
Maybe
and
Thomas will
Sunset,
get
and
something.
they are pointing to the northwest. So we're looking again just to the west of the Mandeville Canyon area, mostly in the open area of Topanga State Park. Of course, the firefight is still going on in other parts of Malibu, really near Malibu.
Oh, and the fires
Park as
moving
well.
towards
And I wanna go to my
Brentwood
computer
now,
because
OC.
I want to show
Did you
you
know that?
the exact fire line here. Everything that you see in this orange is where the fire has burned. And then the yellow and the reds are the evacuation orders and warnings. And as you can see, Pepperdine is once again the area near Pepperdine, and they're very careful not to put it actually in, but all the homes next to it are under that evacuation warning.
Yeah, see how close it is to Pepperdine again, OC? It's burning back towards Malibu again.
Is what's over here. So SkyCal, for reference, and I'll show you, I'll draw it for you here using my pen, but the SkyCal is sitting
This
right
frost?
here. This is the 405
All right.
at Sunset, and they're looking this way. So the fire that you're seeing is this fire activity that is pushing up through towards the north there as it eats up the canyon. And again, it's these ridge lines, as you see here in the map here, that it burns up.
So it's
it
headed
gets
towards the
deep
Getty
into these
Center,
canyons,
the 405 and
then
the
kind of
Getty
pushes
Center.
up into the topography. So there are homes in here. I mean, Mandeville Canyon especially. Luckily, it has not gotten that far west, or east rather. But look at this. I mean, you can see the fire line, and I want to remind you that this is where the fire has burned. It's not where it could burn. It's not evacuations.
Look at
Anything
all
that you
those
see in this orange and
houses,
yellow
man.
color are places that has already burned. So when you look at that and you look at how close it is to this whole subdivision and this whole section of homes that are right there, it's concerning. You can understand why these people are under mandatory evacuation. You can
That
understand why
is a
they're
shitload
concerned.
of fucking houses, man, that
Now,
fire
luckily,
can
though,
get into,
we've got
dude,
a
today.
pretty good chunk of distance before we get into any more homes, at least up in this area. Now, more to the west, though.
See,
as we
OC
kind of
can
push
relate
over
to
here
this,
the
folks,
west,
'cause he lives
there
here.
are more homes that would
See,
be
it's
more
hard for you
significantly
guys to
endangered
put
right
this
here,
in
especially,
perspective.
when you
Him
get
and
into here.
I,
Again, if
look
you're
at
just
this
joining us
part
and you
over
haven't
here,
seen
OC.
this
Look how
map
many
yet,
fucking
the
houses
white
are
that
right
you see on the
there.
screen there, those are buildings, those are homes, those are structures, outbuildings, garages, what have you.
Oh,
All
Thomas,
things
they
that
haven't
would
even got a
definitely be
zero
impacted. So
containment
you look
on
at
it,
some of
bro.
this, and again, this
Zero
mapping is
containment.
from,
Not even
a couple of
10%
hours
contained,
ago now,
not
but you can see
20%.
just how close
Zero.
the fire line is getting to all of the homes that are kind of in this area. So certainly of
They're
concern.
fucked,
I
OC.
wanna
They don't
take
got
you,
no
if you
water.
can, Heidi, over to
They're
RM1, because
letting
that is our
fires
Western
burn
camera
all
here,
over Pacific
that you can
Palisades,
see.
man,
TOC,
because they got
our
no
Technical
water, bro.
Operations Center just moved it a little bit for us so we can get a better look at those flames. And they are still there, obviously. It does look, and thank you.
That's
for
why I
zooming
woke
out a
up
little
this
bit. You can
morning
see,
and I
it's
turned the
kind of more of
news
that
on
ember,
and I was like,
smoldery
oh
type
my
situation
God,
going
it's
on
fucking
versus
worse.
those
I was
really
like, God
high
damn, I
flames that are
start
shooting
the
up into
stream.
sky.
Fucking
I should
OC
point out
comes
this
on. I'm
is
going to
the
talk
Eaton
shit to
fire,
OC, man,
that
when
we
he
were
comes
talking
on.
about over here. So, you know, the good news is, Leslie, we talked about this earlier when we were looking at some of the smoke, and
I'm gonna
SkyCal
start
couldn't
talking
even get
shit
to
to OC.
the Eaton fire at all, really, today.
telling us,
Because,
yeah, Sarge, the fucking
wind was too
Pacific
bad
Palisades
earlier in the day,
fire
and the
burned
smoke got
itself
too bad
out.
for visibility. There's
That's
flight
like, oh,
restrictions
cool,
over all
man.
the
I guess we
fires,
don't have
so,
to stream. We can go
you know, it
game.
is concerning for our pilots. We want to make sure they're
Yeah.
safe as well. But we
That's a
haven't
live
seen- we
shot
started
at
to see the smoke
2:34
kind of do the thing
a.m.
where
there,
it's just kind of
OC.
drifting up into the sky, right? It's not
How's that
doing
looking?
that sideways blowing, and that's because the winds have finally died down. And actually,
Yeah, the winds
Heidi,
have
I'm gonna
died
switch
down.
over
That's
to my
thank
computer,
God.
please, because I want to show you.
But they can
this
pick
map,
back up
that is
again,
provided
they
by
said,
Cal
too.
Fire, by the way, and I know it's small and kind of hard to see, but right here and here, it's got some wind gauges, and right there it says it's like less than 2 miles, gusting up to 3 miles. But then over here, you get a little bit further to the west. This reading right here is saying it's gusting to 29. This one is saying it's gusting to 27. So
yeah, see the difference?
The good news is,
but
though, is
from
last
one
night,
canyon
and
to the
Ardena
next.
Roberti,
Literally
can
one
weigh in on this
canyon to
too.
the next.
Those gusts were much stronger than these 20-mile-an-hour gusts that we're seeing yesterday. For reference, the threshold for us to be able to fly SkyCal.
You
is
told me
40
last.
knots on the ground,
They
with a
said the
15
same
knot
thing you
spread.
said, OC,
So
yesterday.
we're here, you know,
That
last
the
night
night
they
before,
were like
all
60
over
knots
LA
yesterday.
and Orange County and
Winds,
San Bernardino,
gusty
they said the
winds, which is why
fucking
we
wind
couldn't
was
fly
howling
SkyCal
like
yesterday.
fucking fucking hurricane force
gusts,
fucking winds.
Only into the 20s today. 20 knots.
That was the first thing they said this morning on the news.
Than we were looking at yesterday.
They said
Hopefully
like everywhere, man. They said the people that said they never heard wind like that all fucking night, like consistent.
Yeah,
not gusts, but just like steady fucking hard fucking blowing fucking wind.
We're able to do those fire retardant drops.
Yeah, and
that's what you even said yesterday.
Right? We didn't, we're not waiting for them to get
here. That was
here.
one of the first things you said. You said the night before the fucking wind was like crazy,
man.
man.
Lancaster area. It's an LA County owned airport.
Oh my God, dude! You're gonna eat that right now? Oh, you're gonna get it going. I was gonna say, fuck, dude, you're eating fucking pot roast beef stew for breakfast? That sounds yummy as fuck. You're gonna play some fucking Hungry Hippo with Jax? No, he's probably still sleeping.
And Leslie, I want to take this opportunity to remind people
well, that looks pretty good, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yummy, man.
Well, boil water in one, bottled water only.
I'm getting hungry already.
Palisades fire
thinking about that
is
sounds
a boil
good.
water order.
Just made me hungry.
LADWP.
Thanks.
They're saying if you live in the Pacific Palisades, if you're still there, which
most
people shouldn't be or aren't because of the evacuations, but if you are still there, you can boil your water. And it is safe to drink after you boil it. In the Pasadena area, they are clear saying it's not even safe to boil it. You need to drink bottled water only over there in Pasadena. That's just differences in the water systems. The other thing, Leslie, that's just remarkable.
Yeah, see, you can't even drink the fucking water in parts of LA right now.
In Santa Monica, right? If you're
Pasadena, you can't drink your tap water at all. So how many people cannot afford to go out and get bottled water? How many people are homebound, right? They don't got a car. They don't walk, right? There's something, they're medical. So they have no choice but to drink the fucking tap water. They said even if you boil it, it's not safe. How the fuck is that humanly possible that you could boil fucking water, which is supposed to kill off all the bacteria and germs, and then you drink it, it's still going to fuck you up?
And unfortunately, now Santa Monica thinks that they need to put a curfew into place to make sure that it doesn't happen in their city.
And we hope that that
will
prevent some of these, even though, as you mentioned,
this is only getting worse
already had reports
instead of better in LA
some looting happening in all the different fire areas.
I feel so fucking bad for these people, man.
Lost so much already. Why go into these communities
where today is back
there
to procedure day?
Left?
You got to cut past downtown Dallas.
Kind of heartless person
nice.
is
you can deal with all the traffic
and
all
I
that
really
shit.
thought about that during the Runyon Canyon fire, the Sunset fire today, because
my heart goes out to you, man.
The Sunset fire started, I don't know, 5:30ish.
That's the other reason I like living where I live. No fucking traffic.
Talking about arrests.
Supposed to snow again today.
That is somebody very quickly recognizing the situation and fully taking advantage of it in a bad way. Almost immediately. So it's good that the LAPD was there. I know the mayor talked about how she was pushing more LAPD officers into that area to not only deal with the ingress-egress issues of the evacuations, but certainly to deal with
the mayor has to push police officers into the area.
And Leslie, one more thing before I let you go.
So the police chief doesn't know that he has to do that. The mayor has to tell him, I told the fucking police chief they have to put more police. Right, more bullshit coming from fucking Karen Bass.
At every fire everywhere, and it just shows you
how useless as that fucking Lori fucking Lightfoot, man. The other fucking woke DEI fucking idiot that was the mayor of Chicago. They try to justify every Monday morning why 30 to 40 people got shot or killed in Chicago. Okay, you know what she said? It's all because of the Trump administration. It's all them. It's because our hands are tied. You know, we've asked for federal funding. If they just gave us $1 billion, she literally said this. If the Trump administration just gives me and my administration here in Chicago $1 billion, we can handle all the violence and all that. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, you'll handle it by putting it in your fucking bank account and disappearing, lady.
Goes in line with what Mike was saying, where you know we can't have aircraft going up in
Holy
conditions
shit,
like
man.
this. I mean, this
and
is
then some other guy got up there and whined
we had
too.
Gus
He goes,
really
right after her. Yeah, this is what's wrong. I'm the council member here. All we're asking for is $1 billion.
In some areas, Fremont Canyon,
that's how they spend more on that on bombs and bullets and programs and stuff. You know, they don't care about the citizens of Chicago.
75 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour. Van Nuys, 67 miles per hour. And for Altadena, 60 miles per hour. So what we're seeing right now, and I think this is the good news in what we're seeing right now, this is nothing compared to where we were 24 hours ago. I mean, in the midst of that, this is intense winds. These are damaging winds. But now we are starting to see things quiet down. And I know we keep mentioning and reminding folks, you know, we're not out of the woods. Fire danger is still high. But at least we're not seeing the conditions that we saw yesterday. This is going to be helpful going into the next 24 hours. And each day is going to get a little bit better.
But
now,
isn't
today,
that pretty scary?
We are going to see
if
some
you
of
live
those winds
someplace
ramping
and
back
they're
up
telling you
with
even
another
boiling
round
the
of Santa Ana
water,
winds. We'll
it's
talk
not
about
safe
it
to
in just a
drink.
moment. But look,
But
this is
you're
a whole different
homebound,
story.
you have
I mean,
no
we saw
car,
this
or you have no
entire
fucking
map
income.
lighting
Say
up
you got a
24
car,
hours
right?
ago. We
Or
have
you're
crazy
able to
winds
walk
out
to the
there right
local
now.
supermarket,
It's still breezy,
but you got no
can see some of
money.
those winds through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley into Malibu.
So
I mean,
did they announce, for the residents of the city of Pasadena, they're going to have water distribution centers set up so you can have free fucking water?
Certain areas, especially
Or you can go to your local supermarket and we're going to make arrangements with them.
Valleys. That's when we start to see some of the stronger winds. Big Bear seeing 20-mile-per-hour gusts right now. But again, nothing like yesterday at this time. And you can see very calm in terms of our sustained wind speeds right now. Not a whole lot going on in Orange County, Inland Empire, or even for folks up through some of our mountain communities. The thing is, it's still really dry out there. So this is what we're contending with. It's a big piece of this story when we're talking about fire danger. It's not just the winds, it's not just warm temperatures, but it's how dry things are. And that's a big concern. And we're seeing several days of these really dry conditions, especially dry through Burbank into Malibu. Malibu, single digit in terms of relative humidity. Burbank looking a wee bit better out there, but still we're in the teens. For us, this is incredibly dry. And so when fires start, they could spread very, very quickly. So let's take a look at today and where we're seeing that elevated fire danger. This is better than yesterday. This is still not great, but it's better. So at least we're seeing, you know, that needle moving a little bit, that we're going in the right direction. So this is still critical. It's not extreme like what we were seeing yesterday. Santa Clarita, Thousand Oaks, Calabasas. These are those usual areas when we get those Santa Ana winds. And then you're also seeing that through a lot of Orange County, inland Orange County, right there out towards some of our beaches through southern Orange County, San Clemente, up to Dana Point, Laguna Beach. That's where we're going to see that elevated fire danger. And then inland Orange County, Inland Empire, Riverside County, over into San Bernardino County. So red flag warnings, not just today, they're going to stick around. So we've got to hold on a little bit longer through Friday evening. And that's just because it is still breezy out there. We'll get another surge in the winds and it's still very, very dry. And this is a long duration event for us. So let's talk timing of that next little kind of bump up, I should say, in the winds. So for Thousand Oaks this morning, things are fairly quiet. By 9 o'clock, we start to see them picking up a bit. And then really midday, for many folks going into Thursday afternoon today and into tonight is when we're going to see kind of the focus for more of those stronger winds. So here's a look at our futurecast, and you can see early this morning winds more focused up through our mountains, through some of our foothill communities. And then here we go. We get to later in the morning on Thursday, right around midday, and here's those winds picking up. The focus for the stronger winds, it's going to be mountains into our foothill communities, some of those favored passes and canyons where we could still see gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour, and then inland Orange County as well. But this, what you're seeing right here, this is very typical of a traditional Santa Ana wind event. So we're not going to be seeing those incredibly widespread winds that we saw yesterday. A little bit hope in that, but still blustery in some areas. Here's a look at Thursday afternoon, going into Thursday night, still gusty in the San Gabriel Mountains, right there along the 210 corridor, Thousand Oaks, winds pushing out towards the Malibu coast. Friday morning, we're still breezy, but look, Friday later in the day is when we're finally going to start to see some relief from those winds. That's what we're waiting for. Still smoky out there right now, and we are waking up to that. So we're seeing that through a lot of Los Angeles County. We've got smoke through West Covina, Pasadena, Downey, over into Inglewood, pushing out towards Santa Monica. Here's where the Eden fire is burning, and you can see those darker reds indicating that thicker smoke. That's why we have air quality alerts that are in place. And I apologize that we just had my graphic kind of going a little bit cuckoo crazy right now. We're going to back things up. Here's that air quality alert that we just mentioned. And this is for a lot of us, LA County, Orange County, into the Inland Empire. It's that wildfire smoke that's kind of messing with our air pollution right now. So what we're seeing in terms of the big weather story, this is why we're seeing changes going into the next 24 hours. We've got this other little storm right here that's going to merge with the strong one that was off to the east of us. And here we go. We're back at it. It's that setup. We're right sandwiched between that big high pressure that's been off to the west of us, this trough of low pressure. And here we go. Thursday afternoon, we get another round of those winds kind of funneling down and making their way into Southern California. But thankfully not as strong as what we were seeing, but we will see that burst, gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour for those wind-prone areas. Today, temperatures, they're warming up a bit. We've got 70s back in downtown Los Angeles, low 70s in San Bernardino, 75 in Burbank, and let's check in on the next 7 days. We get to the weekend, less winds, and that's what we are hoping for and what we're waiting for. LA and Orange County, that's going to be the case for your Saturday and Sunday temperatures in the 70s. And then going into our Sunday, we're going to see another round of winds ramping up, but it's not going to be like what we saw over the last 24 to 48 hours. For folks in the valleys, low to mid 70s for our Thursday and our Friday. We've got those red flag warnings that are still in effect. It is going to be breezy, a little bit blustery at times. So even though things are quieter right now, it's going to be Thursday afternoon, Thursday night into early Friday morning that we're going to see that next round of winds pushing in. For folks in the Inland Empire, I do want to mention, which is important, that patchy blowing dust. When we get these winds, it kind of kicks up the dust out there. It makes it tough to see. It makes it tough to breathe. We've got those air quality alerts in place. So just be on alert for that for our Thursday. Friday will be in the mid 60s. Red flag warnings, they're still with us, but they're expiring at Friday night. We'll be done with the wind advisories. Quiet going into this weekend. Another round of wind Sunday night into Monday. Deserts are still windy going into today or Thursday. And then we'll see temperatures in the 60s going into the weekend, cooler by early next week. For the beaches, we'll see 70s, still windy today, but you can see over the next 7 days, we're dry. We don't have any chances for rain. Leslie, last year at this time, we were already in the midst of a very wet, rainy season. And this year, it's just a very different season. I mean, it's the beginning of the winter time, and we are already off to our driest winter since 1964. And that's something that played a big role in the fire danger with this event, is that things are just so dry. The vegetation is dry. So anything that catches fire, it can so easily spread rapidly when the vegetation is that dry. So no rain in sight for us, but that's something we're keeping a close eye on. And as of right now, we just want to get these winds to relax. That's going to be our biggest help going into the next several days.
We truly do. But Danny, you have a point there. January is always wet, rainy. Normally, this is the time of year we're talking about possible mudslides after fires.
And you know, this is rare for us to be so concerned with fire danger at this time of the year, because typically we've had enough rain at this point to mitigate that. And yes, we're focused on something different, but this year, this season, it's just completely different because we haven't gotten any of that rain. I mean, no real measurable rain since last May. I mean, it's been quite a while for us.
And we've seen it. We see it all over our viewing area, from Big Bear down to the coast. But of course, playing a big role in, and a prominent role in these fires, and why they had so much dry brush to go through.
Exactly.
Danny, thank you. Okay, we want to go over to KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk, who's been with me here all night. Mike, I know you, are we going to do school closures right now?
Yeah, we're going to talk about school closures. I think that's important for people to remember or to know about, especially if you're a parent that is up in the middle of the night and you're watching our coverage. And, you know, I wanted to run through some of these because there is a ton of them. So I'll show you a couple of them. The big one that we've been talking about, though, is LAUSD. They are closed. We've got a graphic that we can show you that's got a list of all of these. LAUSD, Glendale Unified. Now, a couple of these, and give me 2 seconds here because I want to pull them up, because a couple of these school closures are for multi-days. So LAUSD is just tomorrow for now. We did hear that it could potentially extend into the next day. But you look at Glendale Unified. Glendale is closed now, I guess today, Thursday and Friday. You have Pasadena Unified that is closed today and Friday, Thursday and Friday. You have Santa Monica Malibu Unified, which so far we've only been told is closed today, Thursday, but I would assume that that will probably get extended. Beverly Hills Unified is also closed today, Thursday. We'll show you the next ones here. Alhambra Unified Unified is closed, Arcadia Unified, Monrovia Unified, Duarte Unified. I did have our web team. They built a full list of this at kcalnews.com that you can look at. And I also wanted to make sure people knew, because so many people in our community rely on school to make sure that the kids can get the necessary nutrition and foods that they need. So LAUSD has made sure that they opened up a series of schools for people to pick up meals if they need to. Mulholland Middle School and Sepulveda Middle School, Hollenbeck Middle School and Southgate High School, Fremont High School and Harry Bridges Span School, Marina Del Rey Middle School, and Sonia Sotomayor Arts and Sciences Magnet. Leslie, we also talked about how the YMCA is offering a ton of services for those impacted by the fires, including free childcare, and not only for people that are in an evacuation zone or have been impacted by the fire, but for first responders. So they're taking kids 5 and older for first responders and people impacted by the fires. They'll take care of your kids. We talked about this a little bit earlier, Leslie, but just because your schools are closed does not mean you don't have to go to work, and does not have to mean you have to deal with other things, doctor's appointments, things like that. So the YMCA says they can help you out. I asked our web team to also put that link on our website at kcalnews.com. Click on the Scene on TV link. And Leslie, before I send it back to you, I wanted to just kind of remark on what you and Danny were talking about how, you know, January is not a time that we typically talk about fires. You pointed out we typically talk about mudslides at this time, and that reminded me of the Montecito mudslides. I mean, we dealt with the Thomas Fire in the winter, November, December of 2018, and it was January 2nd that the Montecito mudslides happened. I was working this shift when it had the overnight shift when it happened, and that's usually what we deal with. We don't usually deal with these such destructive fires, and it just makes me cringe to think that once these fires are out, the mudslide potential for years in the Pacific Palisades, in the communities above, Pasadena, Altadena, that area is going to be for a very long time. And I remember when I first got here, every time it rained for probably the first 3 or 4 years I was here, remember we'd always have to go to Duarte because there was the big fire above Duarte many, many years ago, and it just scarred the hillside for so long. And every single time it rained, we had a big rainstorm.
All right, Top Gun.
Went up in that
We'll see you later on. I'm going to do some gaming here in a while. We'll watch the fires for a bit because we got 8 people here.
For many years before
so
the
obviously
vegetation on the
there's
hillside
people
grows
interested
back,
in what's
and
going
it's something
on.
that
So
they'll just have to compound the issue.
Then we'll get into some gaming later on today.
And then we'll have to deal with the mudslide. And for those of you that don't know why mudslides come after fires, it's because there's no vegetation for any of the rain.
TT, I'm telling you, man, this is like crazy, man. You can't even drink your water, man.
And yeah, we're looking ahead several months and hoping, of course, we get that rain eventually, which we need. We need that rain desperately, Mike. But that's exactly what I'm thinking, is that sometimes the next step and the next destructive step are these mudslides that happen shortly after fires, unprecedented fires like this.
And I remember the Thomas Fire. So the Thomas Fire was still burning when the Montecito mudslides happened. I mean, those two events happened at the same time. The Thomas Fire had burned up into the forest above Santa Barbara and was still actively burning when we got that really crazy heavy rain and the Montecito mudslide happened. At the time, our Jasmine Veal and her photographer Sparkle, who still works this morning shift, were in the northern end of Ventura County and were there almost instantly. Their truck got hit by part of the mudslide. It was a really wild thing to cover, and it was crazy for us to think that at the same time that mudslide was happening, the Thomas Fire was still burning.
Yeah, that's wild to think that both were happening at the same time, both very destructive. Mike, thank you for all those updates. Of course, if you want to go, as you mentioned, to know if your student may not have school today, you can head to our website, kcalnews.com. Okay, well, a massive home collapsing in Studio City Wednesday night where another new fire broke out. You can see that's when that home collapsed there. SkyCal overhead as several homes burned. Our Madison Keevy hiked up into the neighborhood as firefighters battled those flames.
Hours after a 4-story home engulfed in flames collapse live on our air. The firefight continues here tonight. This is in Studio City. The building still having flames coming out of it. That fire started inside that home, jumped outside the home into brush and neighboring homes. Now, the flames you see are coming from a gas line that's been hit. I'm told that's what keeps sparking up flames. They've got water coming at it at different levels from the top, the side. There's still a number of fire engines here, though some of the crews have moved away. The focus now is entirely putting out those flames that are being caused by that gas line. This As far as engines being able to move here hours after this fire actually started. No injuries in this. Spoke to a neighbor who lives just a few doors down from this home and said tonight they were at home and relaxed, not expecting a fire in their neighborhood.
Most people didn't know that we even had a fire here because they're focused on other things, and all of a sudden it just erupts. I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind. It was a quiet night. It wasn't like the winds we had yesterday. Everybody was more relaxed, in this area at least. And we were watching the fires in other areas when all of a sudden this thing erupts.
Of course, this unrelated to a wind event. It started inside. Of course, the cause of this fire is still under investigation. Good news tonight, there were no injuries, and crews are going to be here until they're done and those flames are fully out and it's safe to then investigate. Madison Keevy, KCAL News.
Okay, we want to go back to KCAL Simon editor Mike Rogers at the desk. Mike, we were monitoring that the moment it not only you actually spotted that one with SkyCal.
Yeah.
And then it collapsed.
It was really strange. You know, it's such a sad situation that we're in right now because every time I look at the screen, there's flames on it. And it's kind of difficult to figure out what fire is that. Is that a new fire? Is that one we've been talking about? I do want to take you down to live pictures, though, from SkyCal because SkyCal is over the Palisades fire. And let me tell you exactly where they're looking at this from. They are still right off the 405 here, just a little bit south. And those flames are still pushing through. Not much change at all, despite all of the work that the fire helicopters have been doing throughout the night. You've got the fires, LA City Fire, Augustas that are there doing all of those hard work. The Chinook has been up there as well. So lots of things still cooking up there. Unfortunately, not the situation that we wanted to still be in, this late into the game here. And now almost coming into morning 3, really, of the fire here. This started at around 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday. It is now just coming up on the 3 a.m. hour here Thursday morning. And unfortunately, this fire is still really dealing with us. We're still in our lives here. I want to come to my computer really quick if we can, because I just want to show you the map again, because I want to show you where this area is pointing or where this area is pushing with the fire here. And you'll see here, right here at the 405 and Sunset, that is basically where SkyCal is looking, and they're kind of looking up into this area. That's a terrible arrow, but you get where they're looking at here. All of this northern kind of boundary is what's been burning lately here. When we come into the map a little bit more, you'll be able to see here that all of this new overlay here, all of this stuff that's on the top in this area, that's all the new stuff that has burned. And I just want to reiterate and show you guys again the map here, because when you come into it, and we'll go into an area down here, especially in the Pacific Palisades, all of the white here are homes and businesses, and you see this orange where the fire has moved through, and it really gives you
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Has been damaged, but I can tell you we got a very brief look at with SkyCal today before the sun went down, and while we were able to kind of sneak in there, and there are entire communities, there are entire neighborhoods, hundreds of homes that have burned. Our latest number from CAL FIRE that we got at a press conference this morning, from LA City Fire, the Joint Task Force, or the Unified Command rather, was at least 1,000 structures destroyed, and many more thousands of them have been damaged. So there will be a lot of destruction to look at. Once the sun comes up today, I'm sure we will get a better look at that, Leslie. But just really a tough situation here. SkyCal is still over there flying it all night. We've been up all night. We've been on the air for, coming up on close to 48 hours now, Leslie. So really remarkable, but we're going to continue to be here to cover this for you. And we'll continue to make sure that you and your neighbors and your community can be safe.
Hold on. What did you say? OC? Hold on.
That everyone needs, Leslie.
Because while things are taking a turn, like as you show us there on the map, it's encroaching on those homes.
Yeah.
Still,
oh yeah, the mudslides. Oh dude, it's gonna be.
And that's why these, we've dealt with it all day.
Oh yeah, the studio city.
They want to see their properties. They want to see what's left.
Studio.
Okay. Now is so not the time to do that.
That was 2 houses that burned over there.
All you want to do is come back and see what's left of your home.
The neighbors said that they heard what sounded like gunshots coming from
Mike,
the house
thank you
next
so much.
door.
We want to go to our Danny Ribera
And then a few minutes later, that house is on fire, and then their house caught on fire.
In the right
so we don't know what the fuck was happening.
Exactly, that's exactly right, Leslie.
But they said they definitely, they were watching TV, but then they said they definitely thought they heard gunshots. It sounded like gunshots.
But thankfully, this is nothing like what we were seeing 24 hours ago.
So we might end up finding that it was a murder-suicide or something, and people set the house on fire.
The peak of those winds, it was yesterday,
lighter winds right now, but they're going to. The lady and the guy, they were pretty animate about it. It sounded like pops inside the house.
For those areas that are prone to it, and that's why we are still dealing with critical fire danger. That's going to continue. We're still windy,
but that caught that house on fire, and then their house caught on fire. And the lady started crying because all she had time to do is barely grab some papers and her laptop and her dog and get in her car, and that was it.
We're still very dry. It's that nasty combination where if we see fire start, it can spread rapidly. And this has been a long
then the one in Hollywood Hills,
I want to show you something right here.
They didn't say what caught that house on fire. The one in Hollywood Hills, nobody's quite sure. But the wind's cranking, so. But you know what, OC, you and I have lived in LA long enough, right? We've been through all these red flag warnings and all this shit. And at the end of the day, you don't have that many fucking fires starting from down wires. We both know that. So I'm thinking it's arson. You know, there's more shit going on here in these, than what they're telling us. You noticed yesterday, in the whole hour and a half press conference, they never once said anything about the cause of the fire.
Huntington Beach getting some of those gustier winds.
Not once.
And also Lancaster, 11 o'clock in the morning, going into Thursday afternoon. Here's a look at the timing of these winds. And this has really done a good job of breaking down for us hour by hour when these winds move in and exactly when we see them. So going into this morning, those winds are more focused on the mountains, our foothill communities. And then you can see Thursday afternoon, this is right around midday. This is when those winds, they're going to start to strengthen a bit. They ramp up. So we're going to see that for
well, remember I said that news, the Fox reporter was talking to the firemen, and he mentioned the down power line. That's what they thought, because he said, you know what the cause of the fire was. And he said because of the high winds, they thought it was a down power line, but they weren't sure.
Simi Valley, the Santa Clarita Valley. And then we're seeing more of this afternoon, focused on the Inland Empire.
Well, that's what made it so weird, right? Because as soon as the wind started, and it happened to be in the canyon that had the highest amount of wind. Like literally that area was going to get the highest amount of winds over the next 24 to 48 hours. So it seems a little weird it started at the very top,
but then
too.
we're going to start to see these guys dying down Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and that's, if you're going to be an arsonist, you're going to want to start it high, knowing the wind's going to drive it right down that canyon. So
we're waiting to finally see these winds relaxing. And by Friday night, going into Saturday morning, this is when we're going to be done with the red flag warnings. At least we're expecting that. The high wind warnings are going to be done, and also those wind advisories. Here's a look, though, at the smoke that we're seeing. Everybody's seeing it out there. That's why we have air quality alerts in place.
So and then the Eaton fire, the one in Altadena, they haven't said what started that fire either.
KCAL Mornings starts right now.
Okay, Danny,
or the one in Selma.
With Christine Lazar continuing this coverage right now. We do want to start with the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. It's exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. No containment at this hour. At least
17,000 acres with zero containment.
In Altadena and Pasadena,
17,000 acres, zero containment.
10,000 acres. Still no containment. At least 1,000 structures there have also been damaged or destroyed.
And in the last 24 hours, the Sunset Fire
and
erupted in the Hollywood Hills.
Still no National Guard anywhere in sight.
Spread. It stands
none.
60
Even though in the Los Angeles area, there's over 200,000 National Guard members
and more
between the Army and the Air Force, the Marines and the Navy. And they definitely have aircraft, and they have personnel, and they have water trucks, and they have firefighting equipment, and they can set up food kitchens, and they can set up first aid mass stations, but nope, Governor Newsom, your governor in California, in his wisdom, ultimate wisdom, has decided not to call out the National Guard, which last time I checked, having been a Guard member for years, the National Guard's main role is to provide assistance during crises, either in California or throughout the nation, if called upon by the president. So apparently this fire isn't enough of a fucking catastrophe, OC, and everybody listening, to call up the National Guard.
But what's clear is the devastation here. I mean, look at this row of businesses that was destroyed by flames yesterday.
You're going to have to wait till half of fucking LA is burned to the fucking ground before he gets off his ass. But he is running for fucking president. That's why he was out there at the news conference talking his little shit.
A gas line or something to that effect.
Well, I'm on top of this.
And then behind
I already called up and texted President Biden, and we got funds and stuff set up, to help with recovery and assistance. They don't even have fucking water to fight the fucking fires, you dumb fuck. Who gives a fuck about fucking recovery assistance, man? Why don't you try to put the fucking fire out that's going now, dumb shit?
Devastating to see.
Oh, we can't do that.
See if we
Are you
can
kidding?
Cross here right now because we don't see
this
any
is the
cars
problem,
coming down
man.
here.
You're going on
across the street too.
day 4.
Is right next to a Bank
it's
of America,
17,000 acres, zero containment, no National Guard anywhere in sight.
Down completely here. I mean, look at all.
I haven't seen the Red Cross set up. I haven't seen the Salvation Army set up. Telemundo TV, Channel 34, asked them, we have a lot of our viewers are calling in wanting to donate water and food, right, and clothing, knowing that these people have lost everything. Where can they drop that off? They're all fucking, all 18 of these people were totally dumb fucked. We'll have to get back to you on that.
So that's something that we want to watch out for.
I'm thinking, so basically, knowing that there are thousands of people that aren't going to have a goddamn fucking thing left in the fucking world, and you dumb shits haven't even thought about that? About housing them and clothing them and feeding them? Wow.
Again, this is where we see some
I'm so glad that you're the fucking police chief, and you're the fucking mayor, and you're the head of the fucking LA County Sheriff's, and you're head of the fire department, and you're head of the disaster relief effort for LA, and all these dumb fucks.
But
from donations, food, a place to stay.
That's the apartment building I was just showing you at the beginning.
See, that's Lake Avenue, bro. Look at that. That's not.
Still left there, and there's a bit
We're talking on Lake Avenue. I know.
It's hard to show everything because
this is like right above Washington Boulevard, the 210 freeway. OC will know where this is. All that whole area above the 210 freeway, OC, is burning sporadically. That's how bad this fire is.
And seeing all the destruction there, and this morning.
This is like insane, man. That it's come that far down into the city.
Might
this
still
is
be
not
difficult
up in
to
the
see
Angeles forest, man. This is like, they said the embers were getting carried 5 miles away from Eaton Canyon.
Fire line, so, there's still a lot of danger
around. There was apartment buildings, there was banks, the Altadena Pet Hospital. Right
feel
there.
So much better than they did yesterday because
it was insane, bro.
Strong,
when I was looking at the pictures, I'm like, that can't be Lake fucking Avenue in Pasadena. And then I saw that little Delta, the dentist office, Smile Dentist, has like a little toothy guy. That was burned to the ground except for the sign. I'm like, oh yeah, I know where that dentist place is. There's a little taco place right next to it. That was gone. I eat tacos there.
We get access to all of these areas.
I was like tripping. I was like, oh my effing. The Bank of America, if you go up farther.
That can be hazardous. So we are trained to watch for those things. And
it's
our firefighters,
insane,
when they come through, and one of the things that my photographer here noticed was a fire engine almost didn't see it. They were fortunately able to stop because he flagged them down. But they're tired too. They're running on probably just adrenaline at this point. And, so these are the things that
that fire truck almost ran into that power line, but I'm assuming that power line has no power to it at this point. I think that neighborhood looks pretty dark to me.
So we got to hand it to them.
He's worried about the fire truck hitting that wire. I'm like, dude, there's no light. I don't think there's any power there, man.
Surrounded by devastation here in Altadena this morning.
I don't see lights just from his camera.
I think what really strikes me about where you are is if you look, you're about a mile from the foothills, and traditionally these were neighborhoods where people, I think, felt like, well, we're safe, right? It's the homes right up against the hillside, but where you are, it's areas that traditionally would maybe not even have any threat.
Totally crazy, man.
Yeah, and we're so used to fire lines, right? Where we see the fire has moved down to this street and maybe has moved down to the next street. But here we see how much it hopscotches because
if they don't
the
call
winds
for
were
Karen
carrying those
Bass's
embers,
resignation,
and we
the
were
fucking
driving
mayor
up the street
and all
here,
the
we
police,
see,
all
there's
these
a
guys,
business that burned.
that'll be insane.
There's a business still standing. Same thing with the homes. There's a couple here, a couple there. And for a lot of these people we've been hearing from, that is, as Christine, to your point, what is so surprising is how much further this moved into areas where people did not expect it, because they think, I don't live up in the foothills where, you know, you can expect for some brush to catch fire and move into my neighborhood. These are just city streets where this wildfire, you know, carried into the sky from those embers and then caught fire at a lot of different locations and just is so tragic.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, the loss of these homes, the businesses, but also the loss of lives that happened because of this fire.
Yeah.
Okay, Rick, thank you so much. We'll check in with you, of course, throughout the morning.
And the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and the Pacific Palisades has now exploded to more than 17,000 acres.
Yeah, still no containment at this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed. We want to go now to KCON News reporter Luzdelia Caballero. She's live near PCH in Canyon, Malibu with the latest on this fire. And you can see crews working into the morning. Luzdelia, what's your location?
Currently, we are on PCH west of Tuna Canyon, and we're here in front of a garage where firefighters recently knocked down a fire here. And this is something that we've seen all morning long. And I do want to just share, driving down PCH, we were here yesterday, there were a ton of downed power poles. This morning, a much different story. They've been cleared from the roadway, but the devastation is much greater this morning than it was yesterday when we left early afternoon, and it is just incredibly saddening. We want to take you a little closer just so you can see some of what we're seeing on this strip. So it seems like homes, for the most part, intact on this area, but their garage or attached structures are destroyed, as you can see here. And firefighters tell us this morning that they are mostly working on putting out hot spots.
It makes no logical sense to me how we're already on day 4 and they can't get their...
As you do have several hot spots, and we see a neighboring structure here where obviously you see more flames here, and their worry is that they will spread, and if the wind picks up, those embers will pick up as well and travel, and we will see more devastation, and that's what they want to prevent. The good news, what they tell us, is that they seem to have a better handle on this area simply because the structures that have burned to the ground, there's not much that can burn. I mean, they are destroyed, and at this time it's more of assessing what has been a total loss, deemed a total loss, and also trying to move forward to save other structures. So that's what we just saw right now, is firefighters coming and really starting to see what areas they want to focus on so that
you didn't notice this?
We want to continue walking down PCH
OC, remember the octopus house? That house that has the octopus made out of all the tiles and all that crap? That one's burned to the ground.
Like the garages,
all those houses on the left-hand side.
Total loss here.
When you drive past Sunset Boulevard, right? Past Gladstone's, right? And you start seeing all those houses. All those houses are gone, bro. Every single one of those houses is gone.
As we continue moving
all of
down,
them. From Sunset to
Topanga.
Every one of those houses burned down. Every single one. They're all gone.
And this is something that firefighters are starting to chase, and that's putting these...
I mean, you're talking the average cost of one of those houses is a couple $million fucking dollars. Those houses ain't cheap.
Catching on fire goes down. And
that's a shitload of fucking money right there. That's like $500 million in fucking houses in just a couple miles. That's what you're seeing right now. These are all on the beach side. That's all the ones on the beach side. Yeah, you know, right past Gladstone. You start seeing all those houses. Yep, those are all gone, man.
They shared.
It was insane. They showed this morning. They'll probably show it later on.
all the holidays passing, Christmas,
Yep,
New
they're
Year,
all gone.
So much to celebrate, and right now, so much
whole
hurt.
fuck,
So
I can't
just
believe
another
it that it
reminder
jumped the
that,
highway
as
and
these
then went
fires
from house to
continue
house to
rage
house to
on,
house. So
that
the
if you
firemen
are
couldn't sit
in
there
an
and put the
evacuation
fires
zone, do
out
not
when they
come
first
back.
started. They could just
Allow
have crew
the
station right
firefight
there.
to continue as crews work to put these
This,
flames
like
out
I
to
said,
reach some
the
sort
the
of
fucking
containment on this
management
specific
of this
fire.
whole
We have
fire
several
is
fires
fucking
burning,
insane,
so
dude.
our hearts go out to everyone who has been affected, and of course we'll continue moving down PCH to give you a better idea this morning of what we see, and unfortunately, and it saddens me to say, but of what's left, guys.
Yeah, just so heartbreaking to see. I mean, she said it best, the way it was 24 hours ago this time, a much different story, but still just as tragic when you see these homes, because we've all covered so many of these stories where you have the homeowners go back to their homes.
This is what's so
to see if they
insane,
can
man.
Find anything
I
that,
just can't
lasted or
understand
survived the fire, and
the
oftentimes there's not
mismanagement
much.
is
Yeah,
so
Vascalia, what did you see
fucking
driving in
bad.
today?
I mean, you can't put fire trucks every few hundred yards, right? And have them watch like 5 or 6 houses, like these 5, 6, 10 houses are you guys' responsibility, right?
All right, well, that was Luis Delia Caballero reporting.
No,
We'll get
they
back to it.
motherfucking. I showed you
right
yesterday.
there. But also,
we were doing a
people
stream, bro.
in the fire zones are
Just
dealing with
before
the
we
loss
stopped,
of their
right?
homes and properties.
Or
And
no,
this
this is
morning we're hearing
after.
from a couple from
After I
Malibu
got
about
done.
the terrifying
There's-
moments
the
they had to
reporter was
escape the
standing there up
flames.
on some road in the Palisades, and this beautiful fucking white house behind her. And all of a sudden, smoke started coming up from
And
it.
you can hear there Alec Gallus
And
struggling
I guess
to
the
breathe
cameraman
as he
saw
ran
it
to his car
first
from his
because she had her
girlfriend's
back
Carbon
to the
Canyon
house.
cottage.
And
He
then
says he
she's
was
like,
trying
"Oh,
to
what?"
save the
She
home,
turned around, she
just
goes,
like
"Oh
what he
yeah."
did a month
Cameraman
ago
just
when he
I
saved
noticed
his
smoke
house
coming
and
out the
5
top
others
of this
from
house,
the raging
and within a
flames
few
and
minutes,
fire.
the whole goddamn fucking place is on
was
fire,
like a
bro.
vortex
I'll show you a
of
picture of
embers.
it. I have
There
a.
was no oxygen. I couldn't breathe. I barely even made it to my
I'll
car.
give you. I'll show you a
It's just
screenshot of
not real. I mean, a
it. Yeah,
month,
because I
less than a month, my lungs weren't even
I
better
gave
from the last
one
time.
to
I'm still coughing from the last fire.
illegal. I wanted to show her what it looked like.
But
I
this
said, "Look
time,
at this
Gallus
fucking
couldn't save his
house
girlfriend's home, which
that
burned
just
to the
got
ground.
fucking
Kelly
torched,
Warren
man."
lost everything she
That
owned, including a
and the
lifetime
fire
of
truck
dreams.
came. She goes, "Oh, here comes the fire guys,"
lost all my
and they
writing,
drove right by it.
books.
They didn't even stop because
You're,
they're like,
tearing
"Oh
up.
well,
It's like-
nothing we can do."
It's just hard to, I don't know, I just like remember that after, but.
Yeah, they literally drove
everything
right
I've
by
written
this fucking house,
for my whole
dude.
life, and like, I journal
I'll
and
show you
write
the
a
house
lot,
here.
So it's just the little things that you remember after.
Look at this picture of this house, bro.
feel for
I mean,
them.
it only
The couple
took
said they're still thankful,
not even
just
20
thinking
minutes
of
for
what
this
else they
fucking
could have
house to
lost.
get from
They're
this
definitely,
point. When
when
she
we
started
talk about
talking
when
to
you
us,
talk
right?
about Christine as a mom, the mementos of your kids,
And
Yes.
said, you
how
know,
hard that would be.
that
or
oh, this
anything,
house, you know, behind me's on
And we
fire,
can't just
right?
say it's just stuff, because
Yeah.
it really is sometimes a lifetime of memories.
And literally,
Well, the images of
this is
loss
what it
and
looked like
devastation
after 20
continue
fucking
to come
minutes,
in.
man. Look at that
Those
picture.
Not impacted by the
That was
fire
20
are eager to
minutes, and then the
help.
fire
But
guys
what is
drove
the
up,
best way to provide
and they just
assistance
drove
to
right
those
by
affected
it.
by the fires?
They were like, "Oh well, can't do nothing about that
Truly,
one."
the best way is for people to make donations. This way, we can empower people to recover the way that they need
And that's
to.
overlooking the
outpouring
ocean.
from the community has been tremendous, but a lot of the items are
Yeah,
are
the
not
road
of
is
any
right there
value to
between
the
that.
people
See that
right now.
berm
They
behind
need
the
other
house,
things,
that
and
retaining
is
wall.
what we do. We
That's the
provide-
road
we
right there.
assess their
So this
immediate
is the
needs,
back of
and
the
then
house,
we help
and then you can
provide
see
those
that retaining.
by
So the
the
fire truck
generosity
came
of
and they
donors.
slowed down a little bit, and
As
then they
Southern
drove
California
off.
copes with the devastation
They
caused
didn't
by
even
the fires.
stop.
Many of you want to know how you can help. KCAL cares, and we are
Yeah,
partnering
they just
with
drove
the Red
off.
Cross
So
to
can't save
assist
that
those in
one.
need.
Also, you can go to
And she was looking at another house across the road that was burning that they drove by. That they didn't do that. I bet you they didn't have any water in the fucking truck. It was a pumper truck, and I bet you didn't have any water.
All right, let's go over to the Hollywood Hills now. The Sunset Fire began burning near Runyon Canyon late last night. Take a look. You can see Sky Cow from overhead. Christine, I live in this area around 6:30.
Yeah, imagine you're watching the fucking news and you see your house catch on fire, and then you see the fire department like just show up and drive by. Basically, slow down, look at it, and then keep going.
We had our go bags and things ready to go, but it's still a frightening situation.
That's like so fucking sad, man.
when we're out there in the field talking
So
to these families,
sad.
it's, we want to help them. We want to show what's going on. But when you're in that
So
same
fucking
situation,
sad,
it's
man.
almost panic. What do I bring? What do I need? and then trying to get out sometimes is the hardest part.
Yeah, because actually doing it versus thinking about doing it is very different. And we appreciate you being here. And, yesterday I saw this graphic.
Yeah,
with
literally, it only took just a little bit of smoke. And the reporters, they didn't even know where the fucking smoke came from.
I think people who don't live here
Like, there was no fires around there. Like, all the other houses had burned. So what it was is embers. Embers that just carried through the air, landed somewhere somewhere on that house. And look, that house looks pretty modern too, right? It all looks like stucco and shit. It doesn't even look like it'd be a house that would burn.
And to see the loss, but I know that we will be stronger.
But somehow it caught on fire.
People, if they
unless the fucking homeowner set it on fire.
But it has been a really tough
right, because we couldn't see the front.
It's definitely
all we could see is a little bit of smoke starting up, and then 20 minutes later it looked like that. So whatever caught it on fire, got inside really quick. So who knows? They might have left the garage open or something, and drove off. Or who knows?
Can I help you with? All
I know is when she first started reporting, they were looking at other houses. She's on the street, and the whole thing's burned out, and looking down the fucking mountain towards the beach. It's nothing but like 3 or 4 more blocks, all burned out, all gone.
On this quickly.
Everything gone.
King County reporter Tom Wade, he was out there. I was actually talking to him after I left, and he was kind of being
so that one went up
things
pretty
are
quick.
Good, but here's a little of what he had to say with his report. Take a look.
So lots of good news this morning at Runyon Canyon. That is because the fire that was raging earlier in the evening prior is pretty much contained, at least in terms of the visual flames. Official containment numbers, we don't actually have those right now, but firefighters are saying they're very happy with the way things stand right now. That is the fuller entrance to Runyon Canyon. The good news is you don't see anything there right now, and earlier it was packed with firefighters, and also you could see flames and smoke from that area. Let's get to you some video of just how intense that firefight was on Wednesday night. Just a, incredible amount of firefighters on the ground and also in the air, dousing that fire with as much as they could. People terrified really in the area. You could see that fire from pretty much every angle, and Runyon was just a tinderbox. Dry fuel on the hillsides with very little rain.
And you know what? I didn't notice the
just
planes flying yesterday at all.
Situation.
Even though the winds were less. The day before, they had 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds. Yesterday, it was 30-mile-an-hour winds, and we didn't see any fixed-wing aircraft at all. They never showed one single aircraft doing a fucking aerial drop at all. Because I think they were over on the Eaton fire trying to do that one.
But it was not that chaotic. Tense maybe, but not. We didn't see any sort of road
rage. Because before, remember the day before, we were watching them land right in the ocean right there and pick up water right out of the ocean.
Advantage of not having to deal with any.
I'm not quite sure what the fuck is going on, but they sort of gave up on Pacific Palisades. I think they decided to move their resources to other areas.
So that made it very much not easier.
Which is the general consensus of most of the residents that we've talked to so far, that they talked to. They've all said the same thing.
And get the
fire department bailed on them, or the firemen that were there had no water to put out fires.
But of course, a lot of people very scared. A lot of people left their homes because they did not know what would happen. And
wonderful,
the fire was just visible from so many angles, and very scary for lots of folks. Reporting from Hollywood, I'm Tom Wade, KCAL News.
And good morning. Yes, you know what? Good news is that wind gusts significantly different from what we saw this time yesterday.
Except for
winds have calmed in areas like Eden Canyon and, of course, across the Pacific Palisades, Malibu. Still looking at some areas of wind, especially in Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. But really, for the most part, the worst is past us. Now, we're not completely out of the woods because we still have another round of stronger winds that will ramp up today and as we head into early tomorrow. So critical fire danger, that is still a big story across Southern California. Much of the area under a red flag warning. So it is still very windy, and it will be windy, and it is still very dry. I do not have any rain for us in the extended forecast, and that is a That's a big problem. So the red flag warning we've been talking about across much of Southern California, that is now with us until Friday. So we've got that today. We've got that as we head into tomorrow across Ventura County, a lot of Los Angeles into San Bernardino,
the windiest
Riverside,
part
and Orange
is
County.
still in
High
Malibu,
wind warning. So this
which
is
is
with us
bizarre.
until early Friday across parts of Orange County, again, the Inland Empire. So we will see winds ramp up yet again. So this goes into effect this morning. It will be with us through early tomorrow. High wind watches. This is what you see in this brown color here. So this includes the Santa Monica Mountains.
Down to
I-5 corridor.
I think they got the cutest weather ladies so far. They got
high
box
wind
beat
warning. So again, we are
and
not
KCAL
out of the
9.
woods just yet, but the worst of the wind gusts are past us. So
she's the cutest.
fire
She looks like
weather
my
outlooks.
neighbor's
when I was
wife.
talking about
The
this
kids that
yesterday,
moved
we
up
had
here
parts
from
of LA and
Texas.
Ventura County that were
Megan,
under the
that's what
extreme
Megan looks like.
category. That hot
I told her, I
pink
said,
color,
you could have
that's
been a
the
beauty
highest
queen
category.
down there
So
in
now
Texas,
we're down
man.
a
I said, well,
level
you're like your
critical
high school
fire
homecoming
danger,
queen, which
across
she
Santa
was.
Clarita, Piru, Calabasas, Agora Hills.
And he's just a plain dude, man. I said, dude, you are so lucky.
And then other areas
you got
just
such
in
a
an
gorgeous
elevated
fucking wife. I said,
fire
don't
danger
fuck it
today.
up, bro.
But that's the fire outlook today. I want to show you what happens to tomorrow. So we're going to jump to tomorrow. And most areas out of that
don't be a
critical
dumb
fire
fuck
danger
and
and
fuck
just
it
kind
up,
of
man.
to an elevated
Do something
fire danger.
wrong.
So we will see
No,
improvements.
her parents
as we head through the next few
own
days.
like
I know it's slow, but it's
100,000
taking
acre
some time
ranch
to get there. We
down there
will
in
get
Texas.
there. So still,
Yeah, he
again,
was like a
those
dumb
winds
shit.
gusting
They
as
knew
we
each other
head
in high
into
school.
later this morning and early this
But he
afternoon
was like,
in
you know,
areas like Santa
he was like,
Clarita.
she hung out,
So
you know,
we
like
will
the
see wind gusts as strong
cheerleader
as
and all
30
that
to
shit.
35
And he was
miles
just like
per
a
hour.
nobody
Winds starting
type
to
dude.
gust up in
Perfect
areas
love
like
story.
Riverside, but of course this
And he gets
graphic's
kicked
looking
out of his fucking,
so much
his
different
parents
today
kick him
than what
out
we
of
saw
the house.
yesterday.
So he shows up at her place because they have a bunkhouse that the farm, the ranch hands stay in. So he asked her if he could stay in the bunkhouse because he didn't have a place to stay.
We're watching the fire danger. Christine, I'll send
So after about 3 months of him living there, because they were still going to high school
We want to show you
together.
now a massive
They knew each
home
other in high
collapsing in
school,
Studio
right?
City. This
So
happened last night.
after
where
like 3
another
months
new
of
fire
him,
broke out.
him living there, somehow they started dating.
Fire. SkyCal overhead as several homes burned.
Hey,
A
Mark
massive
Miller,
TV
man.
hiked up into the neighborhood as
Welcome.
firefighters
Yeah,
battled
good
the flames.
OC, calm down,
After
man.
a four-story home engulfed in flames, collapsed live
So
on
anyways,
our
they
air.
started
The firefight
dating,
continues
and then one thing
here
led to
tonight.
another,
This is in
obviously, so
Studio
they were high school
City.
sweethearts
The building
at,
still having
17.
flames
They're
coming
21
out of
now.
it. That fire
They
started
moved here
inside that
because
home,
the grandfather
jumped outside
owns a
the home
construction
into
business
brush
here. He's
and
been there his
neighboring
whole
homes.
life.
Now the flames you
And
see
the dad
are
was a
coming
border
from
patrol
a gas line that's
agent
been
up
hit.
here
I'm told that's what
years.
keeps sparking
So they already
up
had,
flames.
he
They've
had
got
family
water
here,
coming at it
and they wanted to buy
at
a
different levels
place.
from the top,
They bought the
the
farm
side.
next door,
There's
farmhouse
still a
from
number of
late
fire engines here,
1800s,
though some of the
like
crews
5-bedroom
have moved away.
with an
The focus
attached
now is
apartment,
entirely
a
putting
couple
out those
outbuildings,
flames that are being
2
caused
acres
by that
for
gas line.
128K.
This progress is
And a
as
nice
far as
big
engines
pond
being able to
for
move here
128K.
hours after this fire actually started.
And she
no
already got
injuries
pregnant.
in this.
She's already, I think she
spoke to a neighbor
either had the
who
baby or
lives
getting ready
just
to have
a
the
few
baby.
doors down from this home
So-
and said tonight they were at home.
So they've been up here a
and
couple
relaxed,
years. Got
not
married last
expecting a
summer
fire
at the
in their
grandpa's
neighborhood.
house on the
Most
lake.
people
He
didn't know
lives
that
down
we
on
even
another
had a
lake
fire
here
here because
locally.
they're focused on
Got
other
married
things.
there.
And all of a sudden it just
Really nice
erupts.
kids.
I'm just surprised it happened tonight because we had no wind.
Yep.
It was a quiet night.
But they got the
It
right
wasn't like the
plan.
winds
You
we
know, they
had
moved up
yesterday.
here. They got that
Everyone's
property.
more
They want to buy a couple of
in
rentals.
this area at least. And we were watching.
I
the
didn't
fires
say
in
it
other
morning,
areas,
Mark.
and all of a sudden this
No,
thing erupts.
by the way.
Of course, this unrelated to a wind event. It started
Yeah,
inside.
so they got their shit together
Of course, the
already.
cause of this
You know
fire
what
is
I mean?
still
As far
under
as, like,
investigation.
wanting to buy property
Good
and
news
have
tonight, there were
rentals
no injuries, and crews are going to be here
Uncle
until
Sarge.
they're done and those flames are fully out and it's safe.
And then
to
he's
then
learning
investigate.
contracting from his
KCAL
grandfather.
News.
He works for his grandfather. He worked as a
Thank you so
jailer
much. And
when he
SkyCal,
first moved here.
over
He
the
worked at
Palisades
the
fire
jail
right now.
as
That's
a
on the
jailer for a
left-hand side
couple
of your
years,
screen.
and
You
he said
can
he got
see
burned out
a
on
dark,
that
but you can still
because
see those hot stops burning
obviously you're
along
dealing
the
with
hillside. But we've been
riff-raffy
looking
here
at
of the
these
county,
wind conditions,
so.
and thankfully right now.
So he worked at the
they're calm, but
grandpa.
That could definitely change.
So after a few
Alex
years, he'll start his own construction
The evacuation
business,
zones
which is
for the
good up
Palisades
here
fire have
because
expanded
contractors
and
make good money.
now include parts of Santa Monica, all the way down to the coast.
And you see those areas in red there. You can see the footprint for the fire in orange has expanded all the way west to Malibu. Evacuation warnings in yellow are in other parts of Santa Monica, the city of Malibu, even Calabasas, north to the 101, and Malibu Creek State.
You don't get a lot of
Park.
attractive
now,
women
the
up
Eden
here.
fire has moved
Women
up
up here are
into
nice,
parts
but
of the
they're like
Angeles National
farm women.
Forest, as you can see there in orange, but large parts of Altadena and Eden Canyon and parts of Upper Sierra Madre have burned. Evacuation zones shown in red for the Palisades fire for the Eden fire have expanded and now include most of the northern parts of Sierra Madre, Pasadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge. Evacuation warnings in yellow now stretch from La Crescenta, Montrose, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, down south to the 210 freeway, and northern parts of Monrovia, Duarte, and
a lot of overweight
and
people
evacuation
here.
orders for the Sunset Fire. They're shown.
People work hard up
right
here, but there's a lot of overweight people.
Large parts of the Hollywood Hills and Hollywood,
a lot of
down
techie
bordered by the
diabetic,
101
pretty
freeway
prevalent.
to the east, and Hollywood.
I can't believe when I go to fucking Walmart and you walk past the pharmacy,
and the evacuation warnings now include
it's like 3 bags deep all the way across with all the prescriptions, and bags have like multiple pills. Yeah, people up here are prone to take like 6 or 12 fucking pills at a fucking time.
Under a fire
It's like fucking
evacuation,
crazy,
and we
man.
talked about this earlier that
oh
this
my
is the
God.
first time I can remember in my career where
I won't be living
everybody
here.
I
I'm going to
know
sell
is
this
somehow
property
touched by
this
this
year.
fire.
Oh,
Either
see.
evacuated.
Remember, I was going to sell this
have friends
house,
who
and
have
the reason I
lost
didn't sell the
their
house
homes
is
yesterday. I had to
wintertime.
text a
came.
friend because Rick Montanez
I want to get a house on a
checked
lake.
on her home and it was gone. You know,
Fuck
it's
living on the
just
fucking highway next to potato
mind-boggling
fields.
that the impact is
I want to
so
go get a lake house
widespread and
so I
so
can sit
severe.
out there and
the last
stream
fire I think I
on my
remember
fucking
covering that was
deck.
this big was the Woolsey fire,
and
but
go
this one
fishing and
is so
use
much
my
bigger and so much
canoe
more
and ride my
powerful and so much
bicycle
more
and-
spread out. It's It's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, and there's
for
a
sure.
lot of questions too on where are all these displaced people going to go. I know Airbnb is offering free temporary housing to people. I've seen posts where people have said, hey, I have a rental, you can have it for free for a month or two.
The Red Cross is a good place to look into as well.
But you wonder where, it's going to take years to rebuild. Where are all these people going to go when we already have, such a shortage of housing? So I know a lot of people have so many concerns on their minds. The good news is,
see, that's just what I'm wondering. It's like, where the fuck are you going to put all those people from Pacific Palisades? That's a shitload of people.
You're watching KCAL News.
Got to be like 30,000 fucking people are homeless, basically. Where the fuck are they all going to live?
The Eaton Fire, one of
It's like
them.
a huge amount of people. Oh shit, my potatoes, man. I forgot I'm cooking my fucking
KCAL
breakfast.
News reporter Amanda Starantino
Hold
joins
on.
us live this morning from a neighborhood that has been completely wiped out. And Amanda, you were there, I believe, 2 days ago, too. It's just so tough to see.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we were here yesterday over a little bit further away, more in the Pasadena area. This morning we're in Altadena, we're on West Harriet, and we've been driving around for the last hour through this neighborhood, and it's just absolute devastation. My photographer, Mike McGregor, said it perfectly. It's just skeletons of this neighborhood is left, and it's absolutely heartbreaking. And then you see scenes like this just scattered randomly everywhere through this entire neighborhood here in Altadena. Just firefighters just trying to get the fires out so they don't continue to spread, but these homes just can't be saved anymore. Most of these homes are just completely burned to the ground. This neighborhood's gone, you guys, and it's just so sad to see. We have firefighters spread out through all of the streets here, and a lot of these places are actually pretty far from where the ridge is, where the fire is burning. So you're dealing with that, and these embers just flying everywhere, and you can see the embers right here too. But
they're not even brown
very
yet.
calm here this morning as they continue to fight these fires. But I mean, we're looking at these people's front door right here, and what is probably their dining room, their kitchen, where they have had so many special moments, and now it's just gone and burned to the ground. What we're seeing a lot in this neighborhood is trees down, and
that's the part that I'm tripping on, is they didn't mention any of that. They were talking about temporary shelters, right?
Scattered everywhere.
Over on Sepulveda and all that, but that's just like, for you to sit there for the day or whatever, right?
And they're very dangerous to cross, even though the power
They
could be
need
shut
to
off.
figure out where these people are going to fucking live, man. It's in a couple months is not. How long do you think it's going to take to build all those fucking houses?
For people to start coming back to this
Right?
neighborhood just yet with all of these power lines.
More than a couple months.
Yeah, and then over on behind us, we did see the
these people are going to need
here. They are going through the
like
right now,
a place to live for a year or
gas.
so.
They're saying they're doing what
We
they can.
know that. It'll be 6 months before they get any fucking money from their insurance company. And then they got to start looking around for a contractor. And what do you think all the contractors are going to say? Oh, I'm booked up for the next 3 fucking years, right?
But definitely it's all.
I mean, it takes a while for a contractor to build a house. And if you got fucking 100, if you have 1,000 fucking homes in that area gone, it can take a shitload of time to build all those houses back. You're talking whole neighborhoods, right?
Thanks so much for bringing us that report, and stay safe out there. We want to get a recap right now on the Eden fire in Altadena.
And then you have to have it inspected, right? So you have to have building inspectors and permits and building. I'm telling you, man.
Structures have been damaged or destroyed.
And let's go to the Palisades.
Exactly. They're not track houses. Yeah, they're going to put up neighborhoods of track houses in Pacific Palisades, right?
17,000 acres. Still no containment this hour. At least 1,000 structures
Steven
there.
Spielberg. Yeah, we're going to give you a ranch-style house, Mr. Spielberg.
Fire crews.
Yeah, Diddy's house. It's probably burned down, Trap.
Those mandatory evacuations, however.
A lot of those houses are burned down, Trap. Welcome, by the way. They were showing a list of the celebrities this morning and the location of their houses, and a lot of those people, their houses are gone.
Massive home collapsed.
That's the unfortunate part. Fire doesn't care if you're a celebrity or not when it comes through. Yeah, your house is there. And there's a lot of celebrities that live in the Palisades. I mean, a lot, man. That's been an enclave because it's been there since the 1920s. People started building up there, so there's like a lot of old money up there, and a lot of celebrity families. And
right now in Altadena, Rick, tell us your location and what you're seeing. I mean, I can only imagine.
So I'm
how
just
awful it is. To be out
it's
there
pretty fucked up, man. This whole thing
right now.
It's going to be months and months and months and months and months, man, until they,
and what's difficult is
really
just
make
trying to
heads or
figure
tails.
out what we are looking at, what these
especially the insurance
piles of
companies
rubble used to
and all
be.
that.
We are on Lake Avenue and Mariposa Street here, and behind me, I mean, just look at all of this that is, in the road even. This building just collapsed after burning. This is, I believe, Rancho Bar. That burned down just down the street. Next to it was a coffee shop. And then as we look over here, this is a smoke shop that also burned completely, just unrecognizable. It is wild to see all of this. And then we want to swing around and show you just across the street here. Again, this is Lake and Mariposa, and we're being careful because the road is closed, but there are still some cars moving through here. But this was a martial arts studio, it appears. And I mean, it might have been other businesses as well, but it's really hard to tell where a lot of this destruction begins and ends because there's just so much of it. And it really is mind-blowing to see all of this destruction. I heard you guys talking just a short time ago about covering the news here in Southern California for so long. I've been here for a decade working in news, but I grew up here in Southern California, so I know a lot of the history of what we've seen from these wildfires, and I've never seen anything like this. If we look over here to the side, this is a market that burned down. You see it looks like the wall collapsed there. We can't go further into this lot because there's some down power lines here. They appear to be de-energized, but even right in front of us, we're looking at the backside of a couple of apartment complexes. Those are from the next street over, which I believe is El Molino, if I'm remembering correctly. I have to keep looking at the maps to see exactly where we are and what we're looking at because it's just so hard to recognize where everything is. And so that's kind of the hard part is just seeing everything. Yeah, El Molino Avenue, I just checked. That is where those apartments are located. So we're looking on the back end of it. But see down here, the down power lines, there's so much danger still in the way for a lot of these. What's striking as we look at this yard here right in front of us, you see the frame there of what looks like it's a trampoline for the families that lived here. And then we see these buildings are still burning here this morning. forgive me, it's just hard to see.
Yeah, Rick, take your time.
So much of this.
You've been out there for, this is, your second full day of covering this.
And what you're feeling is completely normal.
Well, and as you guys have talked about, these are our communities. These are the places where, these are special places to us. It's people's homes. It's their livelihood. It's where they gather. Even the coffee shop. I'm sure there was a small community from the neighborhood that goes there daily for their coffee, and it's part of their routine. And to see all of it gone is just so troubling.
Yeah, it was, it's one of those things where we train for this. We've all covered so many fires, but I don't think any of us can remember a time where there was so much destruction, so many large fires all burning at once, and so many homes burned. I keep saying, typically when there's a fire like this, all the media is on the same 3 streets that were impacted.
Yeah.
With this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, you can be in the middle of destruction and not see any other media because there's so much of it.
Well, it's not rich people that live there, Trap. There's normal people that live there too.
Right,
you can't just say everybody lives in Pacific. I lived there. I grew up there, bro. Okay, I grew up in Santa Monica, West LA, Pacific Palisades. I went to high school in Altadena, John Muir. So I know these people. They're not fucking rich, bro.
The worst of it is all over the place, and that is, I think, what is so striking and so
let
difficult to understand, and why I think a lot of us are getting so
they're not all rich people. They're just normal people.
We are from here. We
coffee, and you know what? Don't start getting all weird on my fucking screen with all the
scare and the evacuation yesterday
shit. Just chill and relax. This is not Fox. This is not some other bullshit stream. This is Sergeant Nick Fury's stream.
How do we move on while still trying to understand the trauma all around us and the difficulty that we face?
You may not feel fucking sorry for anybody, but we do.
Here, you can't help but
I feel sorry for anybody who lost their fucking home.
They are still at work.
What happens if you lose your home? Hey, you know what, Trap? I hope your fucking parents drop fucking dead today. I hope your family all fucking dies. They get in a car. Why would you wish ill on anybody, bro? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my fucking life, man.
I do have faith in our city, and we
FEMA
will come together and grow together. I have a friend
they've already called FEMA.
Who says when things
and
happen in New York,
the Red Cross and the Salvation Army have already been called. They're all set up, bro. What we're wondering is where they're going to house people, why they didn't have better management, right? Why they ran out of water. Those are the questions we're asking. Why the people in charge, all the black people that are running everything in LA, because I saw a shitload of black people standing
on this job. You have to feel for other people, and I think that's
and
what
white
people
right now. And Hispanic people.
Still shock in a way.
But mostly women, mostly DIA woke women, which everybody knows are fucking useless. Right. Look at the comments. People are laughing.
Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Look at what comments.
Go ahead, Rick.
And who's laughing?
I was just saying there are times where,
what comments and who's laughing? Bro, you must be fucking... You must be, oh my God, go Trump. So we got some fucking troller. So I'll tell you what, dude, have a good fucking day, right? Because you're so full of fucking shit, right? So go fucking on Fox, go some fucking place else. Yes, we all wanted Donald Trump to be president because we didn't want some cunt fucking black fucking stupid fucking motherfucking bitch to be fucking president. But since you won't shut the fuck up, this is how we shut people up on my fucking channel.
They probably never thought that a wildfire would come and affect them.
So,
but it has.
Go on Fox, go some fucking place else, and spew your fucking bullshit. Because over there, they don't fucking block anybody because they ain't got no fucking moderators. So go hang out over there and talk all your fucking bullshit all you want, right? See, everything was fine at first. But then I realized you're just some piece of shit fucking troll. So this is how we get rid of fucking douche fucking bags like you, Trap F.
On every block practically.
Yeah, we just fucking fucking delete you and fucking ban you off the fucking page. See how easy that was?
Now we can see the glow of it.
Easy
That wasn't
peasy,
there
baby.
a few minutes ago. So we're gonna make our way down there shortly. But
well, we only had 3
what's
you
striking
fucking
is it's
losers
just
so far
all
in
the way
3
down
days.
Lake Avenue.
So that's not too bad.
When did we ever think that was possible for a wildfire?
Yeah, you notice how they start out okay, and then they start fucking ramping it up real fucking quick with the bullshit comments.
Block to block.
Yeah.
And not hopscotch the way it did all the way down.
Yeah, they think they're watching some fucking news channel or some shit, right? You know, where those people just go on and nobody can stop them from fucking talking and shit, right? Because nobody's monitoring those fucking those feeds, those live chat things. Unfortunately, I monitor
keep up the
mine.
great work out there.
I just fucking hose your fucking ass,
Government
man.
Editor Mark Blue, keeping an eye on the fires. Mark,
Anybody else want to talk some shit?
Well, tell us what's the latest.
Yeah, look at the comments. Everybody's laughing at you.
And Chris,
like,
we,
okay.
here at the desk have been tracking progress of these fires.
Yeah, he must have like
for the last
multiple
2.5
fucking
days.
chats open, or I don't know
And
what the
can
fuck
tell
he
you
was
that
doing.
The aerial attack is vastly different than this morning than it was yesterday. Just about this time yesterday, when we had our coverage here at the desk, there was absolutely no aircraft in the air. Today, the aerial firefight continues in these overnight hours. And our own airship, media airship, SkyCow, is able to fly today because the high winds have vastly reduced. And what you're looking at here is live pictures of the eastern flank of the Palisades fire. Still very, very
Holy
active
fuck,
in the
man.
hills of Pacific
Yeah, that looks pretty
Palisades,
active to me,
burning
man.
to the east.
But at least they
towards
got
the
fucking
communities of
aircraft in
Santa
there now. They
Monica
start putting
and the
water on
405.
shit. But
And
only
you can see
2.
with
They only got
SkyCow
2
that,
fixed-wing
there are
aircraft. I think
like
4
that one they're flying.
airdropping
This is either a
helicopters.
spotter aircraft or
I think he
one
said
of
they had
those
6
Sikorsky Firehawks
altogether.
that is continuing in the overnight hours to do these very important water drops in these very hilly areas. Right there, you can see it is indeed a water dropping aircraft doing those water drops to try and contain those flames as they burn in the very rugged
4
terrain
helicopters and 2
to
fixed-wing.
the north and east of Pacific Palisades. Now, if you come
But
out
it's
to my
too
map,
little
I'm going to
too
show
late.
you exactly where we
In
are
one
looking
sense,
at
I
here.
mean,
So
yeah, there's
what
still a
you're
lot of
seeing here,
structures being
SkyCal is
threatened,
floating
so
right
we're-
about in this area, and we're looking in this direction. So that fire line that you see there is probably somewhere right around here. That's the active flames right now. And if
Wow.
I zoom in a little bit, what I'm going to show you is the devastation that we have been talking about in the Pacific Palisades area. All of these white icons, and I know my colleague Mike Rogers had been talking about this earlier, are homes that are in the footprint of the fire. And it's really devastating to see that there is actually very few areas that they were able to save. You can see these red areas.
Look
here.
how
Those
many of those
evacuation
houses are
zones
gone.
that
All
possibly the
those
fire
white
skipped.
houses in
But
the
as
yellow
you see here,
area are
the
gone.
footprint as mapped
All those
by
houses
the
are
Intel
gone.
aircraft that have been
That's
coming
a
out of Sacramento,
shitload of
the
fucking
Office of
houses
Emergency
they're trying to
Management, have
rebuild,
shown
man.
that so much of Pacific Palisades has been wiped out by this fire.
Holy
and as we
fuck.
zoom out and go a little bit further over to the west, where the western flank is still active, all of
Holy
these homes here
fuck,
that
man.
had escaped the devastation of the Franklin fire about a month earlier.
See, look at OC,
now
all the ones
may
along the
have fallen
coast. See,
in
all those
footprint
houses
of
on the
this
coast,
fire.
all
As I
gone,
show
man.
you another map here. This is the CAL FIRE 2D map. And you're going to see the orange
Well, that's what
area,
I'm trying to
the
figure
footprint
out,
that we're
OC.
talking about. It burns right up to this gray area. This gray area.
Oh,
here
Thomas,
is the Franklin
that would be
fire
the best
from
fucking
the
thing they
early
could have.
December, the
See,
first week of
Thomas came
December,
up with a
and you
good
can see
idea.
that
They
now
get
the
some
Palisades
rain,
fire
huh?
has burned right up to that burn scar. So, unfortunately, the people that were in this area thought that
You
they
know
had
how
escaped the
hard it is
devastation
to buy
of the
shit
Franklin
in
fire,
Southern
only to
California at Home
experience the
Depot and
Palisades
Lowe's to
fire
begin with,
this week.
right?
Now, again, this isn't the only fire that's burning in
Because all the
Southern California.
contractors
There's
show up
still
early in the
another
morning
one
and
I'm
load
taking you to the
everything
map
up,
here.
right?
This is the footprint of the Eaton fire, and it is almost equally as devastating. Rick Montanez was just doing his live shot from right about in this area, in here, in the heart of the devastation of central
Yeah, look at how
Altadena.
many,
And you
all
can
these
see
white
all of those
houses
white
here.
buildings.
This is in
These two
Altadena.
are the structures
These are all
that
fucked
fell
up.
within the footprint of this fire, and you can see how far the fire reached down here into the community that is
Look at all
actually
those
not
houses
far
there,
from
OC.
the 210 freeway. So when we think about how fires devastate hillside communities, we never think about how far they reach.
That's why
They
that
could
fucking
possibly have reached into
douchebag, he's
central
like, oh, nobody
areas
cares
of the
about
San
rich
Gabriel
people.
Valley,
I'm like,
all
you know
due
how
to
many
this
fucking
once in a
poor
lifetime
black
wind
families
event.
just
And you
lost
can
their
see
fucking
even here how far
houses?
it
If
stretched
you guys
down
don't realize,
Sierra Madre
Altadena
Boulevard,
is
which is
basically
not at all
black
considered
people.
to be a mountainside or a hillside community.
Like
So the
80%
Eaton
black.
fire,
So we're talking about hundreds of black families that just lost their houses. Far from fucking rich people. Nobody cares about rich people losing their homes. I'm like, what a fucking douchebag, dude. You're talking about black families, man. They're fucking hardworking and Hispanic families and Asian. I went to high school there, man, in Altadena, John Muir. It was black when I went to high school there. I got kicked out of my high school. That's why I had to go to that high school.
I want to go over the fire that was in
because I got kicked out of the white high school I went to. That's too bad. I got
Chris, I can tell you that there has been an update.
I'm going to have to go to this John Muir, you know, up in Altadena. I had to bust. I got busted up there.
It's so rare to see an evacuation.
And it was rough back then in the fucking 70s, man. 72 when I went there was a rough. But yeah, that's a predominantly black area of Los Angeles. So for this idiot to come on and say, oh, nobody cares about what, you know, about rich people losing their homes. I'm like, dude, it's like hundreds of fucking regular fucking people. Plus in Pacific Palisades, there's normal people that live there. Not everybody's rich. Some of those people own the home, but they're on Social Security. They're older. They might not have very much money. Their property may be worth money.
I'll be here at the desk.
Doesn't mean they have money. It's like fucking.
Okay, Mark, yeah, we appreciate that. And that Sunset Fire area, I live in that area, and there's so many homes, and it's so dense. So even though it's a small area that still has to evacuate, it's a lot of people, a lot of families,
mostly north of the 210 freeway.
Area for decades.
Well, and it's also an iconic area. That's what we're seeing with this, you know, Malibu and Palisades and Pasadena and Altadena and all these places that, you know, have historical.
So you're talking about a lot of black people lost their fucking homes, man.
It's just a really tough time.
There's no rich people up there.
All the firefighters.
These people I went to high school with, they're posted on the Facebook and shit that they're already evacuated, that their parents lost their house. They're just normal black kids that I went to high school with. None of them are fucking rich. They're just like you and me. That's why I'm fucking pissed too, because I know these fucking people that are in
reporter
jeopardy.
Amanda Starantino joins us live this morning.
You want to come on my channel and talk fucking shit? Be prepared to get kicked off. I'm going to do that right away. This ain't Fox News or KCAL or one of those fucking live streams on YouTube. You guys spew all your fucking bullshit.
Trying to go through this entire neighborhood to shut off gas where they can. We have been driving around this neighborhood all morning here in Altadena, and there's a lot of homes that are just down to nothing, which I can show you right over here. Actually, here's a good example of it right over here, where you can see just a little bit of flames going, and that's just
losing their
actually, I
homes
think that's
and says they have no
but a lot of these homes just have
that's ridiculous.
Just a gas line burning at this point, so they're just going through where they can to try to shut those off.
What's wrong with our fucking world today, man?
This neighborhood's just gone. So we're on West Harriet, in between Lincoln and Olive here in Altadena, and as you just keep going through these little neighborhood
normal black
streets,
people's homes that are burned to the ground. I don't see any fucking Rolls Royces parked there, Ferraris or Lamborghinis.
As we go up this small walkway of what's left of this home, really the only
normal
thing
house,
left
man.
intact here.
One that my friends
and then once
grew
you get
up
to
in,
this
we
point,
go hang out after
just
fucking
the stairs that I
school
was
and
going up to what
weekends
was their front door is just heartbreaking. And you have these little pieces that are just still on fire.
This is what's so
really
insane, OC, is that it's come into the heart of Altadena, man. It's not up in the Angeles Forest where we normally see it, right?
Okay, let's go
it's
back
actually burning all through fucking Altadena, block after block of houses and apartments and the fucking bank and,
I mean, these cars
office
left
buildings,
intact for the
and
most part,
it's like I'm
which is
fucking
surprising because
flipping,
a lot of them are not.
Restaurants, dentists,
cars here
cleaners,
just completely
it's like everything,
gone
man.
and
But these
destroyed.
are
Just
normal
skeleton of the
neighborhoods.
cars left.
They
But
just
you walk right across the street,
weren't
and it's the
prepared
same
for all.
situation
You know how
here.
most of these
Another
houses
home
have
just
wood
completely
shingle
gone.
roofs. A lot
Their
of these old
fence
houses.
torn up.
Yeah, they
We're
just
gonna
weren't
walk through over
prepared
here.
for
We
the
have power
embers
lines
to
down
go
everywhere. You can
land
see
and
this power
catch
line
it on
was split
fire.
right here. And then this is what's left of this home as well. Just pieces of it.
Let me
And
check
there's
on my
nothing to
breakfast.
take. I want to take you around this way. We're going to walk down this way to where the firefighters are. And power lines down completely here. And power shut off, so it's very, very, very dark here. It's tricky to get around, and it's very dangerous to drive too on these streets because you can't really see what's going on. This crew here trying to work on this house that's been burning for quite a bit now, but a lot of the roads look like this. You have trees down everywhere, probably from the wind. How long have you guys been out on this house so far?
Say that again?
How long have you guys been out on this house?
At least 4 or 5 hours.
Okay, and are you guys just bouncing from house to house at this point?
All night. I mean,
second.
All right, so that is one of the fire crews that's out here right now. You can see the power lines down right here to get back here, and just trees down everywhere. And as you can see, as we walk through, we have to actually be kind of careful to see what's going on with all of these trees. But right to the left of me, this side gate, their beautiful picket fence just gone and destroyed. And as you can see, I almost went into a power line right there. So you have to be really careful walking around. This neighborhood is just, it's absolutely devastating to see what's going on. I mean, this boat made it, this car made it, but the house did not. And there's power lines just stripped all over it. The engine got, let's see, yeah, that boat is gone. Their fence is gone. These crews, are you guys now leaving? All right, they're pulling the hoses out here. They've been working on this house, as you heard, for quite some time now. And walking right alongside another home that's completely gone. You can see a car right here. Take a look at that. That car is gone.
Hey, Captain, what are you guys doing right now?
Yeah, what's going on?
We have to go get more water.
More water? Are you guys just completely out of water?
We just need to go refill our tank.
Okay. Where do you guys go do that?
At the nearest hydrant that has water.
Okay. How long does that usually take you guys?
Not too long.
2 hours? Okay.
Not too long.
Not too long. Okay, too long. Okay, we'll see you guys soon. All right, and that's a big issue that we've been seeing with this fire. Here, we'll keep walking down to this house that they've now had to leave because they ran out of water, as you just heard. So it's just water. There's just not enough, and these resources are being used so quickly because this is just a constant evolving situation here where they have to leave homes left like this. If you look right ahead of me, still burning, even though there's not much left of it. But the dangerous situation of this is a little bit of wind and those embers could go and cause even more problems. Let's keep walking through here. Oh, be careful right here because there's some power lines down. And you can see they're all mangled. Just look at this mess. The roadways, these are all over the place. We actually, driving through here, we were following some fire trucks throughout this neighborhood, and so many times they just have to keep stopping and turning around because there's power lines just completely blocking the roadway through. We saw power lines on fire as well. And look, this house, it just continues to be smoking. Here, let's look over here. So you can see their fence leading into their home gone. The trees are charred. The house is gone. Where are you? And the firefighters now gone too because there's not much left that they can do. Take a look at this. You have a palm tree down right here. The side of their house gone. You can see some tools. This must have been their garage right here of what's left. And thankfully, no one's really in this neighborhood right now. People are gone, but these houses are gone too. Absolutely devastating scene here. Take a look at this. We have, I need the flashlight to be able to see, all these trees just completely charred. And it just keeps going on and on. I mean, I could take you through this whole neighborhood, and this is what you're going to see over and over and over again. Again, this is on West Harriet. It's going to be absolutely devastating when these people come back to this area and just see what's left behind of it. It's just very, very, very sad situation, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, once we get more aerial support, once the fire lays down and we'll see those aerial images of all the devastation, I think it's just going to be mind-blowing to us just how much there is. You know, you're just walking and walking and walking, Christine, and it's more and more homes.
This whole neighborhood, I would say there's more homes burned than homes that are still standing. And I think what really hit us this morning, there was one home in particular that we noticed because there was Christmas lights still up on it, all beautifully lit. Yet surrounding that entire home was homes burned down. And it's just, this fire picked and chose where it was going to stop. And it's so sad. I mean, this is just what you're constantly seeing here. And when you're talking about what we're going to see with those aerials, we're going to get a very, very clear picture once all that smoke clears and we're just looking down at it, what's actually left. It's just devastating and it's sad. And there's neighborhoods just gone now where there were these communities and all these lives will be changed.
Yeah, I think you said it best. I mean, talking about the Christmas lights, you forget that we just wrapped up the holidays. We just wrapped up New Year's Eve.
Such a happy time.
Such a happy time. Mm-hmm. We're a week into this new year and such a hard time now for so many families and, you know, in that area as well.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you for your thoughtful and compassionate coverage. I know the community appreciates it. So we're going to go back now to Alex Biston, meteorologist Alex Biston, who is tracking the winds. And the good news is, you know, you were here with us yesterday morning, too, looking at the reporters out there. We're not seeing their hair whipping around and the embers, you know, going in front of their face.
And Christine and Chris, I know winds have died down significantly from what we were seeing this time yesterday. I just updated this graphic. I want to show you this. It's really interesting because we had wind gusts. This is over the past 24 hours. So, of course, yesterday, strongest winds that has now, you know, that's now past us. But it's really interesting to see, I mean, Malibu Hills, 86-mile-an-hour winds. That's what we were talking about yesterday. Some areas up in the Ventura, Los Angeles County mountains, we saw upwards of 90 miles per hour. Simi Valley, 77-mile-an-hour winds. So those strong offshore winds going all the way down to the coastline, impacting Oxnard. I mean, Eaton Canyon, 66-mile-an-hour winds over the last 24 hours. Topanga at 63. So really just impressive wind gusts. And yes, the good news is winds have died down significantly. Let's go to Altadena to get you checked up on the conditions there. We've got northerly winds about 4 miles per hour. You saw in Amanda's live shot, definitely not as windy as what we were seeing yesterday. Pacific Palisades, winds about 6 miles per hour. So we really like to see that because firefighters can do a really good job at getting a handle on this when there's so much less wind. But one impact for a lot of communities across Southern California. I know Christine was talking earlier, almost everyone here is impacted in some sort of way, right? You know somebody that lost a home, or you know somebody who is evacuated, or you know you have poor air quality. That's the story today across much of Los Angeles. We have unhealthy for sensitive groups to very unhealthy air quality. So wear a mask outside today. Try to stay indoors as much as you can. It's bone dry out there, and that is why also we have the red flag warning still with us today and as we head into tomorrow too. I mean, take a look at Malibu. Again, we're talking about humidity, less than 15%. So when we see humidity values in the teens and the single digits, that's when we're talking about that critical fire danger. Now, we're not out of the woods just yet. We've been talking about this. Our meteorologist, Danny Roberti, was here, of course, until 3 o'clock telling you about it. I'm picking up that shift, and I want to kind of walk you through the futurecast and the winds, too, because we have another round of those winds. Of course, not as strong as what we saw, but still critical fire weather. As we head into early later this morning, I should say, up through our local mountains, we're seeing gusts as strong as about 50 miles per hour. That's going to filter in across the Inland Empire, those wind corridors. So this is more of a traditional Santa Ana that we're talking as we head through this afternoon into Orange County. Areas like Irvine, we're seeing winds about 20 miles per hour. Let's go up into
it's weird because
Thousand
you
Oaks,
heard him say that she asked him how long they had been on that house, and he said 4 or 5 hours.
And Oxnard, where winds will
on
be
one
strong.
house.
Now, as we head into tomorrow morning,
one fucking house.
Glendale, Pasadena, we're looking at winds generally just
I mean, so how many houses are burning? And they got to stay at one house for 4 or 5 hours to make sure it's out. So that obviously tells you.
It's just going to take a little bit of time. So the high wind warning is still with us until 6 o'clock tomorrow. So again, the takeaway with the forecast is we're not out of the woods. We still have some areas of strong winds as we head through the next few days. The high fire danger that expires on Friday. Back to you.
Okay.
Some good news.
Yeah, some news that we need, that's for sure. And also, we want to let you know, as Southern California copes with devastation caused by the fire, a lot of people are asking, how can we help? How can I help these people? Well, we're partnering with the Red Cross to assist those in need.
You can go to redcross.org/KCAL for more information on how to donate, volunteer, or find a shelter. You can also call the Red Cross at 1-800-RED-CROSS or text the Red Cross to 90-999.
And also the biggest thing is if you have any family or friends in these areas, send them a text message. Ask them if they're okay. Ask if there's any way that you can help out. That alone will show that you care.
They may not respond, but they like seeing that in the inbox for sure.
Absolutely. All right, we want to let you know you're watching KCAL News Mornings at 4. We're continuing to monitor one of the most severe fire events in LA County history. This is unprecedented. Let's go to the Palisades fire burning in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. It's exploded now to more than 17,000 acres. No containment this hour. At least 1,000 structures there have been destroyed.
And we want to get a recap right now on the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena. There, 5 people have been killed. It has burned more than 10,000 acres, still no containment. At least 1,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed.
And in the last 24 hours, the Sunset Fire erupted in the Hollywood Hills. Fire crews stopped its rapid spread at 43 acres. Mandatory evacuations are still in place.
And more devastation out in Studio City, where another new fire broke out last night, and our sky count was overhead as several homes burned, and you can see that massive home there collapsed. Flames are now knocked down. That's the good news, and there are no evacuation orders in place for that area.
And the Hearst fire is also burning in the Sylmar area. So far, this one's burned 855 acres with 10% containment. The air quality for most of the LA metro area is at a hazardous level, and there are still many power outages across the area, and thousands are in the dark this morning. Well, new fires have erupted in the past 24 hours, pushing personnel to the brink.
As some residents leave for safety, others are returning to find nothing left where their homes once stood. KCAL News reporter Danya Bacchus has the latest.
An apocalyptic scene in Southern California as thousands of acres burned from multiple brush fires. Wednesday evening, a new inferno erupted in the Hollywood Hills.
Our house, you can tell it's next, and we're getting out.
Area streets were once again gridlocked with new mandatory evacuation orders in effect for thousands more residents.
Please leave the area.
The scope of damage already done is now visible for the Hernandez family, who lost their home in the Eaton fire.
See, the only thing that's basically standing is the chimney. And, yeah, now it's nothing.
This is an example of what's left of Altadena's business district. Building after building wiped out, some of them still smoldering. Hundreds of firefighters from all across the country have been working around the clock to try to contain the fire. Fire departments and equipment are stretched thin, with some hydrants running dry due to demand.
They're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work.
We're looking at something horrific.
Kevin Pazarande and his family got out early from their Pacific Palisades neighborhood.
We've got our car, we've got our family. We are in no immediate personal, physical, financial threat.
Now they and so many others keep watch, hoping their home will be spared. Danya Bacchus, KCAL News.
Also, another worry about these devastating fires is looting.
Local police say multiple people have already been arrested while trying to loot evacuated homes, which is just incredible.
Awful to hear, but unfortunately, that's the world we live in. Let's go to assignment manager Mark Liu. He's keeping an eye on the fires. Mark, such a devastating morning to wake up to on day 3.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, I've been tracking a lot of different things here in Southern California, including power outage numbers. One of the things that has been most concerning here is I'm going to show you, this is LADWP's power outage map. These high winds that we've had over the last 2 days have really done a tremendous amount of damage to the power grid in Southern California. And what you're looking at right here is just an incredible number of still reported power outages. These orange dots on LADWP's outage map all indicate power outages that are active right now between 500 and 2,500 customers. Now, LADWP doesn't actually have a total list for me yet of the number of power outages in their service area, but the colored dots you see here, the blue ones, these indicate outages where crews have been assigned to begin work. The purple ones are ones where crews are actively working, but these orange ones are power outages where no crew is yet assigned. So you can see here, certainly in the San Fernando Valley, there is a large number of people without power. I've actually called LADWP to try and get some more information about how many outages they have. And this isn't the only power service that is affected by the wind. Even though the wind is gone, the power outages remain. I want to show you Southern California Edison's power outage map. Now, this is something that we have been looking at the desk for the last 2 days. All of these orange areas, these were public safety power shut-off areas where the warning was active. This was where they could possibly have turned off the power due to wind. The black striped areas are areas where they did turn off the power due to wind. And there are I believe about 150,000 customers, if I can go quickly here to the map here. Yeah, 169,000 people in the service area of Southern California Edison still have their power turned off, and it's all these black shaded areas here. And it's just really incredible that these people have now had their power off for probably about 24 hours, and it may be longer. See these large portions of here and even in Temecula and these wind-prone areas of Majeska Canyon and Silverado Canyon. So a lot of people still in the dark, and they're wondering when they're going to get their power back on. If it's because of a public safety power shutoff, hopefully as soon as the wind passes, you should get your power turned on. But if you're a part of the LADWP system and your power is out, they don't do public safety power shutoffs. These power outages are because of either equipment problems or other reasons that the power is out. It could be 24 to 48 hours. Before
I had to go
your
get my
power
breakfast
is
real
restored.
quick. That's why I
So
stopped.
this is a
I was like, oh,
significant
fuck,
issue
man, I'm
for
gonna
people
burn my
in this area.
fucking
When
eggs.
I was even coming into work, driving through the Studio
No,
City
like I said,
area
the
just
firemen,
to
they're
get
like,
to the KCAL studios. The same area
I know,
yesterday
right,
morning that
was
was dark this morning. So it's very possible that the people in our area here in Studio City have not had any power for the better part of 24 hours. So this is a significant issue, of course, for the people of Southern California, as power crews really have been stretched very thin as they try to work through this incredibly damaging wind event. As if you were not affected by the flames driven by these winds, you very likely could have been affected by power loss that was caused by these winds. So I'll keep monitoring this, let you know when DWP and Southern California Edison get back to me with exact numbers, which should be a little bit later this morning. I'll let you know when I get them. Back to you.
Yeah, even people who weren't evacuated, they had, power outages because of the winds and the rolling blackouts. So
yeah, for the last 2 days when I've gotten off the 170 at Riverside, that whole neighborhood is in the dark.
Right.
And we're used to power outages, but usually within a couple of hours, at the very most a day.
Yeah.
So again, so many people impacted by this fire.
Yeah, we have family in Woodland Hills, and they were not in the evacuation spot, but their power was out. So I mean, that makes it just as challenging as well. So you got to stay prepared, that's for sure. But let's go back to the firefighters on the ground in Eaton Fire. This one burning more than 10,000 acres near Altadena.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino joins us live this morning from a neighborhood that has been wiped out. And Amanda, it seems like there's destruction as far as the eye can see.
Which is bizarre.
If this paints a picture for you, every single home in this intersection I'm at is burned down. I'm on Olive and West Harriet, and nothing's left standing. It looks like we're in a horror movie. I know we watch a lot of movies. We are all about Hollywood, but this is the real deal, and this is what we're seeing here, and this is people's lives. This car, check this out, completely just burned through. The skeleton just left of it. Everything just twisted and curled up and just gone.
Oh man, a little Bondo and some fucking sanding and primer. That fucking thing will be new again, lady.
A lot of the cars too. Just look right past me. Another home gone. We have that gas line still burning on the home right next door. Utility crews are going through this area, but the only light in this neighborhood is coming from the gas lines that are still burning. That's it. Because you guys got to take a look at this. We're going to walk across this intersection. We're walking down West Harriet now, and going this way is going to be Olive for you. And look at this. This is crazy to see. So we have power lines. The pole is actually still burning. The bottom half, non-existent. It's completely gone.
What the
lights, the street lights just hanging from it. It's just absolutely intense. And these power lines just dropped, burned, and all over the place, right on top of this truck right here that's also gone. Just check it out where the tires once were.
You know how much it takes to burn a telephone pole? They soak those in fucking creosote for years, man, just so they don't burn.
You can barely make out what was even in here. Just taking a look inside, everything is just, we have glass on the floor, burned rubber. It's just absolutely heartbreaking to see, and also very dangerous as well. And as you can see, if you just look around, you got all those little spots from where those gas lines are still burning. That's all you have here. But look, this car left fine for the most part.
Unbelievable.
But it just this fire just hopped as much as it could. This house also gone on this corner. We're gonna make our way across where you can see right here in the middle, the power line that's still up, obviously not on. It's on fire. We have multiple power lines on fire in this neighborhood. Very dangerous. I would not recommend anyone to come back to this neighborhood right now. It is not safe. The only way we're driving through here is taking a lot of safety precautions. We're following firefighters. That's the only way we can get through here because there's power lines blocking the middle of the roadways. So that's the only way we're able to actually navigate this area because you can't really see much. We're going to keep moving over here. And look at this. You can just see what's coming down from this power line right here as it's on fire. It's also on fire just a little bit to your left too, Mike. So we're going to stay clear of that. And we're also trying to make sure that we don't walk into any power lines either. On top of it, we also have the issue of downed trees as well in the roadways. Another car completely burned and completely gone. And just look what's left of this home. It's just twisted into pieces. And you have... probably some beautiful flowers were in this pot. They probably sat out in this chair and enjoyed their neighborhood. That was beautiful and had so much life. And now this is all that's left of it. This is what most homes look like in this neighborhood. You guys, I'm thinking hundreds of homes gone here. Hundreds of families left without a home that are not here. It's just, it's so sad. There's just pieces. I can't even find pieces of what was even like left of this home. You can see through here just pots, clay pots that are still out. You can see their patio furniture over there. You can barely see what was inside this home here. People just had to go and leave with what they could. And then if you look straight ahead of you, Mike, you can see that house fire that was burning that I showed you guys in my last live shot on West Harriet. The firefighters had to leave because they ran out of water, because they have to go refill. Because they're just constantly going. They've been out here for hours on this home. Going through this neighborhood, though, we can't even see down the streets here. That's why we have the flashlight out today. Here you go. Huge trees just completely torn down because of those strong winds that came through on the other night. I'm actually seeing a little bit more smoke and flames to our left, but we can go over there in a bit. If we keep walking down, though, another, let's see, what is this on fire? Okay, looks like, oh, there we go. We have a power line. Yep, another power pole down. So this is why we don't want people coming back to this neighborhood, because it's just like this all over the place. And look at that power line, just completely twisted and mangled and gone. And that's it. That's all you got here. And it's just heartbreaking. And we're going to keep making our way around this neighborhood, but this is really all we have left here. Back to you guys.
And you know, that is so important what Amanda said. You know, the inclination, the knee-jerk reaction is to say the sun is up, I want to go see if my house is there. Mm-hmm. But the reason they keep these orders in place is because it's like a war zone. It's still not safe.
Let's move over to the side. There's a car coming.
Watch out for power line.
Yeah, and as you can see, I mean, I'm just trying to move over because the car's coming, and there's a power line right here. That I almost walked into, so it's just not safe. But I do want to say that some good news here. I want this car to be able to see us. That the wind has died down here, so that's definitely going to help without the wind blowing everywhere, because those embers have nowhere to go at this point. They're staying stagnant, which is what we really need to see, because that's the problem here. This is all just embers blowing onto these random homes, these random cars, and destroying everything. So hopefully, as long as this wind stays like this, which is way different than how it felt at this time yesterday, this is some good news for this area at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, talking about watching out for those power lines, so important. I mean, we had our meeting last night to kind of talk about the plan for today, and Rick Montanez was talking about, you know, work with your photographer to make sure it happens. So if you're driving out there and you are checking this area out, if you're a passenger, also help out the driver as well, because it could be anywhere.
Yeah, and especially in the dark.
Chris,
especially in the dark.
I would even say, I know, and Chris and Christine, I know that people want to come back and check on their homes, and I completely understand that, but it is not safe to drive through this neighborhood. It is very, very difficult to see these power lines. We have lots of lights going. We're even following those fire trucks, and it's still difficult to see them, because a lot of times they just, all of a sudden, they just show up and they're right there. They're either hanging low or just right in the middle. A lot of them are hanging across, and then you have huge pieces of tree debris in the roads as well. So this is just, I would recommend just staying clear for now. I know you want to know what happened to your home, but right now it's just not safe to come back.
Yeah.
Okay, Amanda, thank you so much. And great reminder for everyone. Also, we want to show you some more of the images of this catastrophic destruction in Altadena. It was one of the hardest hit areas of the Eaton fire. You can see burned out shells of cars litter the streets, like this truck right there. Ashes completely destroyed homes.
everywhere. And firefighters, the big problem is they didn't have enough manpower or water in some cases to battle those fires there.
So neighbors fought the flames themselves. Firefighters who were on the scene ran out of water. We talked to a man who watched his grandparents' music studio burn.
There was 2 grand pianos right here, side by side, one for teacher, one for student. And then the far side where that little stairway railing is, where the gas was a violin studio. And each of my grandparents would teach, one on piano, the other on violin.
And he said he did manage to save one of his grandparents' pianos from the flames, but that home, as you can see there, a total loss.
All right, we want to go to Rick Montanez now. He's in Altadena off of Lake Avenue and Beverly Way. Rick, you're seeing just as much destruction where you're at.
Yeah, so Beverly Way is just at the end of the block here, and we showed you that at 3 this morning. All of the businesses along here that have been destroyed, but what we want to show you too is this business here. This is the Theosophical Library Center, and you see all of that still burning inside. Considering that this is a library, we're assuming that that is part of what is still burning, are all the books that were inside. I mean, you just see them, these multiple piles and the flames still going. This was a 2-story building, and a lot of it collapsed actually, and the roof is gone. And as we walk up the street here, you can see there is so much destruction here at this building, and it's tragic because, you know, I was talking about looking online to try and figure out what a lot of these businesses or homes, what they were. We're trying to understand what a lot of it is, because some of it is just unrecognizable. And so reading, you know, things online and seeing like a Yelp review saying how much people love this library and how wonderful the people who work here are and things of that nature, you know, it really tells the story of what was lost here. And then as we come down here, I mean, you still see so much more of the devastation and destruction in this large 2-story building. And watch your step there, Ernie. There's our backpack unit that we are using to go live. But, you know, you see so much of this. And then right next to it, on the other end here, there are homes that have burned. And as Amanda was talking about, I mean, we're looking at downed power lines. One of the other things that I noticed too was a lot of these power poles themselves have snapped and fallen. And that has also brought down some transformers. So there's so much in the road that makes it so treacherous to get through here. But you see just on the other side of this alley where there was a couple of homes that have burned. And I've got to tell you, we were driving around these neighborhoods, and it is essentially the entire neighborhood. I mean, we're talking block after block after block. And, you know, Chris and Christine, we were saying earlier this morning about how we're used to covering, you know, there's a fire, and we go to that neighborhood and we cover that community. But having been in the Palisades yesterday and seeing how so much was lost, and then now coming here to Altadena today and to see this, it is just so disturbing and so awful and heartbreaking. And it's, you know, it's our job to come up with the words, but sometimes it feels like the words are not enough to express the loss that we're seeing here. How many homes, I mean, I can't even count them. And to hear Amanda talk about that as well, and she's in a completely different part of this community and seeing so much devastation where she is, and then we're seeing all of this here as well. And it's just so heartbreaking to see and feel this. You know, from what we're seeing here in Altadena, and seeing all of this damage down Lake Avenue, and so far from the foothills, and knowing that this was a wildfire that came through here. I mean, it honestly, you can describe it as looking like a war zone or like a bomb hit the area, or, you know, things of that nature. But as we were pointing out, the danger of this area still is very, very, very real. So I'm echoing what Amanda was saying. Don't come here. If you're evacuated, stay out of the area because of the power lines, because of what's in the road. There are trees, there's debris, there's collapsed buildings, stuff still on fire. You don't know what else can happen. And of course, also critical. There are so many firefighters, police officers, deputies that are moving all over the area, so you want to stay out of their way as well. That is our main objective, to bring you the information, but also to stay out of the way of first responders, to let them do their work. We certainly don't want to get in the way of that, but critical to bring you these images of what is happening out here.
Yeah, and you know, the thing that has been the most impactful for me as I've looked at all these images is when someone does a side-by-side of what that business or that home used to look like versus how it looks now, because it's almost like, especially if you're watching it through your TV screen, it's like you're looking at a movie set, like you're at Universal Studios or something. And then when you actually see what something used to look like versus how it looks now, it takes your breath away.
Yeah. And Christine, if we could show, I told you the Theosophical Library Center, if Ernie can get adjusted to the phone here and see. I mean, this is the building. And so that is, you know, trying to figure out, like, down the street here to see statewide commercial insurance brokers. That's what's next door. That's also burnt down. There's a notary business that's burnt down. And then, you know, so I've been doing a lot of this to just try to figure out what is around, what is here. You know, there's some buildings like the Aldi that we saw that has burned down, the grocery store that's just up the street from here. That's easy to tell because there's still signs up, but some of these buildings have just collapsed. And so it's hard to see what it even was. And then you look at those images online and it's stunning, like you said, Christine, to see the contrast of what was and what tragically now is.
And what's crazy to think about is, I mean, Rick said he was in Palisades yesterday. Now you're in Altadena. It's about more than 35 miles, about 30 miles apart, but you're seeing the same type of damages. And that's not something we see that far apart.
At the same time. And you mentioned the Aldi, and that's the thing too. Even if someone didn't lose their home, they may have lost their children's school, the library that they would go to check out their books from, or go to a children's reading hour, or their grocery store. I mean, I keep thinking, someone said to me the other day, where are all these people gonna live? Where are they gonna shop? Where are they gonna go to school?
Where are they at right now?
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's why the impact is so widespread.
It's the entire community.
Okay, Rick, we appreciate that update. And I mean, I think you talking about the before and after images really kind of puts things into perspective for all of us of what it used to be. Because
how much we lost.
When you just see the destruction, it's hard to tell. That could have been a school, that was a church, that was a karate building. So.
Yeah. Well, we want to check in now with assignment editor Mark Liu, keeping an eye on all of these fires.
Yeah, Christine, Chris. So I want to take you out to some live pictures from SkyCal, who is floating back and forth over the northern flank of the Palisades fire. Still very active this morning. Big line of fire. If you can come out to my screen, there you go. That's the northern flank of the Palisades fire. You can see there Topanga Canyon Boulevard and South Topanga Canyon Boulevard right there in the center of your screen. SkyCal was on the eastern flank a short time ago, but then came around to the north and is looking at this still very active fire line there. Now, one bit of good news here is on the northern flank of this fire, at least the northeast flank, which is kind of what we're looking at, there's just a lot of rugged terrain, not a lot of homes in this particular area. This is west of the 405 and south of Encino. And
all right, everybody, I'm going to take a break.
On screen, I'm going to show you what it is that we're looking at here. So SkyCal has been floating back and forth in this
but we'll come back later on
for about the last 20 minutes looking southbound.
I don't know if we'll do the fire.
This northern flank. And
fire's
just a
obviously
second ago,
not going
SkyCal was right about here, and we were seeing
real early on the
this
West Coast.
area.
It's 4 a.m.
So
out there.
that's an idea of where the fire is right now as they continue to fight it. And you can see.
Just to let you folks know. The best news is there's not a lot of wind today, and they get fixed aircraft and all that up in there. And so we'll see what happens later on. But, yep, I got things I got to do. So that being said, OC. I think Madman, OC, TT. Who else was here saying hi this morning? Somebody else. Oh, Top Gun Mav. He stopped in real early. He's probably going to sleep. He's probably up. Oh, and Thomas Lee is in the lurky mode. I'll be back later. And Tusip was here. Who else? Ramirez came around, said hi. And then, what's his name? N7. He was up all night gaming, so he said he was going to go to bed. And then Shock Tide was here early, too, this morning. So, I think I covered all my bases there. So, I will see everyone later on today. Until then, as always, man, it's a pleasure doing this for you. Have a great Thursday, and we don't see from you again. And if you're watching this after the fact and you want to come around on the live stream, sometimes say hi. That would be okay, too. Other than that, always remember what? At ease, soldiers. Good day, everyone. Talk to you later.